Chapter 001. Spring 2018, Jiangzhou City, Sudong Province, Daxia. Biochemistry, environmental science, and materials science have always been known as the most difficult majors to master. However, Zhou Wen felt that this statement was not accurate. Just like the for heavenly kings or for little actresses, creating such a group is more about attracting attention or creating hype. It should be said that among these majors, the only truly disastrous one is biology, which ranks first. The last few are just there to make up the numbers. Biology is a real trap. At least other majors have corresponding career paths, but biology doesn't even have a few related majors. At first glance, there seem to be quite a few things related to biology, such as chemical engineering, medicine, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and so on. But look at this. Cosmetics factories or chemical plants only hire people with a background in chemistry or chemical engineering. Hospitals only hire people with a background in medicine, and pharmaceutical factories naturally prioritize people with a background in chemical engineering or pharmacy. After studying biology for so long, it turns out to be a hodgepodge. It's no exaggeration to say that after 4 years of biology, Zhou Wen felt almost no different from when he graduated from high school. He is a senior student at the College of Life Sciences, Jiangzhou University, majoring in biotechnology. He was initially assigned to the biology department because his score wasn't high enough, but he was then misled by a senior student with a noble scientific spirit and didn't switch majors earlier. If he had known that studying biology would lead to a bleak future, he would have preferred to choose his second choice or retake the exam. His family wasn't well off. His parents worked hard to send him to university, hoping he would make something of himself. Unfortunately, they didn't know that biology had no future in terms of career prospects, and he didn't dare tell them. It's too late to say anything now. With graduation fast approaching, Zhou Wen is extremely anxious. He has applied to more than a dozen companies, but failed to get a job. He will have to find a job to make ends meet, and then try to change careers as soon as possible. Sales, IT, and finance are all acceptable. If all else fails, try creating your own media content or doing live streaming. He's fairly good looking. With some makeup, a JK uniform, a school swimsuit, and some filters, skin smoothing, and voice changers, he could easily become a big name in the live streaming world. In today's society, people don't care about the origin of women's clothing. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Wen arrived at the laboratory building. Now, including him, there are only 7 people left in the lab, 4 of whom are frequently out of contact. If he hadn't been waiting for his graduation certificate, he would have wanted to disappear from the public eye. After changing into a lab coat in the changing room and undergoing simple disinfection, I entered the laboratory. The huge laboratory was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in it. After putting on rubber gloves, Zhou Wen began to work methodically. Clean the laboratory equipment that will be used later, such as pipette tips, glass slides, mortars, test tubes, petri dishes, etc., and then put them into an autoclave and ultrasonic cleaner for sterilization. While waiting, I watched videos, scrolled through jokes, and finally played Happy Landlords. With the 3,000 free Happy Beans and the card counter, he actually won 110,000 in just 1 hour. As a result, he was sent back to his hometown again. Zhou Wen, asterisk and %UN hashtag at %UN hashtag. Just then, the timer beeped. He put away his phone, put on rubber gloves, went to the next room, took out a test tube from the ultra-low temperature freezer, and poured the frozen aphids into a mortar. His mentor researched the control of rice aphids, focusing on how to use genetic methods to make female rice aphids infertile and unable to reproduce. Rice aphids can reproduce parthenogenetically. However, the current research mainly focuses on how to use biochemical methods to physically eliminate aphids. After all, professors need to make a living. He took the liquid nitrogen bottle, scooped a spoonful of liquid nitrogen into the mortar, and instantly, the mortar began to bubble and gurgle like boiling water, quickly drawing away the aphids and the heat that the mortar itself contained. The reason for pouring liquid nitrogen after freezing is to allow the aphid cells to freeze and crystallize rapidly, which is beneficial for cell breakage. After sealing the liquid nitrogen bottle, Zhou Wen picked up the pestle and mortar next to him to prepare for grinding. But just then, he saw a brown aphid in the mortar, swimming in liquid nitrogen. Zhou Wen rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had stayed up all night sending out resumes, and his eyes were playing tricks on him. Frozen in an ultra-low temperature freezer at minus 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours, and then immersed in liquid nitrogen at minus 190 degrees Celsius, how the hell is he still alive? However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. The brown aphids, about the size of fleas, were indeed swimming in liquid nitrogen. Holy crap! Zhou Wen's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. These were rice aphids. With a mix of trepidation and nervousness, he touched the mutant aphid with the pestle in his hand. To his surprise, the mutated aphids in the liquid nitrogen quickly crawled up the pestle and onto the back of his hand in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, the mutated aphid's two tiny, mouthpart-like antennae stabbed him hard on the back of his hand. F*****KU. Zhou Wen cursed, then frantically shook his hands. With a smack, the mutant aphid on the back of his hand was flung onto the operating table, its flesh mangled and beyond dead. Zhou Wen glanced at the back of his hand. There were no signs of redness, swelling, or bleeding. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly everything went black before my eyes, followed by a dizzying spin. Just as he fell, he faintly heard a few gasps. Zhou Wen has fainted. Call 120 immediately. Zhou Wen, what's wrong? Are you all right? Wake up. Zhou Wen was not unconscious at this time, but his vision was going black intermittently. But he was terrified. There are countless viruses in nature. This mutated rice aphid could knock him unconscious with just a light sting. You can imagine how potent the toxicity it carries is. It is very likely to be highly lethal. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. The dizzying feeling came and went quickly, and his vision soon refocused. A large, round face gradually materialized before my eyes. He was the head of the laboratory and also his senior from the same academic class. Just as Zhou Wen was about to speak, a set of strange holographic blue characters appeared in front of him. Name: Shirley. Gender: male. Age: 25. Occupation: student. Physical condition: mental condition. Zhou Wen blinked hard, thinking he was hallucinating. When he looked again, the holographic blue text was still clearly visible in front of him. What is this? Zhou Wen stammered. While supporting his upper body, Shirley asked with concern on the phone, "You just fainted. How are you feeling now? Is anything bothering you?" Zhou Wen didn't speak, but looked at the girl squatting next to him on the phone with suspicion. Name: Lin Jiai. Gender: female. Age: 24. Occupation: student. Physical condition: mental condition. Zhou Wen murmured, I've seen a ghost. What did you say? Should I call an ambulance for you? Lin Jiai asked, and at the same time, the hospital operator's voice came through the phone. When Zhou Wen came to his senses, the holographic blue text in front of him disappeared as well. He shook his head and said, no need to call an ambulance. With Shirley's help, Zhou Wen stood up from the ground. Shaking my head, all the sudden symptoms disappeared. Shirley glanced at the mortar and pestle still emitting cold air on the workbench and said with concern, "You should go back and rest first. I'll take care of things here." Thinking about being bitten by that mutated aphid, Zhou Wen worried that the symptoms he had just experienced were hallucinations caused by a viral infection, so he decided to get a blood test first. He said, No need. It's probably just a little low blood sugar." "Are you sure?" Shirley asked again. Really?" Seeing that he insisted, Shirley didn't force him. He found 2 pieces of candy for him to suck on, and then he and Lin Jiai went to the side to do their own things. Zhou Wen shook his head again to make sure there was no problem, and then took his temperature. Body surface temperature, 36.3 degrees Celsius. Oral cavity, 37 degrees Celsius. Normal. Then, using tweezers, the mangled body of the mutated aphid was completely collected and placed in a test tube, which was then frozen in an ultra-low temperature freezer for later virus testing. Then, using a disposable lancet, I drew a vial of blood from myself in preparation for a blood test, when suddenly an even stranger scene appeared before my eyes. Chapter 002. Blood, composed of blood cells and plasma, collectively known as whole blood. Blood cells are suspended in the plasma and include red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Purity. Data value. Zhou Wen was completely dumbfounded when he saw the holographic blue letters in front of him. It took him a full 5 seconds to realize that he was probably not hallucinating, but had really struck it lucky and gained some kind of special ability. Damn it! I took several deep breaths, repeatedly telling myself, stay calm, stay calm. Don't get agitated, don't get agitated. Zhou Wen then carefully observed the blue subtitles in front of him and noticed a backward sign in the upper left corner. He had just thought step back in his mind when the blue page took a step back and returned to the main page, where a large personal attribute panel appeared in front of him. Before he could even see what was on the attribute panel, another prompt popped up in front of him. In order to effectively increase the average lifespan of this universe's first-class civilization, accelerate technological development, and integrate into the cosmic family as soon as possible, according to the unanimous decision of the High Committee of the Cosmic Alliance, a biopharmaceutical system will be randomly sent to the universe's first-class civilization. Zhou Wen stared at the description at the top of the blue screen. So excited, he almost jumped for joy. It turned out that systems really could fall from the sky. After calming down, I closed the notification box and then carefully looked at the properties panel. Host, Zhou Wen. Occupation, apprentice pharmacist, 0/1000 Eye of True Sight. LV0, 2 out of 1000 Discipline. Pharmacology. It teaches you about the clinical applications of various drugs. LV0, 120/1000 Pathology. It helps you understand the causes of various diseases. LV0, 100/1000 Biochemistry. It helps you understand the chemical composition and chemical changes of living organisms. LV0, 100/1000 Biological Immunology. It lets you understand the mysteries of life. LV0, 50/1000 Systemic Anatomy. It helps you understand the body structure of organisms. LV0, 250/1000 Linguistics. It allows you to communicate with the world without barriers. LV0, 180/1000 Subdisciplines. None. Subject-specific experience. 0 points. 0 inventory. 0 taskbar. Options to be selected. Zhou Wen noticed that when his gaze lingered on the profession, several levels appeared after the lit: apprentice pharmacist, junior pharmacist, intermediate pharmacist, senior pharmacist, master pharmacist, and Hall of Fame pharmacist, though they were displayed in gray. Similarly, when his gaze lingered on the Eye of True Sight, a description appeared. It can clearly see various attributes of objects. The higher the level, the more detailed the information obtained. Zhou Wen was secretly amazed when he realized that he had just been able to see not only Shirley and Lin Jiai's personal information, but also their blood composition information. If it's already this effective at level 0, imagine how incredible it would be after leveling up. As your gaze sweeps over the subject matter, explanations also appear. Basic sciences are the ladder to the pinnacle of pharmaceutical expertise, divided into 9 levels. Experience points can only be gained through quests. Upon reaching the pinnacle of basic sciences, advanced life science knowledge will be unlocked. Experience can be used to upgrade subject knowledge. The subdisciplines did not respond. Below is an explanation of the point system. Points can be used to expedite experimental procedures, learn drug formulations, or be exchanged for advanced drug formulations, raw materials, and experimental equipment. The bottom 2 tabs are the inventory and quest log. First is the inventory, which is a 10 by 10 backpack. I don't know what it's for yet. I'll experiment with it later. Next came the taskbar. Zhou Wen noticed a suffix box next to the options. After clicking it in his mind, a blue page popped up in front of him. Zhou Wen carefully read each character one by one. Task 1, Aphid Experiment. Requirements. Complete at least 3 sets of experiments using effective biological reagents for rice aphids within 24 hours. Rewards, 200 subject experience points, 200 points, and 1 chance to open a chest. Wooden. Task 2, Shirley's Inner Thoughts. Note: Shirley made plans to see a movie with his girlfriend this afternoon, and he hopes someone can help him complete the DNA extraction. Requirement: extract DNA from 6 mice within 24 hours. Rewards, 100 subject experience points, 200 points, and 1 chance to open a chest. Wooden. Task 3, Study. Note: To become a great pharmacist, one must have a solid theoretical foundation. Requirements. The library's computer must be logged in for a total of 24 hours. Picking up a book is considered the start, and putting it down is considered the end. This is a long-term task. Rewards. Based on the value of the book read, you will be rewarded with 10 to 200 subject experience points, 10 to 100 points of credit, and one chance to open a chest. There are also task instructions at the bottom. Once a task is selected, it cannot be changed. Only one task can be performed at a time. Abandoning a task will deduct 200 points. After reading it all, Zhou Wen took a deep breath. Regardless of whether the system is real or fake, he has no other choice but to try it out. After careful consideration, he chose Task 2. Actually, he was planning to go to the library to AFK, which seemed the easiest option. However, Shirley has always taken good care of him. When he first came to the lab, Shirley taught him how to operate the equipment step by step, so he could be considered half a mentor to him. He was quite familiar with the gene extraction process and was confident he could complete it, so it was a win-win situation. If it were Task 1, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he wanted to, because the requirement is to perform PCR amplification, and he's still learning how to do it, so it's impossible for him to succeed. Are you sure you want to select Task 2? Confirm. After Zhou Wen made the selection, the pending options in the taskbar changed to 1. Afterwards, Zhou Wen studied the pharmacist system for a while and found that as long as he imagined it in his mind, a personal attribute panel would appear in front of him, and even the tasks could be controlled directly through brainwaves. After experimenting more than a dozen times and becoming proficient, Zhou Wen did not immediately go to find Shirley, but instead continued to perform blood tests on himself. The blood was placed on a constant temperature shaker and shaken for about 10 minutes, and then the extraction agent was dripped into the blood collection tube. The purpose of the extractant is to separate impurities from the blood. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Zhou Wen used a pipette to extract the separated blood, put it into a test tube, and then put the test tube into a high-speed centrifuge, setting it to 4,500 revolutions per minute to start centrifugation. To ease the anxiety, tension, fear, helplessness, confusion, joy, excitement, and exhilaration he had experienced in a short period of time, which could be summed up as a holy crap feeling, he went outside the lab for a smoke. Centrifugation ended after 15 minutes. Zhou Wen extracted the supernatant, the transparent liquid that precipitates at the top in a blood stratification test, which is composed of plasma and is also called the clear liquid layer, placed it on a glass slide, covered it with a cover slip, and clamped it on the stage of an electron microscope. Shirley called out from the other side, "Zhou Wen, be careful." Zhou Wen said, "Yes, I know. Electron microscopes are very expensive, starting at several 100,000 yuan, and slightly better ones can cost 300,000 or 400,000, or even 5 or 6 million yuan. Under normal circumstances, undergraduate students are strictly prohibited from operating the lens for fear of damaging it. After all, it's equipment worth millions. If it gets damaged, who will compensate us?" Zhou Wen and Shirley have a good relationship, and since he's currently the only intern in the lab, Zhou Wen turns a blind eye to it. Zhou Wen carefully observed the blood through the electron microscope lens. Blood has been thoroughly studied by humans. Any foreign microorganisms, bacteria, or viruses found in it can be clearly seen with an electron microscope. Zhou Wen carefully examined his blood and found no abnormalities or viruses. Half of the weight on my heart has been lifted. Of course, out of a sense of responsibility, he planned to have another blood test done 24 hours later. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money. After thinking for a moment, he scraped some skin flakes off the back of his hand, added a drop of diluent, distilled water, placed it on a glass slide, covered it with a glass slide, and began to observe it with an electron microscope. Safety first. Only by being careful can you drive for a long time. Chapter 003. No abnormalities were found in the skin flakes under an electron microscope. Zhou Wen felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. However, he can only be completely at ease after testing the mutated aphid tomorrow to confirm that it is free of the virus. After finishing up here, it was lunchtime. Zhou Wen approached Shirley and asked with a smile, "Brother Lei, do you need any help?" "Shirley, who had just finished preparing the electrophoresis gel and was about to kill the mice, asked without looking up, "What's up? Are you done?" Zhou Wen laughed and said, "What's so busy about that? I can just change some data later, you know what I mean." An electrophoresis procedure typically takes 2 to 3 days to complete. In addition, PCR is also required. After working hard for 2 or 3 days, it is often found that the experimental data is seriously unreasonable. Then came a barrage of shouts. F***CK, Jesus, damn it. If you don't plan to redo it, then you'll have to falsify the data. This is basically an unspoken rule among biology students. Most biology students have done this. Shirley chuckled twice. He had been through this before, so he nodded and said, "In that case, you should go back and rest first. I can handle it myself. Oh, and please bring us some food while you're at it." Zhou Wen turned around, leaned against the lab bench, and said, "Why go back? I don't even have a girlfriend." Wearing a white lab coat and looking through a microscope with her back to them, Lin Jiai turned around and gossiped. "Hey Zhou Wen, are you still in contact with Chu Fangfang?" Chu Fangfang was originally the prettiest among the girls in the lab. She had a gentle and refined personality and was the ideal wife candidate in the eyes of the boys. "Unfortunately, I had to go for an internship after the new year." Zhou Wen replied, "We haven't been in contact." "What? It's nothing," Lin Jiai said casually, then giggled and said, "Hey Zhou Wen, if you treat me to dinner, how about I become your girlfriend?" Zhou Wen scoffed. "If any of you women were true to your word, my child would be old enough to run errands by now." Shirley chuckled. Lin Jiai turned around with a smile. "Just kidding. She's a second-year graduate student. She knows exactly what kind of boyfriend she should look for." Zhou Wen turned around and laughed. "Seriously, Brother Lei, do you need any help? If not, I'm going back to binge-watch my shows." When Shirley heard that he was going back to binge-watch TV shows, he looked up and grinned, saying, "Then you should stay. Lon Lon invited me to see a movie this afternoon." Zhou Wen urged, "Then why don't you hurry back and get ready so you can successfully intubate tonight?" Shirley smiled sheepishly. Similar to Zhou Wen, Shirley's family background wasn't great either. Plus, he looked like a blind monk and wasn't good at sweet talk. He was almost a graduate student and had never even kissed a girl. It's rare to find a girl who doesn't look down on him, and everyone is happy for him. They accepted the takeover. "So I'm really leaving?" "Go." Shirley handed the white mouse to Zhou Wen and turned to leave the laboratory. "Remember to bring us food." "No." Zhou Wen held the white mouse by the neck with one hand and pressed it against the operating table. With the other hand, he grabbed the mouse's tail, lifted it up, and with a snap, he gave the white mouse a cervical spine decapitation. There was no pain at all. Then they quickly gutted the mouse, cut off its thigh bone with scissors, and peeled off the muscles and fascia outside the bone. After rinsing thoroughly, the femur was cut open and the bone marrow was extracted. Then, the bone marrow was rinsed with a hypotonic solution. Finally, the rinsed solution was divided into equal portions for each plant and placed into test tubes. Then, another mouse was killed, and after extracting the bone marrow, the washing solution was prepared step by step according to the above steps. It was then mixed with the previous washing solution and weighed according to groups A and B before being centrifuged. Mice share 95% genetic similarity with humans, so many large laboratories use mouse genes to conduct various drug tests. However, a gene extraction process usually takes 2 to 3 days. Large laboratories and research institutes that value efficiency will outsource the gene extraction work to laboratories in universities. Theoretically, 4 to 8 gene fragments can be extracted from a single mouse, but normally only 4 are extracted. Of course, these are chargeable. Currently, the market price for one plant is around 400 to 500. Just as the centrifuge was finished, Shirley returned with a packed lunch. After having lunch in an office outside, Zhou Wen prepared to perform electrophoresis analysis, commonly known as running an electrophoresis. We already had a basic introduction to this in high school. It involves using agarose gel to create a gel plate, allowing the sample to undergo electrophoresis on the gel plate, hence the name gel running, which can be used to detect DNA strands. Besides electrophoresis, another method is electron microscopy, which is much more time-efficient than electrophoresis. However, Electron microscopy requires the preparation of glass slides and the staining of genes. During this process, factors such as time, technique, temperature, and potential contamination can all lead to extraction failure, thus wasting all previous efforts. Therefore, beginners usually just do electrophoresis. Zhou Wen was holding the extraction gun, preparing to extract the supernatant and then blow it up when he suddenly thought of the eye of true sight. Want to see how true vision explains DNA? He raised the test tube in his right hand and gently shook it twice in front of the light on the workbench. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the liquid inside the centrifuge tube. To Zhou Wen's disbelief, images of the mouse's DNA strands appeared directly before his eyes, including clearly visible broken covalent bonds. Holy shit! Zhou Wen was so excited, he almost jumped up. His eyes can actually see DNA, which means his eyes are as good as an electron microscope. He immediately put down the centrifuge tubes, took off his rubber gloves, spread his hands, squinted his eyes slightly, and imagined the eye of true sight in his mind. With a whoosh, his hand was as clear as a slide under a microscope. But his happiness vanished in the next second, as his palms were covered in Staphylococcus aureus, E. coli, and long, thin bacilli. There are also all sorts of other bacteria and microorganisms crawling around in your palm. In addition, the crevices under the fingernails are like a breeding ground for bacteria, teeming with all sorts of bacteria, which looks disgusting. This is after washing my hands. I really don't know how many bacteria would be there if I didn't wash my hands. Holy crap! Zhou Wen was so startled that he shook his hands twice, then realized that the germs couldn't be shaken off, so he quickly ran to wash his hands again. He knew that there were many bacteria on people's hands, but those were observed under a microscope after being prepared as bacterial slides. Because human hands are opaque, they cannot be seen directly. That's why he had never experienced such a direct visual shock before, and for the first time realized the importance of hand washing. Zhou Wen rolled up his sleeves, first washed his hands with alcohol-based hand sanitizer, then found nail clippers and carefully trimmed his dirty nails, before washing his hands again thoroughly. If you look at it with your true vision again, you will see that more than 90% of the bacteria on your hands have been eliminated, with only a small number of stubborn bacteria still attached to the gaps between your fingers and in the folds of your skin. Zhou Wen said speechlessly, "No wonder the experiments often fail. With the number of bacteria in our hands, it's no wonder the success rate is low." Back in the lab, I used my true sight to look at the rubber gloves on the table and found that they were also covered in bacteria. Zhou Wen casually picked up the inoculation swab on the table next to him, picked up his gloves and threw them into the waste bin, then found a pair of sterile gloves to put on. After everything was set up again, Zhou Wen excitedly picked up the group a centrifuge tube containing the mouse gene fragments and observed it once more. As expected, a clear DNA image appeared before my eyes. This indicates that the genes extracted from the mice were successful. The purpose of electrophoresis and electron microscopy is to detect whether there is DNA in the test tube. Now that he can see DNA directly, he can say that he has skipped the most tedious and most prone to failure procedure. He then picked up the centrifuge tubes from Group B and looked at them, but this time he did not see any DNA strands. Zhou Wen thought to himself, could it be that the extraction failed? After putting it down, I picked up another vial of clear liquid from Group B, squinted at it, and still couldn't see any DNA strands. He picked up one of the tubes from Group A, and this time he could see it clearly. This also shows that Group B's extraction really failed. All the procedures are exactly the same, so I don't know which step went wrong. Zhou Wen frowned and pondered. He decided to first perform an electrophoretic analysis to see if what the eye of truth saw was real, and then investigate any errors in the operational process. Chapter 004. Zhou Wen followed the experimental procedure and agitated the supernatant. Blow-drying is an academic term that refers to using a test tube gun to extract the supernatant and then blowing it out, with the aim of thoroughly mixing the supernatant in the test tube. Blow-dry the samples a few times, then extract the 2 DNA samples and place them in a centrifuge to start centrifugation. Centrifugation will be complete in 15 minutes. Extract the supernatant from Group A and bring it to the electrophoresis machine next to it, adding it through the gel well. After closing the electrophoresis tank lid, selecting the electrophoresis voltage and direction, turn on the power switch to start the electrophoresis process. Next was Group B, where the supernatant was also extracted and added to the gel well of another electrophoresis machine, and electrophoresis was performed in the same way. What followed was a long wait. The computer will compare the extracted DNA with the mouse genes in the NCBI gene bank in the United States one by one, which will take at least 6 hours. Because mice have 2.5 billion DNA base pairs on their 20 pairs of chromosomes, the process is very time-consuming. During this time, you can read novels, binge-watch TV series, or eat sunflower seeds. However, Zhou Wen didn't have time. I caught a white mouse and examined it with the eye of true sight. To his surprise, what appeared before him this time was an introduction. Rat name: white mouse, a variant of the mouse rat. S*X, female. Age: 11 months. Why am I seeing this? Zhou Wen turned his head to look at Lin Jiai, who had her back to him, and the scene he had seen before reappeared in front of him. Name: Lin Jiai. Gender: female. Age: 24. Occupation: biology student. Physical condition: mental condition. He thought of the methods used to observe DNA. His eyes narrowed slightly, and soon, the image before him began to become clearer and clearer. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! In his eyes, Lin Jiai's white lab coat slowly transformed into fibrous tissue, spreading and enlarging. Continuing forward, it became white synthetic fabric. The pores of the synthetic fabric became increasingly larger in front of me, eventually passing through the synthetic fabric and turning into black cotton fabric. Next comes the keratinized layer of the epidermis, the dermis, arteries, veins, hair follicles. Just then, Lin Jiai suddenly turned around and asked, "Zhou Wen, what are you looking at?" Zhou Wen, interrupted, saw the scene disappear before his eyes. Coming to his senses, he rubbed his nose and said, how did you know I was looking at you if you weren't looking at me?" Lin Jiai pointed to the stainless steel frame of the sterile workbench next to her, where Zhou Wen's reflection could be clearly seen. Lin Jiai asked with a grin, "Hey Zhou Wen, you're being so kind to help Shirley with the experiment. You wouldn't be staying here to keep me company, would you?" "Zhou Wen, how could you have such an unrealistic idea?" Since Chu Fangfang left, Lin Jiai probably felt that no one in the lab could threaten her looks anymore, so she has become increasingly unrestrained in her speech. Of course, Lin Jiai is quite good-looking, with a pretty face and a great figure. The altered white lab coat was stretched taut. They're the kind of people who are very realistic, and all they want is a rich, handsome, and successful boyfriend. Moreover, he's too calculating, which makes him somewhat annoying. Lin Jiai said with a smile, "TCH, it's okay if you don't admit it. Fine, let me tell you something. I already have a boyfriend, so it's too late for you to pursue me now." Zhou Wen turned around and snapped the white mouse's neck, disemboweling it as he laughed. "Congratulations on finding a partner. Tell me, what's the other person like?" "He's from our school too, a year younger than me, a local from Jiangzhou, and he studies computer science." While Lin Jiai was speaking, Zhou Wen's attention was mostly on the mouse in his hand. He discovered that when he extracted bone marrow from the thighs of white mice, he could already see the DNA strands. This makes things much easier. He can now see more clearly what problems might arise during the DNA extraction process. He soon discovered that a significant amount of DNA fragments were lost during the rinsing process with the hypotonic solution. I wonder if it's caused by low osmotic concentration? Fortunately, it doesn't affect gene extraction. We'll study the concentration issue later. The next step is counterweight centrifugation. Zhou Wen conducted centrifugation tests on each plant individually. He quickly found the reason for the failure of Group B's extraction. The problem was in the DNA extraction process. This is a common mistake for beginners. Other factors such as temperature control, time control, and technique can also affect the number of DNA strands extracted and the success rate. Normally, there's nothing that can be done about it. There's a difference between left-handed and right-handed extraction. Centrifuging for even a second longer or shorter can cause it to fail. Temperature fluctuations can also have a significant impact. Because DNA is invisible and intangible to the naked eye, novices can only discover potential problems through repeated experiments. This is what is commonly referred to as relying on experience. However, now that Zhou Wen has the eye of true sight, he can directly see DNA, and the result is completely different. He skipped the process of accumulating experience and went straight to becoming a top expert. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was already 5:30 p.m. Lin Jiai stood up, stretched, rubbed the back of her neck, and walked over to Zhou Wen, saying, "Hey Zhou Wen, want to go eat together?" Zhou Wen, who was mixing the adhesive, said without looking up, "You go ahead, I'll be done here soon." Lin Jiai didn't notice that there was a layer of dead mice piled up in the waste bin next to her. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'm leaving now." The electrophoresis analysis wasn't completed until 7:30 p.m. After comparison, it was found that Group A was successfully extracted, while Group B, unsurprisingly, had seriously unreasonable data, indicating that the extraction had indeed failed. Zhou Wen looked at the data charts and couldn't help but smile. The task required 6 gene fragments, but he extracted a total of 8 in the afternoon. Electrophoresis analysis yielded 3 finished products. Electron microscopy revealed 1 finished product, and the remaining 4 were identified by the naked eye. Just then, a soft voice rang in my ears, as pleasant as a voice actor's. "The task requirements have been met. Would you like to submit the task immediately?" After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Wen was overjoyed and immediately opened the pharmacist system. A prompt box appeared on the blue properties panel, asking, "Do you want to submit the task immediately?" Yes/no. Zhou Wen selected yes. Ding. Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 100 subject experience points and 200 points. After the experience points are distributed, another prompt appears. Do you want to open the chest now? Yes/no. Zhou Wen's initial slight excitement turned into exhilaration as the unboxing notification popped up. God help me. Please give me 1 million. No, 10,000 will do. If that's not possible, 1,000 will do too. He is really short of money right now. All he has left is 100 yuan. Today is only March 19th, so I need to hold on to this 100 yuan until the beginning of next month. Actually, he had 2,000 yuan on him when he came to school after the new year. As a result, I accidentally dropped and broke my phone. I spent 1,000 yuan to buy a used 7P from a junior, then recharged my meal card with 600 yuan, bought some odds and ends, and only had 100 yuan left. Zhou Wen silently prayed, then selected yes. As soon as I made my selection, a dark wooden treasure chest with intricate patterns popped up in front of me, and an ancient key floated beside it. It's actually quite convincing. Zhou Wen rubbed his hands excitedly, then muttered, "May all the lucky ones be blessed, and may all the unlucky ones stay away." Open. As soon as the words were spoken, the key that had been floating next to the treasure chest automatically inserted into the chest's keyhole. After spinning around once, the treasure chest slowly opened, revealing an object gleaming with white light. Before Zhou Wen could even see what it was, a notification popped up in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he saw, "Congratulations, you have obtained 10 biological N99 masks." Chapter 005. Congratulations. You have received 10 biological N99 masks. I asterisk and %UN hashtag at Zhou Wen, whose mind was still filled with fantasies of cash, luxury cars, and even alien black technology, almost vomited blood when he saw the words in the prompt box. After all that fuss, they actually produced 1 mask. Oh wait, 10 masks. 3 MN95 masks with breathing valves are only 5 yuan each online. Let's say these biological N99 masks cost 10 yuan each. 10 of them would only cost 100 yuan. The key question is, who are we going to sell this to? Zhou Wen was extremely depressed. Oh well, a mask is fine. At least it's something the system gave me. Zhou Wen consoled himself. Then another question popped into his head. Where's my mask? Zhou Wen switched to the personal attributes panel. Looking through it from top to bottom, I noticed that several personal attributes had changed, such as the experience points for True Sight becoming 17/1000. It seems that using True Sight will increase experience points. In addition, the subject experience level increased from 0 to 100. The item slot that was originally 0 has now become 1. Upon opening the box, I saw the face mask that I had just opened, lying quietly in the first compartment of the first row. As my gaze swept over the package, I saw 10 biological N99 masks displayed, along with usage instructions. Use within 24 hours after opening, after which it will automatically expire. I wonder if it's possible to take it out. After studying it for a while, Zhou Wen quickly discovered that as long as he thought about the biological N99 mask in his inventory, he could take the mask out. Meanwhile, if you think about putting it back in your mind, the mask can be put back into your inventory. After trying it several times, Zhou Wen imagined in his mind, I need to take a biological N99 mask from my inventory. The next second, Zhou Wen felt a slight weight in his hand as a perfectly sealed N99 mask appeared in his palm. This biotype mask looks similar to the N90 and N95 masks sold in pharmacies. Even the nose bridge strip is exactly the same. Zhou Wen tore open the transparent outer packaging, took it out, and looked at it from all angles. This mask was exactly the same as the one sold in the pharmacy. He pulled on it and found that even the elastic bands were the same. He strongly suspected that the system had randomly picked up a few masks from a pharmacy and given them to him as prizes. Never mind, it's free anyway. While comforting himself, Zhou Wen started wearing a mask. After all, it was a gift from the system, so he had to try it out, right? However, he soon realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. As soon as he put on the mask, it automatically adjusted its position and then fit snugly against his face without any discomfort, just like a part of his body. It was amazing. Moreover, his breathing was not hindered by wearing a mask. On the contrary, it became more natural and smooth, and the air was fresher, as if he were in nature, surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, a refreshing and natural atmosphere. Inhale, exhale, exhale. Zhou Wen took a deep breath in and out, without the slightest problem. For the first time, he discovered that he actually enjoyed breathing air. Holy crap, this mask is amazing. Zhou Wen apologized for his earlier remarks, saying that even if someone offered him 100 yuan for a single mask, he would not sell it. After studying the face mask for a while, Zhou Wen also started examining the inventory. He wanted to see if he could put real-world items into his inventory. Unfortunately, this idea was quickly shattered, as real-world items could not be placed inside. I wonder if it will be possible to include it in future system upgrades? Just then, my stomach started growling loudly. I checked the time, and it was already 7 o'clock. He packed the extracted mouse DNA into styrofoam boxes, tidied up the workbench, and then left the lab with the experimental waste. When I arrived at the canteen, the gate was already closed, so I had to ride my bicycle to the night market stall outside the west gate and eat a bowl of knife-cut noodles. After filling my stomach and lighting a cigarette, I leisurely rode back to my dormitory along the starlit campus path. This is the main campus of Jiangzhou University, which boasts the most beautiful scenery among all campuses. The buildings are full of features from the Republican era, and the large lawn and clock tower are popular photo backdrops for both students and visitors. Moreover, it is very close to Pingjiang Road, the most artistic street in Jiangzhou, the famous Guanqian Street, the humble administrator's garden, and the Jiangzhou Museum, making it very convenient to visit these places. Of course, there are good and bad aspects. Because it is the old campus, the teaching facilities at the main campus are much worse than those at the new campus. All the dormitories at the new campus are 4-person rooms with bookshelves, air conditioning, private bathrooms, and private water heaters. In addition, there are water taps downstairs in the dormitory buildings. Some of the dormitories on the main campus don't even have private bathrooms. You have to go to a public bathroom to shower and wash up, and you have to go to the hot water room outside the dormitory to get hot water. Like his dormitory, it still doesn't have an air conditioner installed. Can you believe it? In the summer, the dormitory is like a sauna. When they arrived at the dormitory, Lu Ruiqing, the veterinarian, and Chun Ziyuan, the civil engineer, were huddled in bed playing games on their phones. The other two, Zhang Wei, the IT guy, and Lu Yuquan, the customs broker, were not there. There are now 5 people in their dorm, including him, 4 of whom have changed their majors. Zhou Wen first used True Sight on Chen Ziyuan. Sure enough, almost identical data appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Ziyuan. Gender, male. Age, 25. Occupation, student. Physical condition, mental condition. Zhou Wen withdrew his true sight and asked curiously, "Hey, sister-in-law, why are you back? Didn't you say the company provides accommodation?" Chen Ziyuan has a lively personality and is also quite flirtatious, so everyone calls him Sa Ji, meaning flirtatious Ji. Over time, he gradually became known as sister-in-law. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. Nothing's more fun than. Chen Ziyuan said without looking up, "Don't mention accommodation to me. I'll get angry with anyone who mentions accommodation to me again." Zhou Wen laughed and asked, "What's wrong with him?" On the bed diagonally opposite, Lu Ruiqing, nicknamed Dear Girl, who had a somewhat effeminate manner, chuckled and said, "His dormitory is on a construction site in the countryside of Jiangbei, a tin shed that lets in drafts from all sides." "Oh, no wonder." Zhou Wen chuckled. "But you're working on site. If you're not staying in the construction site's makeshift shelter, do you expect to stay in a hotel?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyuan got excited, sat up, and said while playing the game, "Whether it's a hotel or not doesn't matter. The key is that there's no place to go within 2 kilometers, and you have to travel 3 or 4 kilometers to buy something." "That's fine, but the plan is to build a riverside new city. The construction drawings have been out for over a year, and there's still no progress. There isn't even a single container house with air conditioning installed on the construction site. It's just a huge wasteland. The labor and management team strongly suspect that they are trying to trick me into going to the construction site." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen burst into laughter. The three chatted for a while, but Chen Ziyuan quickly steered the conversation back to women. "Hey, let me tell you, although this company isn't great, the receptionist is really pretty, especially her figure." As he spoke, Chen Ziyuan gestured with his hands and clicked his tongue, saying, "You know what an S shape is, right? It's so sexy, it's irresistible. Zhou Wen, I've already gotten her WeChat ID for you. Just start flirting with her." "Zhou Wen, what does your flirting have to do with me?" Chen Ziyuan chuckled and said, "Who told you to be a single dog? Your dads are just concerned about you. By the way, I told her that you are very handsome, and girls often mistake you for Daniel Wu when you walk on the street. You are also a biology student at Jiangzhou University, and you are in contact with small animals every day. You are very loving and a true healing type male god. Most importantly, you're still a naive, innocent virgin." Lu Ruiqing, with her fingers delicately poised, chuckled and said, "What you've said makes me want to marry Zhou Wen." "Huh." Zhou Wen shivered, rubbed off non-existent goosebumps, and said, "Hey, why do you two beasts keep picking on me? What's it to you if I'm single?" Chen Zixin lewdly said, "It doesn't bother me. I'm mainly worried about Lunyang. I'm afraid that one day you'll be so hungry that you'll ravage him in the middle of the night." Dear Mother deliberately used a high-pitched, coquettish voice. "Oh dear, sister-in-law, you're so mean, I can't be bothered with you two sluts." Zhou Wen laughed and cursed, then went to the public restroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He was exhausted today, especially with the system-related issues, which kept him quite excited. Now that he's relaxed, he feels weak and sore all over. After cleaning myself up and getting into bed, I took out my phone and checked the time. It was already 9:35. I opened the system page and looked at it for a while, then slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 006. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and the cool breeze became warm as the sun rose higher. Couples stroll along the tree-lined avenues of the campus, whispering sweet nothings to each other, exuding the breath of spring. The single people caught in the middle kept a straight face, but their eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred that you won't have a good ending. Wearing a biomask, Zhou Wen arrived at the laboratory building. He had originally planned to go to the library to AFK today, but he was still a little worried that the mutated aphid from yesterday might be carrying a virus, so he decided to come over for an electron microscope examination and a blood test as well. While changing into my lab coat in the changing room, I accidentally activated my true sight and saw that my clothes were covered in bacteria, especially the cuffs and collar, which were densely packed with them. And when he picked up the clothes, those bacteria also got on his hands. Holy crap! Zhou Wen jolted and threw away the lab coat. He then quickly put away the eye of true sight. Although I know that these bacteria live in symbiosis with the human body and are not harmful, it is still disgusting to see them crawling all over my body. Zhou Wen warned himself that he could no longer open his true sight eyes carelessly, or he would not be able to live a normal life. However, the lab coat on the ground was no longer usable. It would have been one thing if he hadn't known it was covered in bacteria, but knowing it, and then trying to rip it off would have been too much for him to bear. Fortunately, I had a spare set of clothes, which I had just washed a few days ago, and I brought it over to change into. This time he learned his lesson and didn't dare to look at how many bacteria were on the washed and dried lab coat. After changing, he went straight into the lab. Out of sight, out of mind. When I got to the lab, I took my temperature first. Body surface temperature, 36.5 degrees Celsius. Oral cavity, 37.1 degrees Celsius. Normal. Next, we will sterilize the experimental equipment. This is the first thing I do every day after entering the lab. After working for more than an hour, we finally put the experimental instruments that needed to be sterilized at high temperatures into the sterilizer. Just then Shirley arrived. Seeing Zhou Wen there, he asked in surprise, "Oh, what brings you here today?" Zhou Wen smiled and said, "I didn't do the experiment yesterday, and I was feeling uneasy after I got back, so I came here today to make up for it." Before he could ask any more questions, Zhou Wen chuckled and asked, "How was yesterday? How far have we progressed?" Shirley smiled sheepishly and remained silent. Gossip is a universal human trait, and Zhou Wen was no exception. Seeing that Shirley was unwilling to talk about it, he tentatively asked, "Like the blind men and the elephant? Or was he intubated?" Under the relentless bombardment of those sluts in the dorm, Zhou Wen, though still physically pure, had his mind completely corrupted, and his speech became lewd and suggestive. Shirley said embarrassedly, "No. Lan is very shy, not as exaggerated as you described. We just watched a movie and had dinner together. And we even kissed." "Damn, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a kiss." Zhou Wen was speechless. A shy senior girl. How can you believe that? So you just took her home after dinner? Shirley nodded. Zhou Wen, since she was willing to go to the movies with you, she must have brought her ID card, and you actually sent her back. Shirley asked in confusion, "Why do I need to bring my ID to the movies?" Zhou Wen, sometimes they check ID cards at movie theaters. Oh, Shirley rarely went to the movies and didn't know much about them, so he thought Zhou Wen was telling the truth. Shirley chuckled and checked the mouse DNA in the sterile chamber, then asked in surprise, "Huh, you made 8 strains." Although theoretically 4 to 8 DNA strains can be extracted from a white mouse, it is usually 4 strains. More than that can easily lead to DNA extraction failure, which is why Shirley was somewhat surprised. Zhou Wen casually replied, "Yeah, I was bored yesterday, so I did a few more experiments." Shirley glanced through the glass window at the white rat cages in the next room. One of the cages was empty. "You did the electron microscopy observations?" Zhou Wen hummed in agreement, always failing. Shirley nodded in understanding. For undergraduates just starting out with mouse DNA extraction, the failure rate is very high, especially with electron microscopy. Temperature, time, and technique all greatly affect the success rate. Shirley sealed the DNA box and said, "I'm going to deliver the goods. When Lin Jiai arrives, have her do 6 more DNA tests." Zhou Wen nodded. "Okay, I understand." At 10 o'clock, Lin Jiai arrived. The sterilization was completed at just the right moment. Seeing Zhou Wen there, Lin Jiai's face lit up with surprise. She walked over and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Zhou Wen, can I talk to you about something?" Zhou Wen took the mutated aphid carcass that had been frozen yesterday from the freezer and said as he walked, "Want me to do some work for you?" "Shirley told you." Lin Jiai chuckled. "I had something come up today and didn't have time to do it, so please help me." "Zhou Wen, what's up? Going on a date with your boyfriend?" Lin Jiai bit her lip, feigning a pitiful expression, and said, "Yeah, please." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen immediately intended to refuse. She spends romantic evenings with her boyfriend at Hanting and Rujia hotels, while he helps her with experiments that he's insane. Just then, a ding sounded in her ear, followed by a pleasant, gentle notification tone, just like when she completed the task last night. Ding. A request from Lin Jiai. "Do you accept?" Zhou Wen summoned the system, and a prompt box popped up in front of him. Task: help Lin Jiai complete the extraction of DNA from 6 white mice. Rewards: 200 subject experience points, 300 points, and 1 chance to open a chest. Wood. Do you accept this? Zhou Wen was puzzled when he saw the reward. Huh? This task is exactly the same as yesterday's, so why are the rewards and points so much more? Could it be the difference between active and passive tasks? Yesterday's task was proactively issued by the system, so the experience points were relatively low. Today's task was triggered passively by him, so the system gave him more experience points. Zhou Wen thought to himself, could this be a bug? If I actively trigger the task, will the system give me a higher score? I'll give it a try when I have the chance. Seeing that Zhou Wen remained silent for a long time, Lin Jiai said in a coquettish voice, Zhou Wen, please. Zhou Wen snapped out of his daze and said with a reluctant expression, okay then. Thank you. Zhou Wen. Lin Jiai jumped up happily, wishing she could give Zhou Wen a sweet kiss as a reward. Of course, that's impossible. After offering a verbal thank you, Lin Jiai ran off. Here, Zhou Wen put aside the image of Lin Jiai making love with her boyfriend that night and focused on doing the virus test. The mutated aphid carcasses were removed from the ultra-low temperature freezer, ground and crushed, and then extracted and centrifuged. All 4 samples were scanned by True Vision and no abnormalities were found. However, he was still not at ease, so he prepared 2 samples for electrophoresis analysis at the same time, and 2 more for electron microscopy observation. Just then, Shirley brought over his packed lunch. We're out for dinner. Wait, where's Lin Jiai? I went on a date with my boyfriend. Why does she always dump her own work on you? It's okay. I'm just killing time anyway. The 2 left the laboratory while talking. After washing his hands at the sink by the door, Shirley sat down in the office across the hall. He opened the 3 or 4 takeout containers one by one. There was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork, fish head with chopped chili peppers, and a corn and pork rib soup. Zhou Wen exclaimed upon seeing it. Wow, this is so lavish. Did you find money on the ground? Shirley smiled and said, you helped with the experiment yesterday, so I'm rewarding you today. Why are you being so polite? Zhou Wen said, picking up his chopsticks and starting to shovel rice into his mouth. After eating for a while, Shirley asked, what are your plans after graduation? Zhou Wen smiled and said, I don't know yet. What about you? My boss recommended a biopharmaceutical company, Synopsis, to me, but I haven't received an offer from them yet. After Shirley finished speaking, he sighed and added, but even if I get accepted, it's not very meaningful. There's a senior student over there who told me that after paying the social insurance and housing fund, I only get about 4,000 yuan a month. Around 4,000 yuan in Shanghai. Zhou Wen was speechless for a moment. If it weren't for the pharmacist system, he estimated that he would be just like Shirley now, worrying about the future. After lunch, Zhou Wen plunged back into the lab. Chapter 007. Shirley offered to help, but Zhou Wen refused. He insisted on getting rid of him, arguing that it was inappropriate for him to help with the work he had already taken on. Shirley couldn't fully utilize his abilities here. After preparing the gel, we began electrophoretic analysis. To prevent errors, he strictly followed the operating procedures at every step, including operating on ice, and striving for perfection in temperature, time, and technique. At the same time, he kept his true sight eyes open at all times to prevent bacterial contamination. After the electrophoresis machine is turned on, turn back to extract the sample, place it on a glass slide, and observe it under an electron microscope. After observation, no suspicious viruses were found in the sample tissue of the mutant aphids. Although Zhou Wen was convinced that he had not been poisoned, he was still just afraid of the worst-case scenario. He still insisted on having a blood test done, and the results, unsurprisingly, showed that he was perfectly healthy, both under an electron microscope and with a true eye. Very nice. Zhou Wen was very happy. The last bit of resentment in my heart completely disappeared. Next, we will begin the DNA extraction process. The skilled dissection of the white mouse, extraction of bone marrow, rinsing, weighting, centrifugation, and extraction were all completed in one smooth motion. Moreover, the extraction dose is not 4 strains, but 7 strains, which is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary biological organisms. Next, we will begin electron microscopy observation. In theory, there is no need to perform electron microscopy because the True Vision system has already shown that the DNA extraction was successful. However, the system did not indicate that the task was completed, which means that the electron microscopy observation step cannot be omitted. The DNA process involves staining, centrifugation, extraction, pipetting, adding fixative, centrifugation again, and adding fixative again. The purpose of the fixative is to fix the DNA and prevent it from decomposing after centrifugation. Finally, the sample was extracted onto a glass slide and placed on a stage for electron microscopy. Perfect. When the mission completion notification sounded in his ear, Zhou Wen smiled happily. He glanced at the timer. The whole process took only 2 hours, which was incredibly fast. If Shirley and the others knew, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets in astonishment. Just as I was about to open the task panel, Professor Wang Huiyao, the mentor who was always elusive, walked in through the door. Wang Huiyao was in his 50s, tall, fair-skinned, and beardless. He wore a suit and tie, and strangers would have mistaken him for a business elite. Seeing that Zhou Wen was the only person in the lab, Wang Huiyao asked in surprise, "Why are you alone? Where are the other people?" Zhou Wen said, "Shirley and Lin Jiai just left. No one else came." Wang Huiyao nodded without saying anything more. It's common knowledge that biology has no future, and he understands students' reluctance to waste their limited energy in laboratories with no technical content, so he can't really criticize them. His gaze swept around the laboratory once, and then he prepared to leave. He came to find Shirley, but since Shirley wasn't there was no need for him to stay any longer. But just then, Wang Huiyao noticed the slide on the electron microscope stage, pointed at it, and said, "You tested this?" Zhou Wen nodded, scratched his head, and said, "Yes, Professor Wang." Wang Huiyao didn't mention the rule that beginners are strictly prohibited from operating electron microscopes. Instead, he asked, "How's your learning going?" Wang Huiyao asked casually. For an undergraduate like Zhou Wen who had only recently joined the lab, it was already quite good that he could do electrophoresis analysis well. Expecting him to do electron microscopy observation was really asking too much of him. It's not that electron microscopy itself is difficult, but rather the preceding procedures, such as extraction, staining, centrifugation, etc., each of which can easily lead to extraction failure. However, to Wang Huiyao's surprise, Zhou Wen pointed to the 6 DNA samples next to him and said, "I've almost learned them all. These have all been observed under an electron microscope." "Oh." Wang Huiyao was somewhat surprised and also slightly astonished. "You did all of this?" "Yes, Professor Wang." Wang Huiyao looked around before remembering that Shirley and the others weren't in the lab. "Your name is Zhou Wen, right?" Wang Huiyao nodded slightly, but he still didn't quite believe it. He had mentored so many undergraduate interns, and very few of them could do electron microscopy observation well at the undergraduate level. He walked over to the electron microscope and looked at it first. After confirming that the electron microscope was not damaged, I looked at the slide on the stage and asked, "How long did it take?" Zhou Wen glanced at the wall clock and realized it was already 6:30. About 10 hours. Zhou Wen deliberately made the time seem longer. Wang Huiyao was unaware that the 6 DNA samples were extracted from the bone marrow of the same white mouse. In his understanding, there were at least 2 or more groups. In other words, under ideal conditions, a group of people spends an average of 5 hours. For an undergraduate student, this is already very, very good, even excellent. Wang Huiyao sat down in front of the electron microscope, adjusted the lens, and began to observe. A few seconds later, a slight look of surprise appeared on Wang Huiyao's face. The DNA structure on the glass slide is clearly visible. Wang Huiyao looked up, a smile appearing on his face, and praised, "Well done." Zhou Wen humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the excellent teaching of team leader Shirley and the others." Wang Huiyao carefully examined him. He's quite tall and handsome, especially with a commanding presence in his eyes, exuding a confidence rarely seen in modern young people. Wang Huiyao stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and asked with a smile, "I remember you haven't taken the postgraduate entrance exam yet. How about it? Are you interested in applying to my graduate program?" Zhou Wen looked embarrassed. If it were another major, being invited in person by a professor would be an immense honor. But living things. Domestic graduate students can only do some relatively difficult imitation experiments and help their supervisors with some very low-level things. The same is true for doctoral students. They will never conduct independent experiments. Pursuing a graduate degree is basically a waste of time. To put it bluntly, they are cheap labor for their supervisors. While things are better abroad in this respect, the improvement is still limited. This is because it is caused by the biological environment. Biology is a research-based science. It requires not only to understand all the basic knowledge of current biological sciences, but also to understand all the knowledge in the research direction before innovation can be achieved. This is just too difficult. Seeing the expression on Zhou Wen's face, Wang Huiyao understood what he meant. He didn't say anything, but after his smile faded, he nodded and left. Although he appreciates talent, he wouldn't stoop to the level of fawning over someone who doesn't appreciate it. Zhou Wen also let out a sigh of relief, which was embarrassing but also a helpless move. Compared to pursuing a master's degree, he would prefer to work as a lab technician in a research center or a large laboratory, where he could learn more and conduct pharmaceutical experiments as soon as possible. After standing still for a while and considering what would happen next, Zhou Wen thought of the mission and immediately summoned the system. The prompt on the properties page is still there. Do you want to submit the task immediately? Yes/no. Select yes. Ding. Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 200 subject experience points and 300 points. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Upon seeing the message in the notification box, Zhou Wen became excited again, muttering, "Please, God, just give me 1,000 yuan, or anything of value, I don't care." He was so poor he was about to sell his blood. Prices are ridiculously high these days. Even a simple fried rice with egg costs 10 yuan. I don't dare order takeout because of the delivery fee. He didn't even dare to look at fruit, afraid that he would shed tears of poverty. With immense anticipation, Zhou Wen chose yes. A dark, wooden treasure chest with intricate patterns popped out, and an ancient key still floated beside it. Silently recite the word "open" in your mind. Insert the key into the keyhole, turn it, and the box opens, revealing a spherical object that shines with a crimson hue. Before he could even see what it was, just like last night, a pop-up notification appeared. Congratulations! You have received 10 pure, natural, and pollution-free apples. Chapter 008. Congratulations! You have received 10 pure, natural, and pollution-free apples. Zhou Wen. Asterisk and %U and hashtag at %. What the hell is this? Opening an Apple logo. He said he couldn't afford fruit, but that doesn't mean he actually wanted to eat apples. He still wants money. Why don't you give him 100,000 or 200,000? He discovered that the system was purely designed to annoy him. But since it's already been opened, there's no way to back out now. He already tried it last night. This system doesn't have customer service. Returning to his personal attributes panel, he found his inventory, where his pure, natural, and pollution-free apples were quietly lying in the second slot of the first row. My gaze swept over the apples. 10 apples. Please consume within 24 hours of taking them out. Thinking about the special effects of the mask yesterday, Zhou Wen felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe this alien apple had some special effects, such as making one feel as light as a swallow, walking as fast as the wind, or prolonging life. Thinking of this, he immediately washed his hands and then took an apple from his inventory. This all-natural apple is very small, only 1/3 the size of a normal Fuji apple. A person with a big mouth could probably swallow it in one bite. I brought it to my nose and smelled it. It also has a fresh fragrance. He took a bite, then held it in his mouth for 2 seconds, smiling as he waited for the rich, irresistible sweetness of the alien apple to explode in his mouth. Hiss. 3 seconds later, Zhou Wen's expression twisted, and the veins on his neck bulged out, as if he had swallowed half a lemon. Even just looking at him made your teeth ache and your mouth water. Damn it! Zhou Wen cursed, then lowered his head and spat out. This apple was so sour it was unbearable. He had never eaten such a sour apple in his life. Unboxing an apple is one thing, but to be so sour about it. Are you kidding me? Zhou Wen was so angry that he prepared to throw away the apple in his hand. But then he sensed something was wrong. I've been busy all afternoon and haven't had dinner yet, so I'm really tired and hungry. But after eating that tooth-aching alien apple, these negative emotions seem to have lessened a lot. Just like after eating half a bowl of delicious food and taking a rose-hot spring bath, all the negative symptoms were suppressed. making him feel that he could now conduct experiments for several more hours. Zhou Wen looked at the apple in his hand and said in disbelief, "Could it be really the apple's fault?" Feeling the lingering citric acid in his mouth, Zhou Wen unconsciously drooled a drop of saliva from the corner of his mouth. After a moment of internal struggle, I raised my right hand and slowly brought the apple closer to my mouth. Crunch! Zhou Wen took a bite of the apple, and before the citric acid exploded in his mouth, he swallowed it directly without even chewing. However, the juice flowing into his mouth still made his facial expression contort. Hiss! Oh! Zhou Wen covered his face with his left hand, the veins on his temples throbbing with the soreness. About 15 seconds later, the sour lemon taste finally subsided. Zhou Wen rubbed his cheek and carefully experienced the sensation. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that both his mental and physical strength had improved during the extreme period, and he became energetic. Zhou Wen looked down at the half apple in her hand, feeling a mixture of love and resentment. Why make a perfectly good energy apple so sour? It makes him want to eat it, but he doesn't dare to eat too much. In the end, I put the apple in my inventory for now, and I'll take it out to eat later if I get too hungry. I tidied up the lab items quickly and then left. Since he wasn't hungry after eating an apple, Zhou Wen didn't go for dinner. He also wanted to test whether the sour apple could really replenish his energy. Back in the dormitory, besides sister-in-law, Lu Nyang Lu Ruiqing, IT guy Zhang Wei, and customs broker Lu Yuquan were all there, and the three of them were playing a puzzle game. A straight, can't beat it, three of a kind with a single card, a royal flush. Wearing a blue hoodie and with a chubby build, Zhang Wei tossed aside his cards in a few rounds, then waved and said, "Come on, pay up." Dear girl complained, "Oh, Kuan, you can't leave anyway. Why did you take their cards? Damn it, I told you not to call me Kuan, but you still did." Lu Yuquan, a refined-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, cursed with disgust. Then, taking advantage of the situation, he stood up and said, "I'm not playing anymore. It's no fun with all this complaining." Zhang Wei yelled, "Damn it, if you're not going to play, just pay up." Lu Yuquan chuckled and said, "I don't have any change on me. I'll give it to you later." With that, he picked up the wash basin from the bed and went out. When Lu Nyang saw this, she quickly climbed onto the bed, leaving Zhang Wei sitting there, grumbling. "These two shameless guys, they're cheating on me." Zhou Wen laughed and said, "They keep cheating and you still play along with them. So the problem isn't with them, it's with yourself." Zhang Wei. Upon hearing this, Lu Nyang, who had just picked up her phone, slapped the bed and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That's brilliant." At 9:30 p.m., Chun Ziyuan returned, bringing back several kilograms of spicy crayfish. The group of people who had been lying in bed bragging suddenly jumped up. Delicious, this lobster looks big, but there's actually not much meat on it." Yes, soft-shell shrimp are better. They have more meat, sister-in-law. Where did you go today? You were so kind as to bring us lobsters back. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Zhou Wen woke up. Unlike his previous confusion, he now clearly knows what he wants to do, and the wonderful feeling of hope in his life is simply indescribable. As I got out of bed, Lu Yuquan, who was in the upper bunk next to me, muttered, "Why are you up so early?" "Zhou Wen, let's go for a run." Lu Yuquan didn't say anything, turned over and faced the wall to continue sleeping. After washing up, Zhou Wen went to the playground. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people jogging in the morning. Upon closer observation, it was found that over 90% of those jogging were in good shape, and there were almost no obese or slightly overweight men and women. Just like those short video apps where people show off their breasts, waists, and thighs, it's the same thing that who would show off if they didn't have a good figure? Zhou Wen, who doesn't exercise often, was out of breath after running just 2 laps. I persevered and finished the 3rd lap, then collapsed onto the grass. Holy shit, huff, buff. Zhou Wen gasped for breath for a while. After his breathing calmed down, he wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up, and walked out of the meadow. But after only a few steps, a black shadow rushed towards us on the track with a whoosh. "Ah, get out of the way. Get out of the way." Bang! The two collided. Zhou Wen was only slightly staggered, but the girl who bumped into him cried out and fell onto the rubber track. Zhou Wen steadied himself and saw that it was a beautiful girl wearing a black Nike tracksuit. She had an oval face, big eyes, and skin as white and delicate as a freshly peeled water chestnut. Her long, black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung naturally behind her head. He was lying on his side on the ground. His long legs were long and straight. Zhou Wen apologized. "I'm sorry, classmate. I didn't notice you. Are you all right?" As he spoke, he reached out to pull up his long, straight black hair, and his true sight eye opened at the same time. Name, Su Shuangyu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Occupation, student. Physical condition, mental condition. Don't you even watch where you're going? Su Shuangyu, a girl with long, straight black hair from a prestigious university, asked angrily. Instead of taking Zhou Wen's hand, she struggled to her feet and limped toward the lawn. Zhou Wen walked over and said somewhat awkwardly, "Are you all right?" Su Shuangyu doesn't want to talk at all right now. Her mom nags her every day that she'll turn into a little pig sooner or later, so she got up early today to go for a run, but she got off to a bad start. She was knocked down after just one lap, and she's never running again. I carefully took off the sock on my left foot and found a large, red patch of skin scraped off about 2 inches above my ankle. "Wah, it's broken," Su Shuangyu whimpered. Standing to the side, Zhou Wen saw that the woman with long black hair was crying and felt a little embarrassed. He squatted down and said, "How about I take a look at you? I'm from the medical school." "No need." Su Shuangyu declined Zhou Wen's offer. She herself was in the medical school, so she knew all too well what these boys were up to. They weren't very capable, but they loved to call themselves doctors. After putting on her boat socks, she refused Zhou Wen's outstretched hand and struggled to get up from the ground on her own. Shall I take you to the clinic?" "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Su Shuangyu refused Zhou Wen's offer again and limped towards the infirmary outside the playground. Zhou Wen then activated his true sight and looked at Su Shuangyu's left foot. Having studied human anatomy for over a year, I have a basic understanding of human nerves and blood vessels. Once your gaze passes through the surface of the foot's skin, you quickly see the tendons, ligaments, bones, and arteries. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the soft tissue of the black, long, straight ankle was indeed slightly damaged, but fortunately there was no sign of bruising, so it was not a serious problem. Your foot is probably a soft tissue injury. Go to the clinic and have the doctor apply a warm compress. Avoid strenuous exercise for a week. Chapter 009. Su Shuangyu limped to the clinic. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I suffered an unexpected disaster early in the morning. And you, a grown man, bumped into and injured such a delicate young girl, and you didn't even take her to the clinic, making her walk here by herself. Are you even human? What? I said I didn't want it delivered. You really don't want me to send you anything? This is utterly absurd, a complete mess, and utterly illogical. Su Shuangyu, filled with anger, explained the situation to the doctor at the clinic. After a careful examination, the doctor said thoughtfully, "There's nothing seriously wrong. It's probably just a soft tissue injury. Go home and apply a warm compress. Avoid strenuous exercise for a week. If you're still worried, you can get another x-ray taken." Su Shuangyu first said, "Oh," and then followed with "ah." Why did the doctor's words sound so familiar? It was like she'd heard them somewhere before. Right? She remembered. That's exactly what the boy who bumped into her and injured her said. He was right. Su Shuangyu initially thought Zhou Wen was just making things up, but then she thought angrily, someone this stupid must have just guessed. After watching Su Shuangyu leave, Zhou Wen went to the cafeteria. While eating breakfast, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner the night before, but so far he hadn't felt hungry at all. Moreover, I feel energetic and refreshed when I wake up in the morning. He thought of that tooth-achingly sour apple. Summon your personal attributes panel, and then in the third slot of the first row of your inventory, you'll find the half apple. This is good stuff, Zhou Wen thought to himself, but it's just too sour. After breakfast, Zhou Wen went back to his dorm to get a power bank and earphone charging cable, and then went into the library as soon as it opened. He actually wanted to grind experience in the lab, since idling in the library felt too slow. Unfortunately, they lacked a legitimate reason to act. Shirley and Linjiai are both paid employees. It's fine for them to help out occasionally, but it's impossible to leave the work to them forever. Besides, the lab is really quite quiet. There's so little work to do. What would they do if it were all given to him? Upon reaching the third floor of the library, lean against a bookshelf to summon your attribute panel, and then select Task 3 in the taskbar. As required by the task, he randomly picked up a book from the bookshelf, Pediatric Clinical Pharmacology. At the same time, a pop-up notification box appears on the task page. Task in progress. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds. Reading value, 50. Huh. There's even a reading value indicator. Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise when he saw the explanation in the indicator box, and then changed to a few more books. Pediatric Clinical Pharmacology, reading value 60. Molecules and Cells, reading value 80. Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, a valuable read, 100% worth. Medical Immunology, reading value 100. Cancer Biology, reading value 0. The Selfish Gene, 0 reading value. Zhou Wen discovered that the popular science works by famous authors had relatively low reading value, while the works on basic biological subjects had high reading value. For example, Molecules and Cells is a senior high school textbook published by the People's Education Press, and its reading value is as high as 80%. Why is that? After some consideration, Zhou Wen guessed that basic disciplines might be the cornerstone for exploring the essence of life and have played a driving role in the development of life sciences, hence the high score. Popular science books, on the other hand, only offer one perspective within a particular field, containing subjective insights that may be completely contrary to reality, hence their low system ratings. Zhou Wen selected 2 books, Biochemistry and Molecular Biology and Medical Immunology. I found a seat and sat down, then picked up the biochemistry book as required by the task. After reading for a while, I found that holding the book in both hands for a long time made my wrists a little sore, and it was also inconvenient. He summoned the quest system, clicked on the quest, and saw the message, Quest in progress. Remaining time, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds. Reading value 100. Zhou Wen put down the book in his hand, and the remaining seconds immediately stopped. One hand picked it up, and it throbbed. Put it down, stop it. A touch of the finger, and it throbs. Remove it, stop. After conducting numerous tests, he discovered that as long as his hand touched the book, the task was considered valid. Zhou Wen rested his left hand on the book and casually flipped through it with his right. To be honest, compared to doing experiments, sitting alone in the library reading biochemistry is really tedious and boring. Most of it is about molecular structures and data graphs, which makes me drowsy. Plus, the library was warm and quiet, so I eventually fell asleep. When Zhou Wen woke up, his stomach was growling with hunger. He took out his phone and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. Looking at the task panel, there are 20 hours, 19 minutes, and 47 seconds remaining. Sleeping counts as time, which is great and powerful. Zhou Wen was too lazy to go to the cafeteria, so he lay on his desk and secretly took out half an apple while hiding the camera behind his back. Then, pinching his scalp with his left hand, he stuffed half an apple directly into his mouth. For some reason, a scene from a live stream suddenly popped into my mind. Next, I'll perform for you how to eat a lemon without any expression. He quickly chewed the apple twice and swallowed it with a gulp before the taste buds could even register the sensation in his brain. 2 seconds later, hiss. Oh. Zhou Wen wanted to shove his left hand into his skull, while his right hand rubbed against his cheek, trying to relieve the soreness. 10 seconds later, the lemony sourness finally wore off. Zhou Wen raised his arm and wiped away the tears that welled up in his eyes with his sleeve. Damn it, this is the last time. Anyone who eats this again is inhuman. After satisfying his hunger, Zhou Wen felt much more energetic. Since he had nothing else to do, he took out his phone and power bank, put on his headphones, and started watching the professor's PCR experiment. This is much more lively and interesting than the dry and boring book, and it won't interfere with the mission. Time flies. Zhou Wen didn't leave until 9:30 p.m. Perhaps because of that apple, he wasn't hungry at all, and he had plenty of energy. After thinking about it, I decided to go for a night run on the track. When I returned to the dormitory drenched in sweat, it was already an hour later. The other 4 were all there, each holding a phone, lying on their beds, shouting and playing games. Blue Zero is stealing blue again. Come and catch him. Healer, come back quickly. Someone's coming down the middle lane. Zhou Wen took his clothes and went to take a shower. When he came back, he joined the battle. But after playing just one game, Lu Yuquan suddenly blurted out, "Old Zhang, how's your job search going?" Zhang Wei, who was excitedly pushing the tower, suddenly felt bored after hearing Lu Yuquan's words. He put down his phone and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. He, Chun Ziyuan, and Zhou Wen did not take the postgraduate entrance examination and will soon step into the cruel society. However, he still hasn't found an internship. I was just trying to distract myself by playing a couple of games, but Lu Yuquan's words brought me back to reality. Damn it, Lao Zhang, why did you go AFK? Chun Ziyuan, who was in the middle of a team battle, yelled anxiously when he saw Zhang Wei stop moving. Kuan, you really know how to bring up the wrong thing. Why are you talking about work at a time like this? Dear girl said, he's such an idiot. Zhou Wen, I second that. Lu Yuquan also realized his mistake. I'm sorry, I was an idiot. I was wrong. I apologize. The game ended abruptly. A brief silence fell over the dormitory. About a minute later, Chun Ziyuan's voice rang out in the darkness. Old Zhou, what are you planning to do after graduation? I don't know. How about we get Lao Zhang involved, and the three of us invest together to start a business? What you up to? If you're willing to swallow your pride, let's start by setting up a stall together. Once we've accumulated some capital, we can think of other options, like opening a shop. Saving face isn't worth much. What if we lose money? You'll have to bear all the consequences. So what if we lose money? We can just consider it as gaining experience and start over. There's no such thing as a sure thing in business. Bullshit. You're the one who loses out. Your dad will deposit the rent he collected into your account next month. We're the ones who lose out. Are we going to starve? I forgot to introduce him. Chun Ziyuan is a local of Jiangzhou. His family received 5 apartments as compensation for their demolished property last year, making him a true second-generation demolition beneficiary. The reason they act so carefree and irresponsible all day is because the demolition period is still short and their demeanor hasn't improved yet. Hey Lao Zhou, if you put it that way, we can't have a conversation anymore. Do you think I don't want to work hard? I could say that the developers stifled my dreams of success. Who can understand my pain? My sister-in-law is not only S**************** Y and shameless, but now she's also learned to act pretentious. Sister-in-law, if you keep pretending like this, don't blame us for taking over the land from the rich and distributing it to the poor. Say no more. Tomorrow night, we'll have seafood at Fujilu Restaurant, VIP room 308. My sister-in-law is treating us to a big meal. That's the decision. Damn it. Why do I have to treat again? Chapter 010. When Zhou Wen opened his eyes, he heard the sound of water dripping. Looking up at the window, I saw that it was raining outside. The north wind in March was blowing raindrops that were hitting the glass, making a pitter-patter sound. This kind of weather is perfect for staying in bed. However, Zhou Wen couldn't sleep at all. His mind was filled with thoughts of the mission. I got out of bed feeling refreshed, got dressed, made the bed, and then took my toiletries to brush my teeth and wash my face. After cleaning myself up, I grabbed my phone, power bank, earphones, and umbrella and hurried to the cafeteria. After breakfast, he rushed to the library. He actually wanted to read in his dorm room, so he wouldn't have to get up, but the system flagged it as invalid. The second hand didn't move at all, indicating that the task could only be activated in specific situations and locations. Similar to yesterday, I watched some TV shows in the morning and watched biology experiment videos in the afternoon. At 7:30 p.m., I heard a notification that the task was completed. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 200 subject experience points and 100 points. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Yes. The familiar wooden treasure chest appeared before my eyes, along with that ancient key. Having already been disappointed twice, Zhou Wen has now lowered his standards, silently praying. A cell phone, a watch, an iPad, anything that can be sold for money. Just give me one. I really won't be picky. All right, let's start. The key was inserted into the box, and after being turned, the box slowly opened, revealing a bright yellow parchment. A notification popped up immediately afterward. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 biological pain relief formula. How did this turn into a drug prescription? Upon seeing the notification, Zhou Wen was initially annoyed. He was now obsessed with money. However, he immediately realized that this was produced by the system, and this pain relief formula must be extraordinary. It must have an immediate effect after taking it, and it might even have the effect of stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis. He wanted to take it out to look at the recipe, but a prompt box popped up in front of him. Learning the recipe requires 200 points. Would you like to learn it now? Yes. After making his choice, Zhou Wen immediately felt a new piece of information appear in his mind, and he focused his attention on observing it. Red root, Salvia miltiariza, and water hyacinth. After biological extraction, high-purity DNA is obtained, and natural biological enzymes are added. Zhou Wen carefully read through the information in her mind, her face flushing. According to the formula description, this painkiller is indeed a pure natural biological pharmaceutical formula, containing no chemical agents at all. Moreover, as a biological formula, its primary characteristic is that it has no toxic side effects and can be taken for a long time. This pain-relieving formula is priceless. It's important to know that anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs are often needed in daily life, such as for soft tissue contusion pain, bone hyperplasia pain, joint pain, toothache, menstrual cramps, back pain, and so on. If biological painkillers were available, none of this would be a problem. Great stuff, great stuff. Zhou Wen rubbed his hands excitedly. After the initial excitement, Zhou Wen realized a very real problem. This formula was simply unsellable. To whom should we sell it? How much does it cost? Selling it to a domestic pharmaceutical company? Haha, forget it. Selling to foreign pharmaceutical companies would be a betrayal of my conscience. Another factor is the price. If the treatment truly achieves the desired results, selling it for 100 million US dollars would be a low price. In the pharmaceutical industry, there are 10 rules: 10 years to develop, 1 billion US dollars to develop, and a success rate of less than 10%. In reality, the time required for new drugs to be launched overseas is only longer than 10 years, and the research and development costs are far more than 1 billion US dollars. The problem is that spending $1 billion on research and development doesn't mean that large pharmaceutical companies are willing to spend $1 billion to buy his patented formula. Because of the severe imbalance in status between the two parties, how could he, a student who had not yet graduated and whose family had no power or influence, negotiate with those large pharmaceutical companies? The most likely explanation is that the capital behind those pharmaceutical companies used various connections to force him to hand over the prescription. At most, I'll give him some compensation for emotional distress. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Before achieving a certain social standing, revealing a formula is akin to a child carrying a gleaming gold brick and parading it around, openly telling others, "Come and snatch it. I have no power to resist." Zhou Wen abandoned the idea of selling the formula. He can't sell the formula cheaply just because he's temporarily short of money. He's not that foolish. As for manufacturing and selling it ourselves, that's impossible in the short term. However, we can conduct a clinical trial when the conditions are right. Just then, his stomach started growling with hunger. He calmed his excitement, packed his things, and left the library. The cafeteria must have been closed long ago, no doubt. He ordered a plate of fried noodles from a night market stall outside the west gate, ate it quickly, and then got up to leave. Just then, the father of the fried noodle stall owner, an old man with gray hair who was cleaning up the leftovers at the next table, suddenly collapsed. Ah! Several female students who were eating fried rice noodles screamed in fright. The owner, who was tossing the food in the pan, immediately turned off the gas stove and ran over. "Dad, what's wrong?" Standing to the side, Zhou Wen subconsciously activated his true sight and looked over. Name, Sun Qingye. Gender, male. Age, 68. Occupation, farmer. Physical condition, mental condition. Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes slightly and switched to electron microscope mode. Soon, Sun Qingye's pale face came into view. His gaze continued forward, and as he looked past the jacket, he saw a bottle of isosorbide dinitrate tablets, commonly known as xiaquinin, in Sun Qingye's pocket. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If a patient taking this medication experiences fainting, the consequences can be very serious if they are not treated promptly. Just as Zhou Wen hesitated about whether to go up and help, He heard the system's voice in his ear, saving lives and healing the wounded. Zhou Wen didn't listen to what was said next. Since the system had already made the choice for him, what was there to hesitate about? He walked up to the fried rice noodle stall owner who was holding Sun Qingye and asked, "I'm from the medical department of Jiangdai University. Does your father have any medical history?" As he spoke, he squatted down and touched Sun Qingye's carotid artery with his hand, but could barely feel the pulse. The fried noodle stall owner, who was already terrified and at a loss, stammered, My dad has angina. He just took some heart pain reliever." "Have you already eaten?" "How many pieces did you eat?" "Both tablets, taken as prescribed by the doctor." "Take it as prescribed by the doctor?" Zhou Wen frowned, quickly searching his memory for relevant information. If you take your angina medication on time, you generally won't experience this kind of sudden fainting, unless... Zhou Wen recalled the records in the pharmacology book that compared to quick-acting heart pills and nitroglycerin. Isosorbide dinitrate has greater individual variability and can sometimes cause obvious side effects such as headaches and low blood pressure after use. Furthermore, as the functions of various organs decline in the elderly, their nerve regulation function weakens and their physical condition becomes frail. Standing for long periods of time can exacerbate the onset of side effects. Your father is likely suffering from cerebral hypoxia due to low blood pressure. Quickly lay him down flat to ensure adequate blood supply to his brain. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, push back and don't crowd around here." This is when the night market stalls are at their busiest, with crowds of onlookers forming 3 or 4 deep, many of them taking photos with their phones. "Stop filming. Stop filming. Step back. Hey, don't push, don't push. There's a patient inside. Everyone step back." Surrounded in the middle, Zhou Wen, disregarding the oil stains and garbage covering the floor tiles, knelt down and, together with the fried noodle stall owner, carefully laid his father, Sun Qingye, flat on the ground. Then quickly unbutton his collar and press and rub his philtrum with your thumb. About 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen touched Sun Qingye's carotid artery again, but there was still no improvement. He immediately performed chest compressions according to the emergency cardiopulmonary resuscitation method recorded in the book. After pressing down 5 or 6 times to open the airway, Zhou Wen reached out and pinched Sun Qingye's chin to perform artificial respiration. After 2 mouth-to-mouth breaths, continue pressing. On the 3rd attempt, Sun Qingye, who was barely breathing, coughed once and resumed breathing on his own. Zhou Wen called out, "Quickly, bring some water over." "Here you go." A hand reached out from the crowd, holding a freshly opened bottle of mineral water. Zhou Wen gently lifted Sun Qingye's head and fed him a sip of water. After seeing his throat move, I fed him another bite. Sun Qingye slowly opened his eyes and asked blankly, What happened to me?" A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Chapter 011. After confirming that Sun Qingye was not in immediate danger, Zhou Wen briefly spoke with the fried noodle stall owner, telling him not to move his father and to wait for the ambulance to arrive. Without waiting for the boss's gratitude, he got up and left. "Wait a minute," the fried noodle stall owner called out from behind. Seeing Zhou Wen disappear into the crowd without looking back, he could only shout, "Thank you." 10 minutes later, the sound of an ambulance could be heard in the distance. Once on the ambulance, the paramedics gave a brief diagnosis and said, "It's likely a case of cerebral hypoxia causing unconsciousness due to low blood pressure. This is extremely dangerous. If cerebral hypoxia persists for a certain period, even if the patient is resuscitated, there's a high probability they'll become a vegetative state." Sun Qingye and his son were filled with lingering fear after hearing what the doctor said. "Fortunately, I met a benefactor today, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Medical school, girls' dormitory building. Su Shuangyu, who had injured her foot, was cursing Zhou Wen in her dormitory, wishing him a lifetime of single life. No seasoning packets when buying instant noodles, no pull tabs when buying cans, no straws when buying milk tea. Isn't being a forever single dog too cruel? Forget it. Let's just curse him to never have a girlfriend until he's 25. Su Shuangyu rested her chin on her hand, leaning on the computer desk, scrolling through her WeChat moments on her phone, and thought to herself. She then sighed in frustration. She had planned to go on a picnic with her classmates this weekend, but now she had to stay at home and couldn't go anywhere. It's all that guy's fault, if it weren't for him. Before Su Xuanyu could finish speaking, she saw a video that had just been uploaded to her WeChat Moments. The figure that flashed by above seemed familiar to her. She immediately sat up straight, opened the video, and after watching it for only a couple of seconds, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's him." Although the boy in the video was only shown in profile, she recognized him at a glance as the person who had hit her yesterday. However, he was kneeling on the ground, performing CPR on an elderly man, surrounded by a sea of heads and a cacophony of voices. Because it was a short video, I didn't see the ending, but the video title read, "Jiangxi University medical students act bravely to save an elderly person." Su Xuanyu opened the class group chat, and as expected, someone had already uploaded a video. The class group, which was usually quiet, suddenly became lively, like a few drops of water falling into a hot oil pan, with everyone expressing their opinions. This first aid technique looks amateurish. I also think it looks a bit amateurish, not like something from the medical school, right? I don't think so. Although the first aid techniques looked a bit amateurish, the treatment method was very professional, indicating a strong foundation in pharmacology. Su Xuanyu read through her classmates' comments, then watched the video again, and finally wrinkled her cute little nose and said, "I'll let it go this time since you saved someone." Although the video wasn't very clear because it was nighttime, people who knew him well could still recognize Zhou Wen. When he returned upstairs after taking a shower, people on the same floor who knew him greeted him. "Hey Lao Zhou, you were the one who saved someone at the night market, right? That's awesome. When did you learn that skill?" "Haha. The medical school was looking for you everywhere, but it turns out you're from our School of Life Sciences." "Old Zhou, could you sign this for me?" "Go win." To be honest, Zhou Wen also quite enjoyed being watched. They were all young people, and who wouldn't want to be admired by their peers? It's just that most people don't have the opportunity or the ability to do so. As Zhou Wen returned to his dorm room amidst shouts of "awesome" from the crowd, the other bastards surrounded him. After that, Zhou Wen's dormitory was almost constantly in an uproar. People in the same building, whether they knew him or not, all came over to greet him. The noise lasted for more than an hour before gradually subsiding. While the others were playing games, he summoned the system and submitted the task. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 200 subject experience points and 300 points. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Yes. The familiar treasure chest reappeared before their eyes. And then, as Zhou Wen silently prayed, a thick stack of red banknotes slowly rose from the chest, its shape clearly indicating that it was RMB. 10,000 yuan. Zhou Wen was so excited, he almost jumped out of bed. Had the system finally heard his call? Congratulations. You have won 100 renminbi. Zhou Wen WTF. Why make it so thick for just $100? It made him excited for nothing. Oh well, at least I got 100. I should be content. Zhou Wen comforted himself, then opened his inventory to take the money out. To his surprise, a pop-up message appeared, asking him to choose a withdrawal method: cash, Alipay, WeChat, or bank card. He chose Alipay for the payment. After waiting for 3 seconds, Alipay sent a notification that the money had arrived. I opened it and checked the balance, 176.31. Finally, I've recovered some of my losses, and Zhou Wen is finally at ease. Although it's only 100 yuan, the fact that they offered money means there will be other opportunities in the future. Keep up the good work, young man. When Zhou Wen went to the cafeteria after exercising in the morning, people he knew and didn't know would stare at him on the way. Zhou Wen had become quite composed at this point, even telling himself, "This is just a minor incident. On the road to awesomeness, I will rise all the way." After having lunch, I rushed into the library as soon as it opened. I didn't leave until the library closed at night. The story of Zhou Wen saving people only circulated among the students and did not receive attention from the news media, so by the time he returned home that evening, no one was paying attention to him anymore. With the development of information technology, all kinds of information on the internet attract their attention every day. Games and Japanese teachers fill their lives. If Zhou Wen hadn't been around, they probably wouldn't have paid any attention to him yesterday. Zhou Wen inevitably felt a little disappointed, but he quickly accepted reality. Ultimately, it's still not awesome enough. The next day was a repeat of the previous day's routine. At 7:30 p.m., I finally heard the notification sound that the task was completed. He opened the system immediately. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 200 subject experience points and 100 points. Next up is the unboxing. Just as Zhou Wen was eagerly anticipating what was to be surprised to find that the treasure chest was empty when it was opened. Holy crap, they even brought empty boxes. That's no fun. Watching the gray treasure chest gradually disappear, Zhou Wen was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. The system didn't give him a chance to appeal. After feeling down for a while, he quickly came to his senses. Anyone who has played games knows that the drop rate is usually higher when you're exploring new areas, but it gradually becomes worse later on. Besides, it's a task like learning that doesn't offer any challenge, so it's normal to get empty chests. After figuring it out, I turn my attention to subject experience, which is now at 1100, and I can upgrade my subject. From top to bottom, the disciplines are pharmacology, pathology, biochemistry, biological immunology, systemic anatomy, and linguistics. Zhou Wen was considering which subject to upgrade first. What happened the night before last taught him that understanding the mechanism of action of drugs, coupled with the correct rescue methods, can really save lives in critical moments, which is why pharmacology is so important. Furthermore, with a grasp of pharmacology and some clinical emergency care, one would indeed be qualified to be a doctor. The only problem is the lack of a medical license. However, he then thought that when he was listening to those experimental courses in the library these past few days, he often encountered lectures that were entirely in English, which made it very difficult for him to understand. Because the discipline of biology in Huaxia developed relatively late, many universities only established the discipline after 2000. A large amount of literature and materials need to be obtained from abroad. For example, in biological immunology, even the textbooks were entirely in English a few years ago. Therefore, without a solid foundation in English, it is impossible to learn biology well. In addition, a certain level of Latin and German proficiency is required. After careful consideration, Zhou Wen ultimately decided to upgrade his linguistics studies first. Right now, he still needs to master the ability to read and understand literature and experimental tutorials. Clicking on linguistics will bring up a pop-up dialog box. Do you want to upgrade linguistics? English. Yes, this upgrade will consume 820 experience points. Please confirm again. Confirm. Once confirmed, the linguistics discipline shone with a golden light, then changed from LV0 to LV1, and its experience points were reset to 0, becoming 0/5000. At the same time, Zhou Wen felt as if he had been enlightened. Those biology English words that had once tormented him were now deeply imprinted in his mind, like little tadpoles. If he were to take the CET-4 College English Test Band 4, now, he conservatively estimates that he could score over 600 points. To test it, he found several books written entirely in English and read them without any problems. Then I tried reading them aloud, and the pronunciation of those words came out of my mouth naturally, just like my mother tongue. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Could this be the power of the system? Chapter 012. Previously, due to his limited English proficiency, Zhou Wen could only watch Huxia teaching videos available within the Great Firewall. But now he doesn't need to. Well-known international biology video websites like BioInteractive and PBS Learning Media have a lot of biology-related videos, recordings, and lectures, which he can access by simply bypassing the Great Firewall. After discovering the benefits of upgrading his subject knowledge, Zhou Wen spent the next period of time in the library, leaving early and returning late every day. Subject experience and points have steadily increased. During this time, he also discovered that if the boxes were not opened, they would accumulate until the next day, becoming 2 boxes, and so on. Don't worry about the system swallowing your order if you don't open it. This way you can open 2 or 3 boxes at once, doubling the fun. Zhou Wen spent 10 days in the library, submitting 5 tasks and accumulating 1280 experience points. I opened the box twice before. Once it was empty, and the other time it contained 100 yuan. Zhou Wen plans to save up his remaining 3 chances to open the boxes. Anyway, He plans to stay in the library for the next while to gain experience. 10 days ago, he had a hard time watching English videos, so he rarely used a VPN. Now that he is familiar with English, he finds that foreign biology lectures and videos are really interesting. In particular, the lectures, which combined theory and practice in a very vivid way, greatly benefited him and broadened his horizons. For example, regarding PCR experiments, although he hasn't personally conducted one yet, he is very familiar with all the procedures, methods, and precautions. All that's left is to put them into practice. On Monday, April 9th, at 9 a.m., Zhou Wen received a call from Shirley, asking him to come over and help out. Zhou Wen checked the task progress. There were 10 hours left. I got up, put the book back on the shelf, and then took my belongings and headed to the laboratory. When they arrived at the lab, Shirley was dissecting a white mouse, while Lin Jia next door was watching a TV series on her phone. Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyan were also in the PCR lab, chatting and laughing. They are a couple. What's wrong, boss? Zhou Wen walked over and asked. Shirley said, a pharmaceutical company in Jiangzhou just called me and asked me to come for an interview, so I'd like to ask you for a favor. As soon as Shirley finished speaking, Zhou Wen heard a notification sound. Ding. A request from Shirley. Do you accept? Zhou Wen didn't even look at the task panel and said directly, DNA extraction, no problem. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Shirley thanked him and then asked with a smile. By the way, the testing center reported last time that the DNA concentration you extracted was much higher than ours. How did you manage that? Hee. I just did it the way you taught me. Maybe it was just a coincidence, Zhou Wen said with a smile, then waved his hand and said, all right, you go first. We'll talk later. Don't keep their company waiting. Okay, I'm off then, Shirley said and hurriedly left the laboratory. Zhou Wen then opened the task panel, and a task prompt box popped up in front of him. Task: help Shirley complete the extraction of DNA from 9 white mice. Rewards: 200 subject experience points, 300 points, and 1 chance to open a chest. Wood. Do you accept this? Seeing the reward of 200 points, Zhou Wen thought to himself, there really is a difference between being proactive and being passive. Just then, Lin Jia looked up and asked, why did he leave? I have to go, Zhou Wen replied casually, accepting the task and continuing with Shirley's work. Lin Jia chuckled and asked, hey Zhou Wen, what have you been up to lately? Thinking of a thesis topic. Lin Jia said, oh, then craned her neck and asked gossipily, I heard from Shirley that you saved someone at the night market, right? Are you really going to give that old man CPR? Ugh, that's disgusting. Seeing Zhou Wen nod, Lin Jia shuddered and showed a look of disgust. Zhou Wen, who was staring at the centrifuge, looked up in surprise and asked, what did you say? Lin Jia still looked disgusted and said, giving an old man mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, don't you find that disgusting? Zhou Wen looked at Lin Jia and, seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, said, if that person were your parents, do you think I would refuse to save them just because I'm disgusted? Lin Jia was speechless after Zhou Wen's retort, her face turning pale and then flushed, as if she had been dyed. Finally, with a livid face, he turned around. Zhou Wen smiled, unconcerned. From the moment he entered the lab, Lin Jia, his so-called senior, never helped him. On the contrary, he, as a novice, often had to do her work, and they never know how to express gratitude, as if it's their due. Just like last time when he helped her with DNA extraction, he didn't even say thank you afterwards. Instead, they often tease him and make fun of him to show off his superiority. He really couldn't be bothered with this kind of selfish and self-important girl. It would be better to keep quiet. After cleaning the white mouse's leg bones, he began to extract the bone marrow. With the eye of true sight, extracting DNA from white mice is a piece of cake. After the supernatant is extracted, the next step is to observe it under an electron microscope. Just as he was walking toward the electron microscope with the slide, Lin Jia suddenly walked over and said coldly, who gave you permission to use the electron microscope? Zhou Wen chuckled and said, do I need your permission to use an electron microscope? Lin Jia, with her neck stiff, said loudly, it doesn't require my approval. But the lab has a rule that undergraduates are not allowed to operate electron microscopes. Then you should go talk to the professor. Whether I tell you or not is my business, but you're not allowed to use it anyway. Zhou Wen's face gradually darkened. He had been putting up with this woman for a long time. Just as the two were about to clash, the door to the PCR lab opened, and Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyun came out. Gu Hongyun said, "What are you two doing, glaring at each other like that?" Lin Jiai, whose face was originally cold, suddenly had reddened her eyes. Without saying a word, she walked to the side, buried her face in the table, and began to sob. Gu Hongyun looked at him and said, "Zhou Wen, did you bully Jiai?" Zhou Wen said expressionlessly, "I bullied her? Do you think she's the kind of person who would let others bully her?" Gu Hongyun blinked and pretended to scold. "You still dare to talk back?" Yang Yudong also came over, put his arm around his, and pulled him aside. All right, Zhou Wen, say less. You're almost graduating. What are you doing?" Gu Hongyun began to comfort Lin Jiai. "Don't cry. Jiai, it's all Zhou Wen's fault. I'll scold him for you later. Come on, let's go eat first." Gu Hongyun pulled Lin Jiai, who was in tears, away. Yang Yudong also pulled Zhou Wen and said, "Let's go eat together." "Wait a minute, it'll be ready soon." Zhou Wen picked up the glass slide and placed it on the stage. Yang Yudong, standing to the side, chuckled and said, "Women and petty people are the hardest to deal with. Be magnanimous, don't hold a grudge against her." While adjusting the magnification of the electron microscope, Zhou Wen said, "This woman doesn't think before she speaks. I said something to her, and she started crying and making a scene. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to her." Yang Yudong was about to offer him some words of advice when he suddenly noticed that Zhou Wen was using an electron microscope to observe DNA. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, you know how to use an electron microscope? When did you learn that? Let me see." Yang Yudong pushed Zhou Wen aside, stared at the camera, and saw the DNA strands clearly visible. Chapter 013. On the way to the cafeteria, Yang Yudong said with emotion, "I didn't manage to do electrophoresis analysis well until I graduated in my senior year. As for the electron microscope, that idiot senior wouldn't even let us touch it, saying he was afraid we would break it." After a pause, Yang Yudong complained, "But if it were now, I would definitely not even look at it and would just turn around and leave. You won't believe it, but on Friday, I went for an interview at a chemical plant. There were 3 of us, .2 with associate degrees and me. But in the end, the company took the other 2 and rejected me. I'm a master's student from a top-tier 211 university, and I'm even worse than 2 people with associate degrees. What's the point of my diploma?" Zhou Wen remained silent, listening to Yang Yudong's complaints the whole way, and felt a deep sense of sympathy for him. Unfortunately, university biology courses mainly consist of popular science or introductory content, similar to the introductory material in high school biology. This has nothing to do with how hard you work. The same goes for doctoral students. They simply master more advanced scientific knowledge. Because biology is a research-based science, and research is a very high-level thing. It requires not only to understand all the basic knowledge of current biological sciences, but also to understand all the knowledge in the research direction before innovation can be achieved. Other disciplines are practical disciplines. You only need to learn and practice what you already know. As for research, there are naturally people who want to do it. Therefore, the biology department is jokingly called the dragon-slaying department, because graduates have no dragons to slay, and their only employment option is to teach children how to slay dragons, and then hope that a real dragon will appear decades later. Like one of Zhou Wen's senior classmates, a PhD in biology from Hong Kong University, now working at a 211 university in a second-tier city in Daxia, he was just promoted to associate professor this year, with a monthly salary of 7,000. The local housing price is 20,000. After so many years of schooling, so many sleepless nights, so many exercises, enduring all kinds of pressure, and taking all kinds of brutal exams, I ended up being an ordinary person who can't even afford a house. It's a story full of tears and snot. After dinner, Yang Yudong didn't return to the lab. He and Gu Hongyun lost contact again. They probably took advantage of their lunch break to go to their love nest off campus and make love. Lin Jiai, of course, did not return to the lab. Zhou Wen was happy to have some peace and quiet. Otherwise, it would be awkward to run into each other all the time in the same lab. Back in the lab, I also processed the DNA from the other sample. Task completed. After submitting the task, Zhou Wen glanced at his personal attributes and saw that his experience points had reached 1580. Just as he was preparing to upgrade his pharmacology, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Professor Wang Huiyao calling. Zhou Wen saved Wang Huiyao's phone number, but never called him. Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then roughly guessed what was going on and replied, "Hello, Professor Wang. This is Zhou Wen. I'm in my office. Come here for a moment." Zhou Wen took off his gloves, washed his hands, and left the lab. In the office, Wang Huiyao was writing with his head down, his thick, black hair neatly combed. When he saw Zhou Wen come in, he pointed to the office chair in front of him and said, "Sit down." Zhou Wen sat down in his office chair. Wang Huiyao wrote quickly for about 3 minutes, then picked up the pen cap from the table, put the pen back on, and looked at Zhou Wen, asking, "How's your study going?" Zhou Wen nodded. It's all right." Wang Huiyao, "What about your graduation thesis?" Zhou Wen truthfully replied, I'm considering it. I have a few ideas." Wang Huiyao hummed in agreement, then asked a few more unimportant questions before saying, "Okay, you can go ahead and get busy." After saying that, he lowered his head and continued writing. Zhou Wen thought Wang Huiyao would criticize him, but he didn't even mention it. What does that mean? Sense. Zhou Wen thought about it for a moment and agreed that it made a lot of sense. I called him specifically to invite him over. Although I didn't say anything, it was as good as saying something. No wonder he's a professor. His level is really high. Zhou Wen found it somewhat amusing. Lin Jia was being childish. Didn't she even consider who he was working for? She actually went to the tutor to badmouth him. Did she want Wang Huiyao to ban this free laborer from doing the work? After leaving the laboratory building, he headed to the library. He didn't leave the library until it closed at 10 p.m. On my way back to the dorm, I received a call from Shirley, who cheerfully invited me to dinner tomorrow night. Zhou Wen asked with a smile, "Did you pass the interview?" Shirley hummed in agreement. The previous lab technician was about to leave, so I took over the job right away. "Congratulations." Zhou Wen sincerely congratulated him. Shirley's situation was even worse than his, so this job was of great significance to him. Shirley didn't mention the specifics of the compensation, nor did he ask, but judging from his tone, he seemed quite satisfied. This satisfaction refers to a monthly salary of 5,000, with meals and accommodation included. The next morning, Zhou Wen went to the library as usual, and by 11 a.m., the task was completed. Including yesterday's task, he now has a total of 5 boxes. Zhou Wen decided to open the box. Without burning incense, bathing, or changing clothes, I lit a cigarette and started opening the box on the path behind the library. Congratulations on winning 100 renminbi from the first box. Zhou Wen was quite happy to find money in the first box. At this rate, he would be able to support himself next month and wouldn't need his family to send him living expenses anymore. The second box was empty. The third box contains, "Congratulations, you have obtained 10 biological band-aids. The bioadhesive bandage looks longer and wider than the bandages commonly found in pharmacies, and is about the same size as a small Safi elastic bandage." This is great. Zhou Wen was secretly delighted. Anything produced by the system was bound to be of high quality. Although there were no experimental results yet, he knew it would be extraordinary. The fourth box is empty. The fifth box, "Congratulations, you have won 100 renminbi. The total cost was 200 yuan, plus 10 biological bandages, and Zhou Wen was already very satisfied. If this trend continues, he won't need his parents to send him living expenses next month. I sat there having a good time for a while, and then I got up when I saw the experience points. I had forgotten to level up before. He chose pharmacology. Should we upgrade our pharmacology program? Yes, this upgrade will consume 880 experience points. Please confirm again. Confirm. Upon confirmation, the pharmacology light flashed with a golden glow, and its level changed from LV0 to LV1. That familiar feeling of sudden enlightenment returned, and countless drug names, pharmacological effects, and mechanisms of action that had given him a headache began to surface before his eyes and were then engraved in his mind, giving him a deep understanding of pharmacology. He feels that now he can accurately describe the in vivo processes, pharmacological effects and clinical applications, adverse reactions, etc. of any common drug. With his current level of expertise, it's no exaggeration to say that he knows more than many doctors. Zhou Wen was excited for a moment, then saw that he still had 900 experience points. He glanced at the subject catalog, thought for a moment, and decided to upgrade to biochemistry. Should I upgrade my biochemistry level? Yes, this upgrade will consume 900 experience points. Please confirm again. Confirm. Biochemistry flashed with a light, and its level changed from LV0 100/1000 to LV1 0/5000. Soon, the molecular structures and functions that had once given him a huge headache all turned into symbols that floated before his eyes and were then deeply imprinted in his mind. Perhaps because pharmacology and biochemistry have some common ground, Zhou Wen discovered that after his biochemistry studies were upgraded, he gained a deeper understanding of pharmacology. If he were to conduct chemical reagent experiments on rice aphids now, he thinks the success rate would be very high. Okay, I'll try it tomorrow. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital Testing Center. At 1 p.m., Zhang Shuguang, a senior virologist and head of the PCR group at the testing center, frowned as he looked at the test report in his hand. Wu Yan, a lab technician with a mask hanging from her chin, walked over and asked, "Team leader, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" "There's no problem," Zhang Shuguang casually replied, then pointed to the data on the report and said, "Look at this test data. How come it's so much clearer than before? It's too strange." "Where?" Wu Yan leaned over to look at the data, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You mean this? We found that last time too. The problem should be with the DNA concentration." Zhang Shuguang asked curiously, "Oh, how did you know?" Wu Yan said, "Last time when we did virus testing, we happened to run out of DNA. So Shaoli went to the drug testing team and got 2 strains to use. The test data at that time was similar to this situation. Finally, through retrospective investigation, we found that it was due to the DNA." Zhang Shuguang nodded. Wu Yan said, "I asked the drug testing team, and their situation was similar. They said the DNA was sent from Jiangda University. However, we used 2 more strains later, but the effect was not obvious, so I didn't tell you. Have you done any sample analysis?" "Not yet." Zhang Shuguang nodded, handed the test report to Wu Yan, and said with a smile, "This is a talent. Here, let's do an electrophoresis analysis first. If the concentration is really high, we'll try to poach this person for me." Chapter 014. A dormitory at Jiangnan University. As Zhou Wen lay in bed after taking a shower that night, she suddenly remembered what Wang Huiyao had said the day before. She was almost ready to start preparing her graduation thesis. To be honest, he still doesn't have a direction for his graduation thesis. Given the current state of biology, it's difficult to produce truly innovative papers. Take Shirley, for example. His undergraduate thesis was titled Freshwater Aquaculture Technology of Pufferfish. He can't exactly write about boiled shrimp and grouper, can he? Zhou Wen thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a direction. In addition, the creaking sound coming from the bed next to him made him a little irritable, so he simply opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhou Wen. Occupation, apprentice pharmacist, 0/1000 Eye of True Sight. LV0, 217/1000 Discipline, Pharmacology. It teaches you about the clinical applications of various drugs. LV1, 0/5000 Pathology. It helps you understand the causes of various diseases. LV0, 100/1000 Biochemistry. It helps you understand the chemical composition and chemical changes of living organisms. LV1, 0/5000 Biological Immunology. It lets you understand the mysteries of life. LV0, 50/1000 Systemic Anatomy. It helps you understand the body structure of organisms. LV0, 250/1000 Linguistics. It allows you to communicate with the world without barriers. LV1, 0/5000 Subdisciplines, None. Subject-specific experience, 0 points. 1200 Inventory, 4. Taskbar. Task, new. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised to see a new task appear in the taskbar, which had been quiet for a long time. Apart from the tasks he actively triggered, the system never updated the tasks. The second task, which was to help Shirley, remained grayed out after it was completed. Open the taskbar. Task 1. First steps. Note: gold shines wherever it is. Your talent has already been discovered by Zhang Shuguang, the head of the PCR group at the First People's Hospital. Requirements: become a full-time employee of the First People's Hospital within 1 week. Rewards: 1,000 subject experience points, 1,000 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, iron grade. Upon seeing the mission description, Zhou Wen was so excited he almost jumped for joy. Just a few days ago, he was wondering how to get an internship at a medical research institution. Unexpectedly, what he had been searching for was right under his nose. The opportunity just came knocking on our door. And this time the box is even made of black iron. I wonder what I can get out of it. However, judging from the task requirements, becoming a full-time employee within a week is extremely difficult. Just think about the civil service exam. It's like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. And while the competition for positions in public institutions isn't as fierce, it's still incredibly intense. Zhou Wen had no confidence at all. Continuing down, the second task is still aphid experiment, and it hasn't been refreshed yet. The third task, task 3, graduation thesis, requirement. Write an essay with a score of 10 or higher. Rewards: 1,000 subject experience points, 1,000 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, iron grade. A paper that scores 10 points? Are you kidding me? Upon seeing the task requirements, Zhou Wen nearly choked on his own saliva. If we divide academic papers into 5 levels, CNS, the 3 top scientific journals, Cell, Nature, and Science, is undoubtedly the most prestigious. To publish a paper in CNS journals, your experimental results need to demonstrate an incredible correlation between factor A and outcome B. What does that mean? It means that your research subjects and results seem completely unrelated. But when you say that the two are related, others might even think you're daydreaming or have lost your mind. For example, Cell once published an article reporting that beneficial bacteria in the gut might actually eat the host, which is quite incredible. Others would rack their brains and still not understand. And you not only discovered it, you also proved it. This is the level of CNS. What level is a 10-point paper? It's 1 level below CNS, Huxia Society for Nature and Science. Although it can't compare to CNS, it's still very impressive. It doesn't necessarily have to overturn conventional wisdom, but it definitely needs to have innovative discoveries. Isn't this just a case of a strong man locking up a man? What innovative discoveries could someone who was thinking about what to write in his paper just 5 minutes ago possibly make? Zhou Wen glanced at the black iron treasure chest among the mission rewards and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity, he really can't do it. Su Xuangyu's foot injury has almost healed. Except for not being able to run or jump, she can walk normally without any problems. However, she wasn't too happy, because for the past 2 weeks, Zhou Wen's face had appeared in her mind several times a day. You can't help but think about it. If someone stabs you in the back, won't you think about the person who stabbed you all the time? Su Xuangyu was the same. Whenever her foot hurt, she would think of Zhou Wen, the culprit, to describe it with a line from a song. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone? It's like drinking a glass of ice-cold water. Since her foot injury healed these past 2 days, Su Xuangyu has been spending her time wandering around the various classrooms in the medical school, except for attending classes. At first, she pretended to be looking for him casually, hoping to bump into him and make him cry and apologize to her. But they still haven't found the person. Later, she tried asking around, but to no avail. The person who hit her seemed to have vanished into thin air. Just as Su Xuangyu was feeling somewhat disappointed and dejected, a second-year graduate student said, "This person is definitely not from our medical school. I wouldn't dare say I know every single male student in the medical school, but they all definitely look familiar." Su Xuangyu asked curiously, "Then how come he's so familiar with pathology and pharmacology?" The senior student laughed and said, "What's so strange about that? It's not like only the medical school studies pathology. The biology department and the pharmacy department study it just as well." Upon hearing her senior's words, Su Xuangyu suddenly realized what was going on. Yes, that person saved someone at the night market. Almost everyone in the medical school knows about it. Logically speaking, if he were really a medical student, everyone would recognize him. So there's only one possibility: that person lied. As for the purpose of lying, If she is not mistaken, it should be to gain the injured person's trust as soon as possible. Although Su Xuanyu understood the reasoning, she was still very unhappy about having spent 2 days searching for it. With both new and old grudges, she made up her mind to find him and make him make up for the grievances she had suffered these past few days. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and golden rays filtered through the lush leaves, casting shimmering, coin-sized spots of light on the school path, transforming the monotonous surface into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Shirley, carrying steamed buns in his hand, hurried towards the bus stop outside the west gate. He handed over his work at the lab yesterday, and today is his first official day at work, so he can't be late. Just as I reached the gate, my phone rang in my pocket. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, my name is Wu Yan, and I work at the First Affiliated Hospitals Testing Center." As Shirley walked, he said, "I'm sorry, I've already handed over the work in the lab. If you need anything, you can contact him. I'll give you the phone number." Before Shirley could finish speaking, Wu Yan interrupted. "I came to see you. I have something I'd like to discuss with you in person." "I'm sorry, I have something urgent to attend to, and I don't have time right now. You can tell me what it is over the phone." "All right then. Here's the thing. The DNA you extracted yielded excellent experimental results, so we'd like to hire you as a full-time lab technician in our hospital's PCR testing group. What do you think?" Because the product's author, Zhou Wen, was listed as Shirley, Wu Yan assumed that the DNA was extracted by him. Shirley was genuinely surprised to hear Wu Yan's words. The fact that the First People's Hospital's testing center proactively extended an olive branch speaks volumes about the effectiveness of their DNA testing. He tentatively said, "Then," Wu Yan seemed to know Shirley inside and out. Before he could finish speaking, she laughed and said, "You want to ask about salary and benefits, right? I can only give you a rough estimate, around 5,000 to 7,000, with 6 types of insurance and 1 housing fund. In addition, there should be some subsidies for rent and transportation. As for the specific benefits, that still needs to be submitted to the Institute for approval, and I can't give you a definite answer at this time." After hearing Wu Yan's words, Shirley felt a mix of emotions. Both are biology students, but he has a master's degree while Zhou Wen has a bachelor's degree. He earns 5,000 yuan a month with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, while Zhou Wen earns 5,000 to 7,000 yuan a month with 6 social insurances and 1 housing fund. He works for a private company, while Zhou Wen works for a public institution. More importantly, he was applying for a job, but the employer came to him to hire him. It's obvious to anyone who has more potential. To be honest, Shirley was really jealous. He couldn't understand how Zhou Wen had managed to do it. "Student Sure, do you think we can talk face-to-face?" Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, Shirley hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "This kind of thing can't be faked. You have to take it to the hospital to find out for yourself." Chapter 015. When Zhou Wen received Wu Yan's call, he was conducting an experiment in the lab. Perhaps the professor didn't stand up for her, because Lin Jiai, that dim-witted woman, kept picking on him today and even hid his gun, seriously delaying his experiment progress. She's so childish. If it weren't for the fact that she's a woman, I would have slapped her long ago. Upon learning Wu Yan's identity, Zhou Wen was initially delighted, but then his eyes darted around, and he deliberately looked at his phone, saying, Why is there no sound? Hello? Hello?" As he spoke, he switched his phone to speakerphone. "Hey, can you hear me?" Yes, I heard you. Please speak." "Zhou, we would like to hire you as a full-time laboratory technician in our PCR group at the testing center." "Which hospital did you just say you were from?" "The First Affiliated Hospital of Jiangzhou University." Lin Jiai, who was conducting electron microscopy observations, immediately stopped what she was doing and listened attentively when she heard that it was a call from the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou City. In addition, Yang Yudong and Gu Honyun, who had just been recalled, also stopped their work. Jiangzhou is a top-tier city, and the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou is so prestigious that countless people would kill to get in. Now, they're actually inviting Zhou Wen, an undergraduate, to their doorstep. This is a bit too much. Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "Please don't joke around. How could your hospital possibly come knocking on my door to hire an unknown nobody like me?" Wu Yan did not correct the fact that it was hired, but employed, and laughed, saying, "I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, you can come to our hospital now to complete the onboarding procedures." "Ah, really?" Zhou Wen's face lit up with surprise. Of course, he wasn't faking it. He was genuinely happy. Wu Yan smiled and said, "Yes, it's true. Well then, I'm at your school, so can we talk about it in person? I happen to have 2 questions I'd like to ask you about." Zhou Wen readily agreed with a smile. "Sure. Where are you? I'll come find you." At Little AI's coffee shop. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen noticed that the atmosphere in the lab was a bit strange. Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyun were both looking at him. Zhou Wen broke out in a cold sweat. He had only wanted to annoy Lin Jiai, without considering the feelings of the 2 of them. Yang Yudong coughed lightly, breaking the silence, and asked with a smile, Why did the hospital call you?" "There's no point in hiding this," Zhou Wen said with a smile. "I extracted a few DNA samples before, and the hospital's testing center said they were quite effective after using them. Now they want to hire me to work for them at the hospital." "You mean mouse DNA?" Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyun, who were standing next to him, were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had ever heard of someone poaching someone simply because DNA testing was effective, especially from a place like the First People's Hospital. Did their leaders have something wrong with their heads? Or is it that Zhou Wen is actually a hidden nepotism hire? Just then, Lin Jiai said sourly, "What's there to be happy about? So what if he works at the First People's Hospital? He's just a lab technician. He can only make 3,000 yuan a month at most, which isn't even enough to cover his rent." Zhou Wen was too lazy to deal with this woman and was about to leave when his phone rang again. He took it out and saw that it was Shirley calling. As soon as the call connected, Shirley laughed and said, "Did the hospital just call you?" How did you know?" Zhou Wen had just asked when she immediately realized. "Oh, I know. Wu Yan must have assumed that Shirley extracted the DNA, which is why she called him." Shirley laughed and said, "You've finally gotten out of this mess. You have a bright future ahead of you. Remember to treat us to dinner tonight." Treating someone to dinner is no problem, but as for a promising future, that's a stretch. How much can a lowly lab technician earn? What's the big deal about leaving this job? Zhou Wen said with a laugh as he walked toward the door. Shirley asked curiously, "Hey, didn't that Wu girl mention her salary to you?" Zhou Wen stopped and said, "No salary was mentioned. What's wrong?" Zhou Wen understood the underlying meaning in Shirley's words and used the same trick again, slightly moving the phone away from his ear and then, accidentally, turning on speakerphone with his thumb. Through the phone headset, Shirley's chuckle came through. 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. Monthly salary is about 5,000 to 7,000, and from what that woman said, there's room for advancement. It's really pretty good. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Gu Honyun couldn't help but say, "A lab technician can have such a high starting salary? That's unlikely, isn't it?" Yang Yudong chimed in. "That's possible. Lab technicians are different from doctors. Bonuses and drug commissions are basically negligible. They rely entirely on a fixed salary. Besides, this is Jiangzhou #1 hospital, so it's normal for the starting salary to be a bit higher than the market rate." Gu Hongyun fell silent. Lin Jiai's face also turned pale and then flushed. Jealousy caused her to experience perfusion arrhythmia. Jealousy caused her to develop disseminated intravascular coagulation. "Okay, thank you, Lei Ji. I'll treat you to dinner after I get the interview. You can choose the place." After a few brief words, Zhou Wen hung up the phone. I glanced at Lin Jiai out of the corner of my eye and noticed that she had already turned her head away, so I couldn't see her expression, but I figured it must be quite interesting. Zhou Wen felt relieved and stopped provoking her. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. After saying goodbye to Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyun, Zhou Wen left the laboratory. Xiao AI Coffee Shop is located on the campus of Jiangnan University, in a courtyard overlooking the lake. Although the place is small, it has red pavilions, green trees, long corridors, and a quiet lake. While it may not be a scenic spot with mountains and rivers, it is still quite unique and exquisite, full of the charm of Jiangnan with its small bridges and flowing water. Here you can find unique little trinkets that are irresistible, as well as many seemingly inconspicuous but actually very valuable luxury items, all of which are the owner's private collection. When Zhou Wen arrived, Wu Yan was admiring a beautifully crafted jade tortoise. She wore a long pink wool coat with the collar open, revealing a black ruffled collar shirt underneath. She paired it with an orange plaid mini skirt and black leggings, showing off her long, straight legs. Overall, she exudes the tranquility and elegance of an intellectual woman. "Excuse me, are you Wu Yin?" "Yes, that's right. You're Zhou Wen." "It's me." "Hello, hello." The two shook hands, exchanged brief self-introductions, and then sat down on the stone benches of the covered bridge by the lake. Zhou Wen laughed and said, "Most people don't know about this coffee shop." Wu Yin smiled and said, "I studied at Jiangnan University." Zhou Wen asked in surprise, "Oh, really? Which department?" Wu Yin laughed and said, "Class of 2017, School of Pharmacy. You're my senior." Just then, the coffee arrived, and Wu Yin said, "You said anything was fine, so I ordered a mocha for you." "Thank you." Zhou Wen took the coffee from the student waiter, took a sip, and smiled. "No wonder you know so much about Jiangdai University." "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have gone to all the trouble of coming to the school to find you?" Wu Yin chuckled and added, "I'm just using this as an excuse to go back to my alma mater for a visit." Zhou Wen burst into laughter again. Wu Yin picked up her coffee, took a sip, smacked her lips twice, and asked, I'll ask you 2 questions as usual. If nothing unexpected happens, you can go and complete the onboarding procedures tomorrow." Zhou Wen nodded. "Okay, go ahead and ask." "Wu Yin, the mouse DNA strands sent to our hospital's testing center by Jiangnan University's laboratory on March 20th and April 10th, were they extracted by you?" Zhou Wen, yes. "Wu Yin, are you sure? We'll be doing the actual work later." To be honest, if it were Shirley, Wu Yin would never have asked such a question. But Zhou Wen has only graduated from university and has only recently started experimenting. How could he extract such a high concentration of DNA? Electrophoretic analysis revealed that, for the same DNA strain, the amount of DNA amplified by Zhou Wen was more than 120% higher than that extracted by others, which is simply incredible. The more DNA amplified, the better the experimental results will be. Zhou Wen nodded. "Confirmed." Seeing Zhou Wen nod, Wu Yin felt relieved and smiled. "There's one more question. How did you do it?" "Of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. It's just something I'm curious about." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Then let's not talk about it." Chapter 016. Wu Yin knew that Zhou Wen must have a special extraction method. However, seeing that he was unwilling to talk about it, she did not force him. After all, this was someone else's secret skill, and revealing it would do more harm than good. The two then discussed the compensation issue. Wu Yin repeated what she had said to Shirley to Zhou Wen, and finally asked with a smile, "Do you have any other questions?" Zhou Wen thought of the task and said, "Could I ask if I'm considered a contract worker or a permanent employee?" Well, Wu Yin hesitated for a moment. She didn't expect Zhou Wen to ask this question. She believes Zhou Wen is well aware of the current situation regarding biology. The contract with Jiangzhou First People's Hospital is so generous. Many people, even masters and doctoral students in biology, would be eager to take it, let alone a mere undergraduate like him. He actually wants to achieve instant success and solve the issue of permanent employment directly, which is really going too far. She herself is still a contract worker. Wu Yin thought for a moment and said, "Generally speaking, if you are hired by the hospital, you will definitely be a permanent employee. But this is an employment contract for the PCR group of the testing center, so you can only be a contract worker." A contract worker? Zhou Wen hesitated. He really didn't care whether he was a contract worker or a permanent employee. As long as he could go to the testing center for an internship, he would be willing to work even as a temporary worker. The task requires him to become a full-time employee within a week, so he has to work hard. You'll get 1,000 experience points and 1,000 points, plus 1 chance to open a black iron chest. Wu Yin originally thought the matter was settled, but unexpectedly another problem arose. So she patiently explained, "Although you are a contract worker, your treatment is calculated as that of a regular employee, so there is no difference. Besides, everything takes time. You should start working first, and we can deal with the staffing issue later." Zhou Wen asked with a smile, "You're my senior, and you've been working at the hospital for a year now. Tell me the truth, if I really sign a contract, when will I be able to get a permanent position?" Well, Wu Yin was a little embarrassed and picked up her coffee cup to cover it up. After putting down the cup, Wu Yin said, "Well then, I'll go back and ask for you. But to be honest, don't get your hopes up too high. Zhou Wen nodded and smiled. Okay, then I'll trouble you, senior. You're welcome. Zhou Wen was still feeling disloyal, so he didn't stay long. After exchanging a few polite words, he got up and left. Back in the lab, Yang Yudong and Gu Honyun couldn't wait to ask him if he had succeeded in the interview. Zhou Wen said with a smile, I made a condition, and she said she would go back and discuss it with her superiors, and then give me a definite answer after the discussion. Yang Yudong said speechlessly, the conditions are already so good. Why are you still making demands? Zhou Wen said, I just thought it was a rare opportunity, so I wanted to test their bottom price. Yang Yudong. He really wanted to use an extraction gun to pull out some of Zhou Wen's brain matter and see what he was thinking all day long. Zhou Wen chuckled and went to do the PCR experiment. PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. The Wuxia name is polymerase chain reaction, also known as polymerase chain reaction, which is an in vitro nucleic acid amplification technology developed in the mid-1980s. It can amplify the target gene or a DNA fragment to be studied to hundreds of thousands or even millions of times within a few hours in a test tube. Its principle is basically similar to DNA replication in human cells, but the reaction system is relatively simple. Of course, this does not mean that PCR is simple. Conversely, PCR is very difficult. First, high-temperature denaturation is used to unwind a double-stranded DNA strand into two single-stranded DNA strands. Then, annealing is performed at low temperatures to allow the primers and the DNA serving as templates to bind complementarily, forming a local double strand. Finally, the medium heat extends the DNA strands, which are catalyzed by DNA polymerase to produce an extension reaction starting from the primers, resulting in two double-stranded DNA structures. Then repeat this process continuously. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16, 16 becomes 32. PCR technology can amplify sufficient DNA from a single hair, a drop of blood, or even a single cell for analysis, research, and identification. For example, paternity testing. For example, vaccine research. For example, the prevention and control of viral diseases, or research on genetic diseases and so on, all require extensive use of PCR. Of course, the biochemical reagent experiment on rice aphids that Zhou Wen conducted today did not actually require PCR. Aphids are very primitive insects. Generally, you can directly apply pesticides to them and then observe their genetic characteristics. The main reason for doing PCR is to learn about PCR. The PCR reaction system includes water, buffer, DNTP, deoxyribonucleoside triphosphate, primers P1/P2/DNA template, and TQ enzyme. After everything was ready, Zhou Wen adjusted the extraction gun's range and then extracted 30 ml of water into 3 sets of PCR tubes. When aspirating liquid, strictly follow the operating procedures, aspirating vertically and slowly. After changing the pipette tip, 5 milliliters of buffer was extracted into the PCR tube. Then add DNTP/P1/P2/DNA template to the tubes respectively. Thanks to the learning during this period, apart from being a little nervous at the beginning, Zhou Wen was able to do things in an orderly manner. Once all the necessary ingredients have been added, the next step is centrifugation. After setting the speed as required, I waited 3 minutes for the centrifugation to complete. Zhou Wen took the PCR tube containing the mixed solution out of the centrifuge and immediately placed it on the PCR instrument for amplification. Set the pre-denaturation temperature to 94 degrees Celsius for 4 minutes. Then set up 20 cycles of amplification phase. High, low, medium, high. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16, 16 becomes 32. Zhou Wen waited anxiously, her feelings mirroring those of her husband outside the delivery room. She silently prayed for the safety of both mother and child, while also wondering whether the baby would be a boy or a girl, and whether it would be healthy. Just then, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that system points could speed up the experiment. Instead of waiting here for hours, why not speed things up? Anyway, no one here can see it. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen immediately summoned his personal attributes page, clicked on points, and an option popped up in front of him. Do you want to use points to speed up the experiment? Yes/no, yes. This experiment will require 20 points to speed things up. Please confirm again. Seeing that only 20 points were needed to speed up the experiment, Zhou Wen had no reason to hesitate and immediately confirmed. Before Zhou Wen could react, the PCR instrument had already completed the amplification in the next second. Zhou Wen was astonished. The system's power was simply unfathomable. He sighed to himself, then quickly became nervous again. This is my first time doing PCR. I don't know if I'll be successful. Zhou Wen opened the PCR instrument and took out the PCR tubes. The next part was supposed to be product analysis, but Zhou Wen had the eye of truth. He squinted slightly and soon saw the high-density, double helix structure of DNA. Perfect. If Zhou Wen hadn't been wearing a mask, he would have burst out laughing. Every biology student goes through countless failures before learning to do PCR. Who else can do it like him, succeeding on their first attempt at amplification? Moreover, the amplification effect was unexpectedly good, simply perfect. Jiangzhou City, First People's Hospital, Testing Center, PCR Group. Wu Yan ate lunch outside before returning to the hospital, and then immediately went to the team leader's office to report the situation. Where is he? Zhang Shuguang, who was writing a lab report, asked without looking up. Wu Yan said somewhat shyly, he hasn't arrived yet. When she went there, she confidently assured everyone that it would be a piece of cake, but her boast backfired spectacularly. Zhang Shuguang looked up in surprise and asked, "What? You don't want to come?" Wu Yan shook her head and said, "No, he just said." Wu Yan explained Zhou Wen's requirements to Zhang Shuguang. Zhang Shuguang tapped his pen on the desk with his left hand and said with a smile, "You, such a smart person, how come you messed up at the crucial moment?" Wu Yan asked in surprise, "How did I mess up? He wants the benefits of a permanent employee. How could I presume to agree to that for you?" Zhang Shuguang laughed and said, "What's wrong with overstepping his bounds? He's just a biology undergraduate, yet he dares to ask you for a permanent position. Don't you think you deserve it?" "Why should I?" Wu Yan asked, puzzled, then quickly realized what she meant and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you mean?" Zhang Shuguang chuckled and said, "You've already gone to their door. As long as it's not too outrageous, just agree to it for now. We can discuss any problems later. It's just a verbal promise, not a guarantee, right?" Boss, I know I was wrong." Wu Yan nodded repeatedly, admitting her mistake. "Shall I call him now?" Zhang Shuguang shook his head with amusement. "He's already back. What's the rush? Are you afraid he'll run away? We're Jiangzhou First Hospital. After all, we can't let people look down on us. Let's stall him for a couple of days first." Chapter 017. The task was successfully completed at 6:30 p.m. The most difficult part of this experiment is PCR. If you don't need to do PCR, it's much simpler than extracting DNA. After submitting the task, Zhou Wen did not open the box. Instead, he stood there and carefully reviewed the entire experimental process, considering where he could have done better. About 10 minutes later, he left the lab and went to the cafeteria. To reward himself, Zhou Wen ordered a plate of salted duck, a plate of cabbage and beef, and potato soup at the small canteen. It was so delicious that he ate it with his mouth full of oil. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his phone rang. When he took it out, he saw that it was Wu Yan, the petite woman. "Hello, Senior Wu. Have you had dinner yet?" Zhou Wen asked politely, puffing out her cheeks. On the phone, Wu Yan laughed and said, "I haven't eaten yet." "What? Are you going to treat me to a meal?" "Okay, come to the school cafeteria. I'll treat you to dinner." "You're so stingy. I went out of my way to call you and tip you off, and you think you can just get rid of me with a meal at the cafeteria?" "Hee, there's nothing I can do. I'm dirt poor. I can only afford to hire people from the small canteen. Since you sounded so pitiful, I'll let it go today. We'll talk about it again next time you get paid." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen exclaimed with delight, "So, your boss agreed?" Wu Yan laughed and said, "Not yet. The boss said you're too immodest, and will leave you hanging for 2 days. I only came here because I see you calling her senior all the time, so I risked offending the boss to tip you off. Just tell me how you're going to repay me." Wu Yan's words were half true and half false. The main reason was that after calming down and thinking it over carefully this afternoon, she realized that her junior, Zhou Wen, was too calm. He seemed very confident and thought that no one else could do it. Just like Zhang Shuguang said, "You are an undergraduate student, a biology student, who has never published an article in a prestigious journal and has no connections or background. What makes you so arrogant? That's why she decided to call Zhou Wen. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Wen will definitely become her colleague. So what's wrong with getting to know him sooner? Zhou Wen, unaware of Wu Yan's thoughts, smiled and said, "Thank you so much. When I get paid, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal, senior. Then I'll wait." The two chatted for a few more minutes before Zhou Wen hung up the phone. I was already in a good mood, and now I'm in an even better mood. In his excitement, he went and bought 2 cans of beer. Snowflakes, bravely venturing to the ends of the earth. Even after finishing his beer, Zhou Wen was still quite restless. He needs someone to share his feelings right now. As the saying goes, it is like wearing fine clothes at night to not return home in wealth and honor. At such times, parents are undoubtedly the best people to confide in. Moreover, although things have improved in various aspects over this period of time, he still hasn't found a job, and he's too embarrassed to call home often. Downstairs in the dormitory, Zhou Wen lit a cigarette and then dialed his mother's number. "Hey, Mom. Hey, is that Zhou Wen?" "Yes, it's me, Mom. What are you doing?" "I'm at work. The machine is buzzing and I can't hear you. Why did you call, Mom? Is it because you're out of money?" "No." Hearing her mother's slightly tired voice, Zhou Wen's nose tingled with tears. "Mom, I have something to tell you. I found a job." Zhou Wen chatted with his mother for half an hour, and when he hung up the phone, he could almost hear his mother's happy laughter. He smiled so broadly that his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and the confusion that had been weighing on his heart for some time was swept away. Back in the dormitory, unsurprisingly, only Lu Nyang was left. Zhang Wei was busy with part-time jobs and job hunting. Liu Yuquan was busy with his graduation project and chasing girls, and Shen Ziyuan had become completely lazy since his job fell through a while ago, spending all his time in internet cafes playing games like a game addict. Lu Nyang lay on her side on the bed, her hand supporting her forehead, and said casually, "Someone just delivered a letter to you." Zhou Wen, who was packing her toiletries and preparing to go downstairs to take a shower, asked curiously, "A letter? What letter? Where is it?" "Here it is." Dear girl reached under the pillow and pulled out a white envelope, then held it between 2 fingers and waved it around. Using envelopes to send letters these days, this woman has quite the romantic flair. "How did you know it was a woman?" Zhou Wen said, putting down the plastic basin in his hand and walking over to take the envelope from Lu Nyang's hand. "Of course I know. Smell the envelope. It's the Blue Starry collection that Hermes just launched at the beginning of this year. Usually only girls like this scent." Upon hearing Lu Nyang's words, Zhou Wen subconsciously brought the envelope to his nose and sniffed it. A cool, delicate fragrance immediately wafted into his nostrils, reminding him of a girl in a white dress gazing up at the blue full moon under the moonlight that is seen both beautiful and natural. Zhou Wen tore open the envelope, took out a folded note, and read, "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, see you at the playground. Signed, Debt Collector." The dear girl, craning her neck to look, asked curiously, "Who is it?" Looking at the words on the note, Zhou Wen roughly guessed who it was, a debt collector. After saying that, he folded the envelope, stuffed it under his pillow, and then took the plastic basin to take a bath. The next morning, Zhou Wen arrived at the playground at 6:30. I ran for half an hour in the glow of the rising sun. At 7 o'clock sharp, I saw a tall girl with long legs wearing a black tracksuit standing by the fence outside the playground. Zhou Wen squinted slightly, as if a super telescope had been installed in front of him, and the image was immediately zoomed in. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Shuangyu, whom he had bumped into half a month ago. Under the morning sun, her slightly chubby face was flushed with a rosy glow, making her look especially beautiful and charming. "Hi, you hello." Zhou Wen ran up to Su Shuangyu, panting as he greeted her. "How's your foot injury?" Su Shuangyu was initially a little embarrassed, but when Zhou Wen mentioned her foot injury, she immediately became furious and her anger flared up. "What do you think?" Su Shuangyu said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Zhou Wen had no idea what Su Shuangyu was angry about. In fact, he was also wondering why she was still coming to see him after half a month after the bump. Could she have gotten pregnant from the bump? "What's wrong? Does your foot still hurt?" As he spoke, Zhou Wen looked at her feet. Su Shuangyu clenched her little fists and said angrily, "You still dare to talk back?" Do you know how I've spent the past 2 weeks? I can only stay in the dormitory every day and basically can't go anywhere else. I asked my roommate to bring me all 3 meals a day. I've fallen behind in my studies. I can't even go home, so my mom won't worry. Moreover, you are clearly a biology major, but you lied to me and said you were a medical student. Tell me, what is your crime? After listening to Su Shuangyu's accusations, Zhou Wen finally understood what she was angry about. Okay, it was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. Su Shuangyu snorted. I don't accept your verbal apology. Zhou Wen, then what do you want? I don't have much money and can't give you financial compensation. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Su Shuangyu looked at him and said, You're broke. Why are you treating me to a meal? Zhou Wen laughed and said, I can't afford a 5-star hotel, but a small restaurant is no problem. How about this? I just got a job and was planning to treat my roommates and fellow students to dinner tonight. Do you want to come along? Is this how you invite people to dinner? It makes me feel like I'm freeloading. Su Shuangyu rolled her eyes, then turned around and said, Let me think about it. After saying that, he asked Zhou Wen for his WeChat ID, then walked away unsteadily with his hands behind his back. Zhou Wen grinned. This girl had a small chest but a big temper. At 9 a.m., Zhou Wen arrived at the main hospital of Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Wu Yan had told him last night that the leader was still considering it, but then she called him again at 8 o'clock this morning and said that after her communication, the leader agreed to let him come for an interview today. Standing at the solemn entrance of the outpatient building, Zhou Wen was filled with mixed emotions. Honestly, he never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to work at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital after graduating from university. Fate is truly amazing. After reflecting for a while, Zhou Wen casually asked a passing patient's family member, Excuse me, which side is the testing center? The testing center building is in the back. Thank you, Zhou Wen said, and was about to go over when Wu Yan, the senior student, came over. I've been waiting for you for ages. Come with me. Wu Yan led Zhou Wen to the testing center. Compared to the bustling outpatient building and the lively inpatient building, the testing center was deserted. Looking through the glass wall, the lobby on the first floor was empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Tada! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed under the eaves. In the disinfection room at the lobby entrance, the two changed into lab coats and, after being disinfected, took the elevator to the 6th floor. When the elevator doors opened, what came into view was neither a wall nor a department office, but a long corridor with rooms separated by transparent glass on both sides. In each room, 3 to 8 researchers were busy with their heads down. A rough estimate puts it at no fewer than 100 people. Zhou Wen was shocked by what he saw. He knew that these were all unsung heroes of the hospital. They were not as glamorous or respected as doctors, but they were silently protecting the lives of countless people. Chapter 018. In addition to the PCR group, it also includes the body fluid testing group, drug testing group, immune testing group, biochemistry testing group, blood testing group, microbiology testing group, and so on. As Wu Yan walked, she introduced the building to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked around curiously. Unlike the simple laboratories at Jiangda University, this place has all the necessary experimental instruments and equipment. Examples include 2-dimensional electron microscopes, flow cytometers, 2-dimensional electrophoresis machines, blue light gel cutting machines, ELISA readers, cell disruptors, scanning electron microscopes, cryogenic transport systems, and so on. There were also many instruments and equipment that he didn't recognize at all, but they looked very high-end. After walking through a long corridor, I arrived at the door of an office. Wu Yan knocked gently on the door, and a deep male voice came from inside. Come in. Wu Yan opened the door and went in first. Zhou Wen followed closely behind. This is a room of about 20 square meters. A large filing and sample cabinet takes up a small portion of the space. There is also a desk, 2 chairs, and a few potted plants. There isn't much else. At that moment, a square-faced man wearing a white lab coat was sitting behind his desk looking at data reports. Zhou Wen habitually activated his true sight and looked over. Name, Zhang Shuguang. Gender, male. Age, 45. Occupation, senior virus expert. Physical condition, mental condition. Team leader, Zhou Wen is here. Yes, sit down. Zhang Shuguang smiled and pointed to the chair in front of his desk. After the two sat down, Zhang Shuguang looked at Zhou Wen and asked with a smile, "Was it you who took the initiative to call Wu Yin last night?" Zhou Wen, asterisk, and %U and hashtag asterisk and hashtag at. Why did this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes put him in a challenge right away? If he admits it, it means he's willing to work at the hospital as a contract worker, which would be contradicting himself. But if they don't admit it, then Wu Yin, the traitor who tipped them off, will be in trouble. He couldn't possibly put her in a bad position if she told him out of kindness. That stupid woman Wu Yin, couldn't you have reminded me? At least I would have been prepared. Zhou Wen thought to himself, but forced a smile and said, "Yes." Seeing the awkward expression on Zhou Wen's face, Zhang Shuguang leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, let's go sign the contract. She's already told you about the benefits, right?" Zhou Wen scratched his head and said, "Well, Team Leader Zhang, I think a person should be treated according to their abilities. For example, a senior virologist like yourself, Team Leader Zhang, should be the director of the testing center, giving you comprehensive leadership over its operations." Zhou Wen knew that Zhang Shuguang was a person who valued talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Wu Yin to the school to find him just because of the good DNA extraction results. Such people tend to be more tolerant of talented individuals. That's why he dared to say those words. Zhang Shuguang chuckled. "Stop flattering me. Wu Yin has already told me your request, and I'll try my best to get it for you. But before that, you need to show everyone your abilities. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhou Wen nodded. "I understand. He's a fresh graduate who hasn't even graduated from university, yet he's been given a permanent position right away. People working as contract workers at hospitals and testing centers are bound to be envious and jealous. To win people's respect, you can only rely on your abilities. Okay, Wu Yin, you take him to the lab." "Okay." Team leader, Wu Yin stood up and said, "Come with me." After the office door closed, Zhang Shuguang couldn't help but laugh. Before coming, he was worried that he had misjudged the person, but now that he saw the real person, he felt much more at ease. For a college undergraduate to dare to joke with a senior virologist from the First People's Hospital on their first meeting, he must either be a bit dim-witted or truly capable, hence his fearlessness. This young man doesn't seem dim-witted. He must be truly capable. He likes talented young people. As long as someone has real talent, he can tolerate them being a little arrogant, cocky, or mischievous. The worst thing is someone who has no skills but only talks a lot of nonsense. That's very annoying, and no one can stay under such a person for even a day. Zhang Shuguang picked up the data report on the table, looked at it for a while, then put it down and left the office. Wu Yin led Zhou Wen to a comprehensive laboratory. The laboratory is about 50 square meters in size and is fully equipped with all kinds of equipment and instruments, especially a high-performance Zeiss electron scanning microscope, which stands out from the crowd. Zhou Wen thought to himself, "No wonder it's the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou City. They're damn rich." Upon seeing them approach, the four young men and women in the laboratory all looked over. Wu Yin smiled and said, "Come on, let me introduce him to everyone. His name is Zhou Wen." After a pause, Wu Yin introduced everyone to Zhou Wen. "This is Wei Zhaogong." Wei Zhaogong is a tall, thin, bespectacled guy who is somewhat handsome and looks very honest. "Hello. Hello. This is Dong Wenying. She also graduated from Jiangnan University." Dong Wenying is a petite, bespectacled girl with a baby face and an adorable, innocent look. "Hello, senior." Hello. This is Jiang Heshuan." Jiang Heshuan is handsome and has the air of an ancient Confucian scholar. Zhou Wen felt that his own looks were threatened. "Hello. Hello. This is Su Jiejia." Su Jiejia is a big-eyed beauty, quite tall, probably around 1.68 meters, with fair skin and a pretty face, especially her big, watery eyes, which have an alluring look. "Hello. Hello." Excluding Wu Yin, the lab has exactly 2 men and 2 women, which fits the basic principle that a mix of men and women makes work easier. In addition, apart from Su Jiejia, the other 3 don't seem very shrewd, which is commonly referred to as naive. Zhou Wen was quite happy. Working with overly shrewd people can be exhausting, because the lab is only so big and everyone is together every day, seeing each other all the time. If someone is too calculating, they can be very annoying, like Lin Jiai. After Wu Yin finished her introduction, she smiled and said, "From now on, we'll all be colleagues. We should help and learn from each other." Zhou Wen nodded and smiled. "Please take good care of me." Su Jiejie smiled and said, "Taking care of me is no problem. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Zhou Wen, okay. Zhou Wen put on a brave face, but his heart was bleeding. The box contained 400 yuan, and my mom sent him another 600 yuan for living expenses, bringing the total to exactly 1,000 yuan. It was just enough to treat Shirley and a few of his roommates. Inviting Su Jiejie and the others separately now would definitely exceed the budget. Wu Yin smiled and said to Su Jiejie, "Okay, then I'll leave the person to you for now. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be going now." "Yes, Team Leader Wu, you have something to do first," Su Jiejie said with a smile. "What Wu group?" "Just call me by my name," Wu Yin said reproachfully, then said to Zhou Wen, "You extract 6 DNA samples first. Ask Dong Weiniang for anything you need, and I'll come and get it later." Zhou Wen knew that this was the practical interview. He nodded and said, "Yes, no problem." As he spoke, Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Based on his previous experience, the quest should have been triggered by now, so why hadn't he heard any notification yet? He summoned the system and checked it, only to find that the mission was in progress. I didn't confirm anything, so why did this task start automatically? Could it be that the task starts automatically when a certain event related to it is triggered? Zhou Wen thought that made sense. Otherwise, if the task is to be completed within 7 days, and he doesn't choose to accept it until the minute before signing the employment contract, that would be cheating. After Wu Yin left the lab with a smile, Zhou Wen turned to Dong Weiniang and asked, "Excuse me, Senior, where can I get some gloves?" Dong Weiniang took a pair of gloves from the sterile box and gave them to Zhou Wen, then brought over a white mouse cage from the next room. They prepared all the other experimental equipment for him. They were incredibly thoughtful. They were practically doing the experiments for him. "Thank you, Senior." Dong Weiniang smiled shyly and said, "You're welcome." Zhou Wen grabbed a white mouse from the cage, placed it on the operating table, and with a snap, decapitated it by its neck. Chapter 019. DNA extraction is now second nature to Zhou Wen. It presents him with no difficulty whatsoever. However, during the rinsing process, he added a small amount of diluent to the hypotonic solution to reduce its concentration, thus obtaining a high concentration of DNA strands. This is the result of his experiments over this period of time. Of course, the concentration of the low osmotic solution is one aspect, but other factors such as the method, temperature, and contamination control can also affect the concentration of DNA strands. By 11:30, Zhou Wen had fixed the DNA and was ready to extract it onto a glass slide for electron microscopy. The whole process took an hour and a half, and it was smooth and efficient, even faster than the old lab technicians at the research institute downstairs. Several of his colleagues, who had been secretly observing him, were all astonished. They all know how to perform electron microscopy, but they are extremely careful at every step, afraid of contamination and mistakes. Unlike Zhou Wen, who is so carefree, it's as if he can see DNA. There are only 2 possible outcomes in this situation. Either they're idiots, either you're awesome. As for which one it is, we'll know once we do electron microscopy. Just then, Wu Yin came over to call everyone to lunch. "How's it going?" "Yes, we'll do the electrophoresis observation this afternoon." Wu Yin glanced at the centrifuge and exclaimed in surprise, "The DNA is already fixed?" Zhou Wen nodded and said, "No, Wu Yin. It's only been an hour and a half. What kind of insane speed is this?" "Wu Yin, let's go eat. Everything will only be considered valid once the results come out this afternoon." After leaving the building, Wu Yin handed a white magnetic card to Zhou Wen. "Here, this is a temporary card. Use it first, and we'll issue you a formal one after you complete the onboarding process." "Thank you." Zhou Wen took it and looked at it. On the north side were the words "Affiliated Hospital" and "Temporary Card," with a number below. Wu Yin added, "As for accommodation, is it okay if you take care of it yourself for now? We'll arrange a dormitory for you later once the contract is finalized, where you can get a housing allowance." Zhou Wen knew that the dormitory arrangements would have to wait until the employment contract was signed, so he nodded and said, "Okay, sure." The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Wei Zhaogong, who was standing next to them, took the initiative to ask, "Where is your hometown?" "Zhou Wen, from Jiangdu." Wei Xiaogong exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're from Jiangdu. No wonder your accent sounds so familiar." "Hee, I'm from Taixing, which is very close to your place." "Yes, that's right. Only 50 or 60 kilometers. How old are you this year?" 22. What about you?" "I'm 24. You're only 22. You don't look it." We chatted all the way to the hospital staff canteen on the east side of the inpatient department. I must say, the food at the hospital is pretty good, with a wide variety of dishes. "The food at your hospital is pretty good." Wu Yan smiled and said, "Compared to university, it's still a bit lacking. It looks all right to me. Maybe I've been eating too much college food and am just getting tired of it. I often miss the university cafeteria now." After getting their food, Zhou Wen carried his plastic tray and followed Su Jiejia and the others to their designated seats. All around him were nurses in white coats, each one pretty and charming, their giggles like little hens, making Zhou Wen, a single man, feel a tickle in his heart. However, he knew that these nurses were all shrewd and capable. Without the skill to drive a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi with one hand, they had no chance. The meal took about 20 minutes. There was a little over an hour of downtime after lunch, and the testing center reopened at 1:30 p.m. Since there was nothing else to do, Zhou Wen wandered around the hospital, and Wei Xiaogong accompanied him. When they arrived at the administration building, the two stood by the wall. Wei Xiaogong took out a pack of Xiaosu cigarettes from his pocket and gestured to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen casually pulled out a cigarette, took out a lighter from his pocket, lit it for Wei Xiaogong first, and then lit it for himself. Wei Xiaogong laughed and asked, "How many years have you been smoking?" Zhou Wen, 5 years. I started smoking it in my senior year of high school. I started earlier than you. I started smoking in my first year of high school. Wei Xiaogong took a puff as he spoke, and then added, "Back then, I had just started high school. In order to integrate into the dormitory group as soon as possible, people would give me cigarettes, and I would keep smoking. Who knew that I would get addicted to it?" "Hee, me too." Wei Xiaogong chatted for a few more minutes about high school life, then pointed to the building to the west and said, "The back is the dormitory for the hospital's official staff. Jiang Hechuan and I live in the building to the north. You should live there too." "You're with Jiang Hechuan?" "Yes, we were classmates in college." "Oh," Wei Xiaogong asked. "I see that team leader Wu cares about you quite a bit. Did you two meet in college?" "I don't know her." Zhou Wen shook his head with a smile, then asked, "Isn't the team leader Zhang Shuguang? Why do you all call her team leader?" Wei Xiaogong laughed and said, "Zhang is usually busy with scientific research, academic seminars, and departmental affairs, so he has no time to manage the PCR group. Wu Yan manages it all, so." "Oh, I understand," Zhou Wen nodded with a smile. "After all, we've only just met, so it's impossible for us to have any deep conversations." After chatting casually for a while and getting a basic understanding of the hospital situation, I returned to the testing center. Most of the people in the laboratory building haven't returned yet. Only a small number are still conducting experiments. Upon arriving at the lab, Zhou Wen immediately got to work. Electron microscopy observation, perfect. He then began performing electrophoretic analysis. To see the concentration of DNA, electrophoresis analysis is necessary. DNA concentration cannot be observed under an electron microscope. While Zhou Wen was preparing the gel, Wei Xiaogong, Jiang Hechuan, Dong Weiniang, and Su Jiejia went to the electron microscope one by one to take a look. When they left, each of them had a look of astonishment on their face. They just couldn't understand how Zhou Wen's range of motion could be successfully extracted. "That's awesome." At 2:15, Wu Yan and Zhang Shuguang arrived together. Zhang Shuguang's eyes lit up when he saw the slide on the electron microscope stage. "It's all better now?" Zhou Wen nodded. Wu Yan laughed from the side. "It was finalized by 11:30. "Oh, really?" Zhang Shuguang was surprised again, thinking to himself, "Wow, that's fast." He walked over to the electron microscope and observed it. The DNA strands were clearly visible. A smile appeared on Zhang Shuguang's face. He knew he hadn't misjudged the person. Zhou Wen has just prepared the electrophoresis gel, then blown it, centrifuged it, and dropped it into the gel electrophoresis tank to start electrophoresis. Now all that's left is to wait. After he finished his work, Zhang Shuguang smiled and said, "Bring me a sample." Zhou Wen took a sample of mouse DNA from the centrifuge, put it in an icebox, and then followed Zhang Shuguang out of the laboratory. No sooner had the two left than Su Jiejia pulled Wu Yan aside and asked, "Hey Wu, what's the deal with this Zhou Wen? What's going on?" "It's just a normal practical interview." "That doesn't make sense. A normal practical interview would require a big shot like Team Leader Zhang to personally oversee it. When I came here last year, Team Leader Zhang didn't show up at all." Hee, Wu Yan smiled and saw Su Jiejia and the others looking at her expectantly. After thinking for a moment, she thought that everyone would find out later anyway, so she smiled and said, "He is a little different from you. You are on contract, but he is on employment, which is why Zhang, the team leader, needs to personally oversee the process." Su Jiejia exclaimed in surprise, "What? He has a government job?" The other three people in the lab also looked completely bewildered. No wonder they take it so seriously. It turns out it's a formal employee interview. Although the group didn't say anything, they were all filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. They're both human, but one of them is a full-time employee right from the start, while the other works just as hard doing experiments every day, yet they're just contract workers. The difference in how people are treated is immediately apparent. By the time they actually manage to get a permanent position, they might already be a leader in the institute. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Yan guessed what they were thinking and said with a smile, "Zhou Wen was brought in as a talent, so he is being treated specially. Please don't have any other thoughts." Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, Su Jiejia and the others suddenly remembered Zhou Wen's behavior during DNA extraction and immediately understood. This kind of talent, if given a permanent position, would be barely acceptable, SOSO, or passable. But when I think about how Zhou Wen got a permanent position as soon as he arrived, while they've been working for a year and still have no hope of getting one, I can't help but feel a little envious. Chapter 020. Zhang Shuguang led Zhou Wen to the PCR experimental area on the 5th floor. First, there is a corridor that is more than 10 meters long. If you walk along the corridor to the end, there is an aluminum alloy door. After entering, there is another inner corridor, brightly lit, with the plastic walkway on the floor so shiny it reflects light. The PCR laboratory is located on one side of the inner corridor. Through the transparent glass, you can see that it is a luxurious PCR laboratory with separate rooms for reagent preparation, specimen preparation, gene amplification, and product analysis. The total area is estimated to be over 100 square meters. Moreover, there is a small changing room at the entrance of each preparation room. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. This is what a PCR lab should look like. Unlike the PCR labs at universities, where reagent preparation, sample preparation, amplification analysis, and everything else are all done in a tiny room of less than 20 square meters. After standing at the door of the sample preparation room, Zhang Shuguang asked, "Do you know how to do PCR?" Zhou Wen nodded and said, "Yes." He thought to himself, "You've already brought me here, and now you're asking me if I know how to do this? That old geezer is so mean." At the same time, I was secretly glad that I had practiced it yesterday, otherwise I might have made a fool of myself today. Zhang Shuguang gestured towards the reagent preparation room across the street and said, "Go in and show me how it's done." Zhou Wen grunted in agreement and walked into the sample preparation room with the ice pack in hand. After changing into a brand new sterile gown in the changing room and putting on a mask and gloves, I entered the preparation room. This isn't a university lab. The amplification here involves unknown viruses, bacteria, and fungi extracted from all sorts of strange and unusual samples. If you get infected, the consequences could be dire. Zhou Wen looked around the preparation room. On the left were a mixer, centrifuge, and biosafety cabinet. On the right were a water bath, refrigerator, and sink. There was a pass-through window in the middle of each room, and a sterilization cart was on the opposite wall. At that moment, there were two people in the sample preparation room, extracting samples on the operating table. After hearing the noise at the door, one of the shorter people turned his head and glanced at Zhou Wen. Because everyone was wearing masks, they couldn't see each other's faces or expressions. However, he did see Zhang Shuguang standing outside the glass window. Zhang Shuguang made a gesture to the shorter man, who immediately understood and gave an okay sign. He then beckoned to Zhou Wen. "Come here." After Zhou Wen passed by, The man smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Dai Haidong. Please feel free to use the equipment here. Just let me know if you need anything." Zhou Wen nodded and said, "Thank you, my name is Zhou Wen." Dai Haidong nodded, said, "You're welcome," and then turned to get busy. After putting down the ice box, Zhou Wen got busy. "I first told the people in the reagent preparation room next door what experimental reagents I needed, and then I started making the DNA template. I'm a little nervous. In university labs, some procedures are just for show, and most of the time it's all done by feel, so it's very comfortable and relaxing. However, a formal laboratory is different. Every procedure is strictly regulated. You can't just do whatever you want. This is to minimize experimental contamination." Zhou Wen was a little reserved at first, but he quickly grew to like this meticulous and strict approach. This is what a laboratory should be like. University laboratories always gave him the feeling of children playing house. Zhang Shuguang stood outside for a while, then turned and left. He left with a smile on his lips. To reiterate, schools can produce countless identical masters and doctoral students, but it's rare to cultivate a promising talent like Zhou Wen. Therefore, he was willing to nurture him carefully. What does a formal position matter? Within his capabilities, giving him an expert title wouldn't be a problem, as long as he demonstrates enough potential. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it was 5:30 p.m. Zhou Wen has completed the expansion. Through the True Vision Eye, it can be observed that the PCR tube contains a high concentration of mouse DNA strands. However, he saw that it was useless. Product analysis was needed for it to be considered valid. He placed the PCR products in an icebox at 4 degrees Celsius and sent them through a transfer window to the adjacent product analysis room, where they awaited electrophoresis detection. After leaving the expansion room, Zhou Wen changed his clothes and went to the 6th floor. Just as I arrived at the lab entrance, my phone rang in my pocket. I took it out and saw that it was Chun Ziyuan calling. As soon as the call connected, Chun Ziyuan said, "Lun Yang said you're treating everyone tonight. What's going on? Did you strike it rich?" Zhou Wen laughed and said, "I haven't made a fortune, but I've found a job." "Oh, really? Congratulations. Where?" "First Hospital, Testing Center." Chun Ziyuan misheard it as hospital and subconsciously thought it was some small hospital. He laughed and said, "Then let's do it for now. If it doesn't work out, we can switch careers later." Okay then. Tell me your address later. I'm at Jira Internet Cafe." After saying that, Chun Ziyuan hung up the phone. Zhou Wen put away his phone, pushed open the lab door, and went inside. Wei Xiaogong and the others were just getting ready to leave work when they saw Zhou Wen come in. The air suddenly froze, and they all looked at Zhou Wen with strange eyes. Zhou Wen touched his face and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Ahem, Wei Xiaogong coughed, breaking the silence in the air, and said with a somewhat awkward smile, You went to do the PCR test, huh? How did it go?" "It went fairly smoothly." "That's good," Wei Xiaogong said, then added, "We get off work at 5:30, so we're leaving now." Zhou Wen nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for the electrophoresis results before I leave. By the way, it's not convenient tonight, but I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night." "Okay, sure, bye." Zhou Wen watched the group leave, feeling a distance growing between them, as if things weren't as natural as before. Just as he was wondering to himself, Wu Yin came over. After a brief chat, Zhou Wen voiced his doubts. Wu Yin smiled and said, "Because they know you were assigned a position with a formal staff position, while none of us were. Do you think people will be jealous of you?" "I see." Zhou Wen was so focused on the task that he didn't consider his colleagues' feelings. But there's nothing he can do about it. He can't just give up the job just to appease them, can he? Wu Yin said understandingly, "Don't worry, everyone will definitely have some ideas at first. As long as you show your abilities and convince everyone, I guarantee no one will have anything to say." Yes, Senior is right." Wu Yin smiled and turned to look at the electrophoresis apparatus on the control panel. "How much time is left?" "It'll be soon." After waiting for another half hour, at 6:10, the electrophoresis analysis report came out. Wu Yin took it and looked at it. Then a smile quickly appeared on her face. She gave Zhou Wen a thumbs up. "Awesome." Zhou Wen grinned and chuckled. Lun Yang and Zhang Wei both knew about Zhou Wen's situation, so they took his wallet into full consideration and chose a Sichuan restaurant outside the school that was both delicious and inexpensive. and none of them brought their family members. When Zhou Wen arrived, everyone had already arrived. Excluding him, there were a total of 8 people, 4 from the dormitory and 4 from the lab. They were Shi Lei, Yang Yudong, Gu Hongyun, and Lin Jiai. The other 2 people could not be contacted. Lin Jiai was brought over by Gu Hongyun, and Zhou Wen had been informed beforehand. Gu Hongyun felt that although there had been some conflict, they had been together for almost a year and there was no deep-seated hatred between them, so there was no need to cut off all ties. Zhou Wen thought it made sense. Graduation was just around the corner, so let bygones be bygones, since there wouldn't be many chances to meet again. When he sat down, Lu Yukoan asked, "Didn't you say there was one more person? Where is that person?" Her. Zhou Wen was about to say that there was no need to wait when he received a message on WeChat. He took it out and saw that it was from Su Shuangyu. Su Shuangyu. There are too many people. I think I'd better not go. Okay, never mind then. After typing it out, Zhou Wen realized the wording was inappropriate, deleted it, and edited it to, oh, then it was sent out. Lun Yang, who was sitting next to him drinking tea, happened to see this and burst out laughing. Cough, cough, cough. Lun Yang coughed and laughed at the same time. Oh my God, Zhou Wen, you're really something. No wonder you're single. Chen Ziyuan asked curiously, what's wrong? Lun Yang grinned and said, the girl wanted to come over for dinner, but she was too shy to say anything, so she asked Zhou Wen to coax her a bit, but he just turned her down. The private room erupted in laughter, and even Lin Jiai couldn't help but chuckle. Holy crap, oh my God. Haha. Zhou Wen, you're so straightforward. He's a heartless killer. Duh. Chapter 21. Just as Lun Yang said, Su Shuangyu was really embarrassed to go, but he was eager to treat Zhou Wen to a meal. I was hoping Zhou Wen would coax her a bit, and then she would reluctantly agree. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wen replied with an "oh," completely disrupting her plans. You idiot, what the hell? Su Shuangyu looked at the Hao Zai Lai Sichuan restaurant diagonally across the street, gritting her teeth in anger. She had even put on light makeup and carefully selected her clothes, but now it was all for nothing. After being angry for a while, she had no choice but to wander around the food street alone, as she couldn't possibly go to the restaurant by herself. Inside the restaurant, people were clinking glasses and chatting happily, and the meal lasted for less than 2 hours. The final bill came to less than 600 yuan, with drinks accounting for nearly half of that. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Ziyuan and his friends went to an internet cafe. Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyun returned to their love nest, while Shi Lei, Lin Jiai, and Zhou Wen strolled towards the school. When they passed a supermarket at a 3-way intersection, Shi Lei went to buy something, leaving Zhou Wen and Lin Jiai behind. Zhou Wen felt the cool night breeze blowing, her gaze lingering on the female students walking by on the food street, her mind wandering. I'm sorry. Huh? Zhou Wen, regaining his senses, asked in confusion, what did you say? Lin Jiai smoothed her hair, which had been ruffled by the night wind, and said, I was wrong before. I talked nonsense and I was being unreasonable. I'm sorry. Zhou Wen was in a good mood today and waved his hand generously. It's okay. I'm not good either. A grown man like me, so petty. Lin Jiai smiled and asked, how did your interview go today? Because we wanted to consider the feelings of those who hadn't found jobs, no one mentioned work at the dinner table. Instead, we talked about local customs and traditions, as well as our feelings about graduation. Things went relatively smoothly. We'll have to wait for approval from hospital leadership for the specifics. Lin Jiai nodded. The two chatted casually. Just then, Zhou Wen saw a vaguely familiar figure. She was wearing a baseball cap, a loose red sweatshirt, loose blue ripped jeans, and white Converse shoes. She was dressed very fashionably. He was holding a cup of oolong cheese milk tea in his hand, walking while looking down and playing on his phone. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Wen realized that it was none other than Su Shuangyu. Just as he was hesitating whether to call her, a trendy young man, who looked a bit like Wang Husheng, blocked her way. Hi, miss, can I add you on WeChat? Su Shuangyu said without looking up. No, thank you. After saying that, he tried to walk around Wang Husheng and continue forward. Wang Husheng blocked the way and backed away, saying as he did so, Miss, would you like to raise a dog? The single kind. I won't raise it. Su Shuangyu stepped aside slightly and continued walking forward. Undeterred, Wang Husheng continued to follow along, spouting awkward flirting lines. "Miss, do you know there's something on your face?" Su Xuanyu, with her head down, didn't react at all. Fearing an awkward silence, Wang Husheng could only say, "Miss, I can feel your gaze on your face." Pedestrians on the street were amused by Wang Husheng's corny pickup lines. Zhou Wen found it quite amusing. Seeing that Wang Husheng was about to continue pestering her, she went over and grabbed his arm, saying, "Brother, forget it. You're not her type. You can't win her over." Wang Husheng glanced at him, then at Su Xuanyu's back with her head down, and turned to leave. When he left, there was no disappointment on his face from being rejected by the girl, nor any embarrassment or resentment. All he showed was indifference, and even a hint of disdain. Zhou Wen followed the boy's gaze and noticed that after taking a few steps, this guy, nicknamed Tiger Brother, moved on to his next target and even managed to get the girl's WeChat number right under his nose. Lying down, Liubi. This Wang Husheng is clearly employing a strategy of casting a wide net. According to the famous love expert Chen Ziyuan and the women's friend Lu Ruiqing Lu Nyang, no matter how ugly a man is, as long as he has no shame, he can be a groom every day and enter the bridal chamber every night. The method is very simple. Just like Wang Husheng, add women on WeChat everywhere. If you can flirt with them, flirt with them. If you can't flirt with them, immediately move on to the next target. Anyway, there's no loss. But if you manage to flirt with one, you'll be in luck. In reality, the probability of successfully flirting with a woman is very high, because there are just too many foolish women in this world. Zhou Wen sighed for a moment, then turned around and saw Su Xuanyu standing next to him, biting her straw fiercely and watching him intently. "What are you doing?" Zhou Wen asked. Su Xuanyu gave a cold laugh, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, and said, "Why should I need to report to you?" Zhou Wen grinned. Actually, he understood what Lu Nyang and the others were saying, but he had no desires and had no intention of pursuing Su Xuanyu, so he didn't care whether she came or not. He was too lazy to coax her. Zhou Wen, "Then, shall I treat you to something to eat?" Su Xuanyu, "I won't eat." Zhou Wen, "Want a beverage?" Su Xuanyu, "I won't drink." Zhou Wen, "Then I'm leaving." Su Xuanyu, "Go ahead and leave. What does it have to do with me?" Zhou Wen turned and walked towards the intersection, where Shirley and Lin Jiai were waiting for him. Su Xuanyu stared intently at Zhou Wen's back, silently counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3. Turn around. Zhou Wen didn't look back. He really just left. Su Xuanyu was furious. She picked up the cup in her hand and smashed it, yelling, "You be asterisk 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 D." Shirley said, "Zhou Wen, go and coax him." Lin Qiyi also said, "Yes, Zhou Wen." Zhou Wen chuckled. "What's with all the coaxing? It's ridiculous. Let's go." Watching Zhou Wen walk away without looking back, Su Xuanyu was furious, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was about to fall, she tilted her head back and stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. What's so great about it? Su Xuanyu blinked twice, then rubbed her nose before turning around and heading in the opposite direction from where Zhou Wen and the others had left. Because he couldn't do two tasks at the same time, he couldn't go to the library to grind experience. And since Zhou Wen couldn't fall asleep for a while, he went for a night run on the playground. Dealing with viruses all day long, how can you do it without a strong body? Even a simple flu could kill him. Therefore, we should strengthen our physical exercise and treat exercise as an essential part of life. Just like the famous academician Zhong, he is over 80 years old but in great shape. I jogged for an hour on the playground and then started doing pull-ups to strengthen my upper body. They didn't leave until they were drenched in sweat. When they returned to the dormitory, Lu Nyang and Chen Ziyuan were all back. "Oh, you're back so early?" the dear girl said listlessly. "I drank too much wine, and I'm a little sleepy." Chen Ziyuan, who was lying on his side on the bed looking at his phone, casually asked, "Hey Lao Zhou, does Lin Jai have a boyfriend?" "What do you want to do?" "Nothing much, just asking." Zhang Wei chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law wants to exchange skills with others." Chen Jiang said, "Damn, Lao Zhang, when did you become so filthy? I was just asking if she had a boyfriend, and you turned it into me wanting to spar with her? Because you are covered in the scent of Fatinia flowers, and you can smell that pungent, pungent odor from 8 feet away. Ha 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 ha. After Zhou Wen went downstairs to take a shower, he lay in bed and opened the system for a while, only to find that there was still a box in his inventory that he hadn't opened. Since he had nothing better to do, he just opened it for him. When the box was opened, a stack of RMB appeared inside. Congratulations. You have won 500 renminbi. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Holy crap, this is great. Zhou Wen was incredibly excited. He was worried that he didn't have enough money to treat his colleagues to a meal, but the system had unexpectedly provided him with a lifeline. I stared at the holographic prompt in front of me and looked at it carefully several times. After confirming it, I couldn't help but laugh. Liu Yuquan, who was sleeping next to him and hiding under the covers, stuck his head out and shouted, "I'm just taking care of my physiological needs. What are you laughing at?" Sorry. Please continue." The next day was Saturday. He was supposed to have a day off today, but Wu Yin didn't tell him about the holiday last night. So Zhou Wen got up early to brush his teeth and wash up. After having breakfast at the school cafeteria, I took a bus to the hospital. On the way, he summoned the system to check the mission progress, which showed that there were still 135 hours and 37 minutes left until the mission ended. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Judging from Zhang Shuguang's tone, his official appointment should be fine. The problem is, time is of the essence. If the appointment isn't granted until 6 days later, the mission will be considered a failure. We need to ask Wu Yin today when she'll give him a definite answer. When they arrived at the entrance of the testing center, they saw Wei Zhaogong and Jiang Hechuan. Zhou Wen greeted him warmly. "Good morning." Wei Zhaogong and Jiang Hechuan both smiled and nodded, then went inside together. When we arrived at the lab, the other two people were already there. Since no tasks had been assigned yet, Zhou Wen went to the 5th floor to perform electrophoresis analysis on yesterday's amplification products. Chapter 22. Once the electrophoresis machine starts analyzing, all that's left is to wait. Zhou Wen had nothing to do for the time being, so he went to the reagent preparation room. Primers used in DNA amplification experiments require design, fabrication, and preparation, which is quite complex and tedious. Additionally, enzymes such as DNTP and TAQ enzymes also need to be prepared in advance. These are things you would normally encounter during your graduate studies. However, now that he was at the testing center, Zhou Wen naturally wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to learn more. There were also two people in the reagent preparation room. One is named Bian Wenhao, and the other is named Su Qi. We had a preliminary understanding of it yesterday. Upon learning that Zhou Wen was there for an internship, both of them were quite enthusiastic, since most people have a habit of wanting to teach others. "Could you bring me reagent number 3? The red bottle. The primers we use are mostly designed by the Research Institute. All we have to do is configure them." Zhou Wen followed along, helping out while learning. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was lunchtime. As I was going downstairs, I ran into Wu Yan. Zhou Wen asked, "Senior, is there anything else I need to do besides having my DNA extracted?" Wu Yan put her hands in her pockets and laughed. "What? Are you too idle?" Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "That's not entirely true. But as you know, I can finish 2 days' worth of your work in 2 hours. What do I do with the rest of the time?" Wu Yan smiled and said, "Your main job is to extract high concentrations of DNA, which is also your job. Once you've done this well, you can do whatever you want with the rest of your time." Zhou Wen exclaimed happily, "Really? So it's okay for me to wander around the outpatient department area?" Wu Yan nodded. "Okay, but you have to be available whenever I call." "Okay, I understand." Zhou Wen was very happy. In Zhou Wen's view, there is a fundamental difference in terms of initiative between assigned work and work done voluntarily. Then Zhou Wen asked about the working hours. His schedule was arranged according to the PCR group's schedule, normally 5 days and 8 hours, but he would take turns resting. After lunch, Zhou Wen went to the reagent preparation room to study. At 3:30 p.m., the analysis results of the amplified products of the mouse DNA came out. Very okay. After reviewing the data analysis, Zhou Wen took the report to Zhang Shuguang's office on the 6th floor. As it turned out, Zhang Shuguang wasn't in the office, but Wu Yin was writing materials in the small office next door. Su Jejia and Dong Weining were also there. The 3 women made a scene, chatting and laughing. Zhou Wen knocked on the door and went in, waving the report in his hand and saying, "Team leader Zhang isn't here. What should we do? He's in a meeting. Here you go. Wu Yin took the product report, glanced at it, and a satisfied look appeared in her eyes before stuffing it into a folder on her desk. Zhou Wen wanted to inquire about the staffing issue, but with Su Jiejia and the others around, he couldn't bring himself to ask, so he simply said, "Then I'll be going?" "Wait a minute. I need to ask you something." What? Are you a party member?" "No. That's all." Zhou Wen had just left the office when Su Jiejia and Dong Weining followed. The three of them walked together toward the integrated laboratory. Zhou Wen casually asked, "Aren't you guys busy today?" The general office mainly handles data analysis. It's essentially the logistics support for the PCR group. Dong Weining hummed in agreement. "Today is study day." "Oh, I see." Hospitals typically conduct regular political and professional training sessions. Of course, it's just a formality. The conversation that Dong Weining and the others were having in the office just now was actually a learning experience. It helped them understand the prevailing ideas and trends. Upon arriving at the general office, Zhou Wen smiled and said, "I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Is everything all right?" Wei Xiaogong laughed and said, "Zhang Heshuan and I are fine." Zhou Wen looked at Su Jiejia and Dong Weining and asked, "What about you two?" Both of them shook their heads. "All right, it's decided then." Then Zhou Wen went to inform Wu Yin. Wu Yin readily agreed. "I leave work promptly at 5:30. Zhou Wen was unfamiliar with the area around the hospital, so he let Wei Xiaogong and the others choose a place. In the end, Su Jiejia chose the seafood restaurant on South Street. Zhou Wen felt a pang of liver pain at the mere mention of seafood. But since I've already promised to treat them to a meal, I can't be stingy. I don't have enough money, so I'll have to use Alipay to cover it for now. I'll fill the gap when I get my salary next month. The 6 people called 2 Didi cars to go there. Su Jiejia must be a regular customer, so she knows the place well. We took the elevator up to the 3rd floor and arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant. Upon seeing that it was a seafood buffet, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I asked about the price, and it was 150 yuan per person. There were 6 people, and the total cost was 900 yuan. The money in my card is just right. After paying at the door, everyone went inside the store. It was lunchtime, and the place was packed. Su Jiejia, with her sharp eyes, called out, "Quick, quick, get the crabs." Then everyone went their separate ways. The restaurant had a wide variety of dishes, with all kinds of seafood, such as oysters, mantis shrimp, prawns, octopus, swimming crabs, tiger crabs, yellow ribbon fish, etc., piled up like a mountain. In addition, there are sashimi, grilled steak, glutinous rice balls with sauce, stir-fries, desserts, and so on, which are dazzling and overwhelming. Once cooked, everyone disregarded their appearance and devoured the food. As the atmosphere warmed up, everyone started chatting and laughing, and the slight estrangement from yesterday quickly disappeared. Zhang Heshuan and Zhou Wen addressed each other as fellow townsmen, and Dong Weining blushed as she said to Zhou Wen, "I'm also your senior." Zhou Wen nodded modestly, picked up the glass of red wine, and said, "Come on, senior, let me toast you. Cheers." When you go to a buffet, eat more vegetables and drink less alcohol, so you can get your money's worth. However, a few girls are definitely not enough. Only 3 men can do it. After Wei Xiaogong finished eating a blue crab, he suggested, "Let's go have a smoke." "Let's go?" The 3 men got up and left their seats. There is no restroom inside the store. You need to go to the public restroom upstairs. I took 3 temporary license plates at the door and lit a cigarette before going outside. We chatted and laughed all the way upstairs. There was a small smoking area outside the restroom, where 3 people were standing, smoking and chatting. Just then, 2 men came in around the corner. One of them, a middle-aged man in a suit, seemed to have drunk too much. He staggered forward with the help of the other man. Slow down, slow down. Be careful." Ugh. The man, who had drunk too much, vomited before he even reached the toilet. It was a mixture of yellow and white, filthy mess. Zhou Wen and the other 2 were disgusted. Their cigarettes no longer smelled good, so they stubbed them out and headed for the restroom. Zhou Wen was walking at the very back. As he passed the puddle of vomit on the ground, he glanced at it subconsciously and was surprised to see dark red, thread-like substances on the surface of the vomit. WTF. He stopped and squinted slightly. The red, thread-like things quickly magnified in his eyes, and as expected, they were indeed blood vessels. Stomach bleeding? Zhou Wen asked in confusion, then zoomed in. With the powerful X-ray vision of the true side eye, the blood streaks on the vomit were clearly visible. However, Zhou Wen was then startled to discover that the blood vessels were covered with many linear viruses, which were actually degrading white blood cells in the blood. This reminded Zhou Wen of the terrifying Ebola virus, which shares the same characteristics and is also soluble. He immediately took out an N99 mask from his storage space and put it on. "Zhou Wen, what are you doing?" At the toilet entrance, Wei Xiaogong noticed that Zhou Wen hadn't followed, so he turned around and called out to him. Zhou Wen turned his head and gestured to the vomit on the ground, saying, "Look, that person just vomited blood. I feel that the color of the blood is a bit off. It doesn't seem like a stomach hemorrhage, but rather like a viral infection. Where is it?" His professional instincts kicked in, and Wei Xiaogong immediately came over when he heard the word virus. He casually pulled a disposable surgical mask from his shirt pocket, put it on, and squatted down to examine the vomit on the ground closely. It really is blood, but after stomach acid dissolves it, the color of blood is a bit brownish, so it may not necessarily be a virus. No sooner had Wei Xiaogong finished speaking than a heart-wrenching sound of vomiting came from the toilet. Ugh, ugh, ugh. It's better to be careful. Wait here for a moment, so no one steps on the vomit. Zhou Wen turned and strode into the restroom. Next to the urinal, Jiang Hechuan asked curiously, "What are you doing outside?" Zhou Wen shook his head and strode towards the squat toilet at the very back of the restroom. The man in the suit who just vomited blood was leaning against the door, vomiting into the latrine. The filth was splattered inside and out, and even his friend, the man with glasses, stood a meter away in disgust. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Wen discovered that the vomit contained a large number of linear viruses, which was extremely alarming. Holy crap, Zhou Wen thought to himself, his heart pounding with fear. This filovirus was incredibly prolific. He turned to the bespectacled man standing against the wall and shouted, "Your friend is vomiting blood, and you're still standing there in a daze." The bespectacled man exclaimed, "Ah," and immediately ran towards his friend, Editor-in-Chief Liu. "What's wrong?" Zhou Wen said sternly. "Wait a minute. Don't help him up yet." The bespectacled man was intimidated by Zhou Wen's serious expression and didn't know whether to help him or not. Zhou Wen patted his pockets, realized he wasn't wearing gloves, and turned to ask, "Jiang Hechuan, are you wearing gloves?" "I brought it. Give me." Jiang Hechuan didn't ask any questions. He immediately took out a rubber glove from his pocket, walked over quickly, and put it in Zhou Wen's hand. As someone who deals with viruses all day long, it's normal to carry a mask and gloves in your pocket, right? Duh. Chapter 23. As Zhou Wen put on his gloves, his true sight eye pierced through the skull of the man in the suit, Editor-in-Chief Liu, and penetrated deep into his mouth. In an instant, countless bacteria filled Zhou Wen's vision, as if he had entered the lair of the Crimson Moon Demon, making his scalp tingle. The mouth is the dirtiest part of the human body because the slightly alkaline saliva, combined with the warm and moist environment, is indeed very suitable for the survival of bacteria. In addition, the habit of eating and drinking excessively, such as milk tea, skewers, hot pot, etc., provides rich nutrients for bacteria. Therefore, even if you clean your mouth very well, it will still contain about 50 billion bacteria. If you don't brush your teeth regularly, these bacteria will marry and procreate in your mouth with a total number of approximately 200 billion. That's why it's necessary to clean a human bite wound immediately, otherwise the probability of bacterial infection is very high. Of course, human saliva also contains lysozyme, an enzyme that can effectively inhibit bacteria. This is why it was effective for parents to apply saliva to the swelling after a mosquito bite when we were kids, and why animals lick their wounds after being injured. However, Zhou Wen discovered that in addition to common bacteria such as Staphylococcus, Streptococcus, Streptococcus salivans, Streptococcus pyogenes, and anaerobic Streptococcus, there were also countless microscopic black thread-like viruses in the mouth of this Editor-in-Chief Liu. These linear viruses relentlessly burrowed into the oral mucosa, which terrified Zhou Wen. He then looked down along the mouth and quickly realized where the bleeding was coming from. The esophageal mucosa, which had been eroded and torn by the filovirus. Jiang Hechuan, quick, call 120. Also, remind them to take precautions against the virus. To prevent Jiang Hechuan from becoming suspicious, Zhou Wen added, the blood this person vomited is the wrong color. It might be a viral infection. Upon hearing about biohazard protection, Jiang Hechuan knew the situation was serious and nodded, saying, I understand. He immediately took out his phone and dialed. Zhou Wen looked at the bespectacled man seriously and said, we are from the People's Hospital. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them truthfully. The bespectacled man was startled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 please ask. Does your friend have any family history of genetic diseases or any symptoms of illness? No, Editor-in-Chief Liu has always been in excellent health. So, these symptoms all just started? Yes, that's right. The bespectacled man nodded nervously. Editor-in-Chief Liu has always had a high alcohol tolerance, but tonight he only drank 3 or 4 ounces of liquor before he said he felt nauseous, and then he vomited before he even got to the toilet. Could it be food poisoning? That's possible, Zhou Wen said, then asked, what did you eat tonight? It's just some wild ducks, rabbits, and quails. Are they all wild? They say they're wild, but they're probably all farmed. Have you eaten? The bespectacled man nodded. I ate it. Zhou Wen's true sight pierced through the bespectacled man's skull, looking into his mouth, where a dense mass of bacteria reappeared in his field of vision. Upon closer inspection, no filovirus was found in the man's mouth. Zhou Wen frowned slightly and said, think again, what else did he eat besides these things? And there were some river fish and sea crabs. Oh, right, there was also a deep-fried python. Since snake gallbladders are said to have liver-cleansing and vision-improving effects, I gave it to Editor-in-Chief Liu. Zhou Wen, even a child knows that raw snake gallbladders contain many parasites. How dare you make him swallow it raw? Do you want him to die even faster? The bespectacled man looked embarrassed. But at that moment, Editor-in-Chief Liu, who was vomiting against the toilet wall, suddenly collapsed. Zhou Wen reacted quickly, catching his upper body. The bespectacled man beside him offered to help, but Zhou Wen shouted, get out of the way. Jiang Hechuan, come here. Jiang Hechuan had already put on a mask and gloves, avoiding the vomit on the ground, and came up to support President Liu's other arm, helping him out of the toilet. Soon, a group of Editor-in-Chief Liu's friends and colleagues also rushed over upon hearing the news. Editor-in-Chief, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Editor-in-Chief, wake up. Call an ambulance. What are you doing here? Why did Editor-in-Chief Liu suddenly faint? Was it you? Seeing that his colleagues had misunderstood, the bespectacled man quickly explained, these people are doctors. It has nothing to do with them. It's because they ate snake gallbladders. What? It was caused by eating snake gallbladders? I told you snake gallbladders shouldn't be eaten, but you insisted on making the Editor-in-Chief eat them. That's impossible. I used to eat it all the time and never had any problems. Yes, I ate it all the time when I was a kid and I was fine. It was probably food poisoning. The man with glasses colleagues were all talking at once, each trying to shift the blame onto the other. Zhou Wen shouted, step back, don't crowd here, it's blocking the airflow. Back up, back up. At this moment, Editor-in-Chief Liu, who was lying on the ground, was frantically scratching his throat with both hands, making a bellows-like sound, and his face was flushed, as if he could not breathe. Jiang Hechuan, who was squatting to the side, said anxiously, his breathing function is severely damaged, and he will soon suffer respiratory failure. Zhou Wen had been observing the esophageal wall of this Editor-in-Chief Liu. As Jiang Hechuan said, the mucous membrane layer is about to be eroded through by the virus, which will soon cause massive bleeding and further lead to respiratory failure and death. The problem was that he had no antiviral drugs or an external ventilator. Before the ambulance arrived, Mr. Liu was basically just waiting to die. The owner of the wild game restaurant, upon hearing that a customer had an accident after eating snake gallbladders, rushed over and stood anxiously to the side. His wild game restaurant only opened at the end of last year, and he invested a lot of money. The rent alone cost him hundreds of thousands of yuan. If a customer dies here, not only will the restaurant have to close down, but he will also face huge compensation. The boss, his voice trembling with tears, pleaded with Jiang Hechuan and Zhou Wen. Please, please, think of something. Please save him. After all, it was a living human life, and Zhou Wen couldn't just watch him die. So he frowned and tried to think of a solution. All right, biological bandages. When Zhou Wen thought of the band-aid, he hesitated for a moment. Based on his understanding of the products produced by the system, the biological band-aid should be able to inhibit bacteria and speed up wound healing. But he didn't know if it could inhibit viruses. Moreover, bandages are for external use, but the linear virus is in the esophagus. What should we do? Oh, help me. Just as Zhou Wen hesitated, Editor-in-Chief Liu, who was lying on the ground, let out a painful cry for help. Never mind, let's try anything. Zhou Wen shouted to the owner of the wild game restaurant next door. Go quickly and get me a small knife and a bottle of 75% ethanol disinfectant. Oh. The shop owner hurriedly ran into the store, and from afar he could be heard shouting, Quick, give me the spare first aid kit. In less than 20 seconds, the first aid kit was brought over. Here, alcohol and a knife. Zhou Wen took it, poured alcohol onto the knife, disinfected it briefly, and then shouted in Editor-in-Chief Liu's ear, I'm giving you emergency treatment, don't move. After saying that, he unbuttoned Editor-in-Chief Liu's shirt and then gently made a cut in the area where the esophageal mucosa was most severely eroded, and subcutaneous blood flowed out from the wound. The owner of the wild game restaurant, who was carrying a first aid kit, immediately handed over cotton balls to stop the bleeding. After Wei Xiaogong took it, he pressed it onto the wound. Zhou Wen put down the knife, reached into his shirt pocket, but actually took out a biological bandage from his system inventory. After tearing open the outer packaging, I applied it directly to the wound on Editor-in-Chief Liu's neck. Jiang Heshuan nudged Zhou Wen and leaned in to ask, What are you sticking up? Don't do anything reckless. Zhou Wen nodded. I know. Don't worry. It's just an antiviral patch. Jiang Heshuan hummed in agreement. These days, even doing good deeds requires knowing your limits and not acting recklessly. Cases of people being sued after trying to save someone are all too common in hospitals, so we have to be extra careful. As Zhou Wen spoke, his gaze passed through the biological bandage, quietly observing it. Less than 30 seconds later, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the antibacterial and antiviral agents contained in the biological bandage had penetrated the lymph nodes and muscle layer, and had a powerful killing effect on the linear virus that was desperately eroding the esophageal mucosa. Chapter 24. The biological wound dressing is very powerful. Through penetration and antibacterial action, it completely eliminates a large area of viruses that have severely eroded the esophageal mucosa. Editor-in-Chief Liu, who had already begun to suffer from respiratory failure, was now breathing in fresh air like a drowning person surfacing. The owner of the wild game restaurant was so excited he almost cried. The guest on the ground was almost dead, but after being rescued, he is now able to breathe normally again, which proves that Zhou Wen is indeed capable. If there hadn't been so many people around, the boss would have knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Wen twice to express his gratitude. Is it all better now? Upon hearing his boss's words, Zhou Wen said with a serious expression, It's only a temporary relief. The boss, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart leap into his throat again, his gratitude turning into trepidation. Just then, Wu Yin and Su Jijia also came out. After learning about the situation, Wu Yin and the others miraculously pulled out masks and gloves from their pockets and put them on. This truly embodies the principle of better safe than sorry. Wu Yin then addressed the crowd. The patient's condition is currently unclear, and there may be a risk of infection. Please do not gather here and disperse quickly. Upon hearing about the risk of infection, the onlookers were so frightened that they all kept their distance and dared not stand around anymore. She then went to Zhou Wen's side and whispered, How did you know it was a viral infection? I guessed. Can you guess about something like this? But it was too late now, and the antiviral patch had worked, so Zhou Wen was clearly right. There was no time to investigate the ingredients of the antiviral patch. Wu Yin said, It's still necessary to get it to the hospital for diagnosis as soon as possible. I know, Zhou Wen nodded. Although the linear virus in the esophagus was suppressed, a large number of viruses still existed in the mouth. The antiviral agents contained in the biological bandage could not reach there at all, so the patient had to be taken to the hospital immediately for treatment. Hurry up, carry him downstairs and wait for the ambulance. Zhou Wen, Jiang Heshuan, Wei Xiaogong, and the owner of the wild game restaurant carried editor-in-chief Lu downstairs. Before leaving, Zhou Wen instructed Wu Yan, "Tell the seafood restaurant not to use the toilets for the time being, as the vomit needs to be strictly disinfected." Wu Yan nodded. "Don't worry, I know. As staff at the testing center, the first lesson in our professional training is virus protection. Regardless of whether it's true or false, any suspicion should be treated as fact and dealt with accordingly. Please help me contact the staff at the seafood market, the main entrance of the seafood market." Just as Zhou Wen and the others came down, the ambulance arrived. Because the report was for virus protection, the doctors and nurses who came down were all fully equipped with protective gear. After seeing editor-in-chief Lu off to his car, Zhou Wen was powerless to help him any further. It was now up to luck. Meanwhile, Lu's colleagues and friends who had come down with him all drove up after him. The owner of the wild game restaurant looked extremely grim as the ambulance drove away with a whoosh whoosh, but he still turned to Zhou Wen and the other two and said, "Thank you so much." As he spoke, he pulled out 3 business cards from his pocket, handed one to each person, and said with a wry smile, "From now on, you'll all get a 50% discount when you eat at my restaurant. As long as my restaurant can stay open, Zhou Wen." "Boss, you're too kind." Zhou Wen and his colleagues are different from ordinary people. They study biology and virus detection, and they know that wild animals contain a large number of unknown viruses and cannot be eaten. Because viruses are constantly changing and evolving to adapt to changes in the environment. Just because they are harmless in animals does not mean they will be harmless after being absorbed by the human body. After parting ways with the boss, Zhou Wen and the others lost their appetite and stopped eating. I called 2 DD rides back. On the way, Wei Xiaogong and Jiang Heshuan chatted about what happened that night, and the taxi driver joined in after hearing about it. Zhou Wen thought of the time he saved someone at the night market and said with a laugh, "I've discovered I'm a jinx. Last time it happened near our school. The First People's Hospital Testing Center. Because the reported cause was respiratory failure due to a viral infection, blood was immediately drawn and sent to the testing center for virus testing upon arrival at the hospital. The doctors can't do anything right now because, is it a virus? What kind of virus is it? They need the testing center to provide answers before they can prescribe the right treatment." Editor-in-chief Lu was temporarily sent to the intensive care isolation observation room. Virus testing team. Yang LeCun, the team leader, was studying the test data in his office when team member Su Jian barged in without even knocking. "Boss, come down and take a look." Seeing Su Jian's surprised expression, Yang LeCun stood up and followed Su Jian to the 4th-floor laboratory without saying a word. After changing into protective clothing, I entered the laboratory. The other member of the team on duty was standing next to the electron microscope with a look of astonishment on his face. Upon seeing Yang LeCun enter, the team member said, "Boss, come and see quickly." Yang LeCun took 3 steps at a time to walk to the electron microscope and peeked over to look. In the blood seen through the lens, white blood cells were rapidly disappearing. Yang LeCun exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to adjust the magnification of the electron microscope. Soon, the blood began to become clearer in his eyes, and more microscopic things in the blood began to appear. What is this?" Yang LeCun was very surprised to see the curved, thread-like viruses in the blood. Su Jian explained, "It is an unknown linear virus that was extracted from a patient who was just admitted. The patient reportedly vomited blood after swallowing a snake gallbladder at a wild game restaurant near the food court, and then suffered severe respiratory failure within a short period of time. However, she was discovered by several passing doctors, and after emergency treatment, her condition was relieved. The patient is currently in the intensive care unit." Yang LeCun turned his head and asked curiously, "Then how did they know it was a virus?" "I'm not sure. It's probably just a guess based on the patient's symptoms." Yang LeCun nodded. "Among those doctors, there might be experts in biochemistry and virology. Let's do the virus testing first." "Okay, boss." Time passed second by second. An hour later, a woman and a young couple, accompanied by hospital leaders and emergency room doctors, found Yang LeCun, sobbing and saying, "Team Leader Yang, What illness does my husband have? Well, the hospital leaders then introduced, the patient is Liu Bin, the editor-in-chief of Jiangzhou Daily, and this is Liu Bin's wife. Yang LeCun said, hello, editor-in-chief Liu has been infected with a filovirus. Chapter 25. In the morning, Zhou Wen was watching video materials on the bus when his phone rang. It was Wu Yin calling. Hey, Zhou Wen, can you hear me? Okay, go ahead. Where are you now? On my way. What's up? At 4:30 this morning, editor-in-chief Liu died of respiratory failure. Come here quickly. The boss has something to ask you. Zhou Wen. Although he knew last night that the editor-in-chief Liu's situation was not optimistic, he did not expect that his guess would come true. To be honest, he felt a little depressed. After all, he was the first to discover it and participated in the rescue, even resorting to using biological bandages, but in the end, the person still did not survive. That feeling of helplessness and dejection made him somewhat discouraged. Wu Yin understood Zhou Wen's feelings and comforted him, saying, don't think too much about it. You've already done your best. Let's leave it at that for now and talk about it when we meet. The First People's Hospital Testing Center. As soon as Zhou Wen arrived at the gate, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The previously deserted entrance was suddenly occupied by 3 or 4 cars. In addition to 2 small cars, there were 2 white vehicles belonging to the Municipal Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Provincial Center for Disease Control and Prevention, respectively. Several other people wearing white biohazard suits were waiting next to the vehicle. Inside the lobby on the first floor, Chao Hui, deputy director of the testing center, Zhang Shuguang, senior expert and head of the PCR group, and Yang LeCun, senior expert and head of the testing group, were talking with 4 or 5 heads of provincial and municipal disease control centers. As soon as Zhou Wen entered the hall, Zhang Shuguang called out, Zhou Wen, come here. After Zhou Wen arrived, Zhang Shuguang introduced. He was the first to discover the patient's condition last night. You can ask him any questions you may have. As Zhang Shuguang introduced the situation, Chao Hui, Yang LeCun, and the head of the monitoring center, along with 6 or 7 other pairs of eyes, all turned to look at Zhou Wen. Yang LeCun was the first to ask, were you the first to discover the body? Zhou Wen nodded. Yes, it's me. How did you find out? I was having lunch with my colleagues at the time, and 3 of us went to the restroom in the middle of it. As for it, I'm just guessing, because I just started working at the center and have been reading literature on this topic for the past few days, and everything I read seems like. Zhou Wen recited the speech he had prepared. Since Zhou Wen didn't use any instruments, no one would believe that he had eyes comparable to an electron microscope that could see, so they could only believe his words. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, the heads of the CDC were speechless. This Jinx had actually guessed it. It can be completed continuously in a short period of time. For example, Ebola is a type of highly virulent virus that has an onset time of only 24 to 48 hours, but a mortality rate as high as 90%. One expert jokingly remarked, if the Ebola virus had a 10-day incubation period, humanity would be completely reshuffled. Yang LeCun did not completely believe Zhou Wen's statement, but he did not investigate it further, since the man was already dead and there was no point in saying it. What he wants to know most right now is what the ingredients of that antitoxic patch are. According to sources, Liu Bin had already shown signs of respiratory failure in the food court, and he might have died on the spot if it weren't for Zhou Wen's emergency treatment. However, with outsiders present, it's not convenient to ask this question right now. Okay, I'm fine with it. After Yang LeCun finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses from the CDC asked a few more questions, mainly to verify the situation at the scene, such as whether there was direct contact with the patient's body or vomit. Zhou Wen was certainly very clear about this. In fact, he discovered immediately that the droplets from the deceased editor-in-chief Liu's speech were not contagious, nor were they transmitted through contact. For example, there were no linear viruses on the toilet doorknob that he had touched. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let people watch from the sidelines. After Zhou Wen told him the truth, the middle-aged man with glasses said, "That's settled then. We'll have your center do another virus test for you later." Although the preliminary diagnosis indicates that the virus is not contagious, we must not be complacent. If it were contagious, given the circumstances of the deceased Liu Bin, those infected would have already developed symptoms. The fact that no second case has been reported since last night indirectly proves that the virus is not contagious. Yes, I know. Afterwards, the people from the CDC shook hands with Deputy Director Chao Hui and Zhang Shuguang to say goodbye. Before leaving, the middle-aged man with glasses patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Young man, you did a great job this time." Zhou Wen glanced at him. Name, Lin Huaido. Gender, male. Age, 45. Occupation, head of the expert group at the Provincial Center for Disease Control and Prevention, senior virology expert. Physical condition, mental condition. Thanks. After the people from the provincial and municipal disease control centers left, Chao Hui and Yang Lekun left one after the other, and Zhou Wen followed Zhang Shuguang upstairs. Once in the office, Zhang Shuguang sat down in a chair, looked at Zhou Wen standing in front of his desk, and chuckled. "I didn't realize you were so capable. You could tell with the naked eye. What other skills do you have that I don't know about? Tell me." Zhou Wen chuckled dryly. "It was all a guess. Just a fluke?" "I doubt it," Zhang Shuguang said with a smile, adding, "Whether it was a fluke or not, you handled this matter perfectly. I'll give you credit for that." Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "So, boss, how's my job application going? What's the rush? I've already submitted it for you. We have to take it one step at a time. Are you afraid it will slip away?" "No." Zhou Wen was very anxious. "I've already told my girlfriend that I'm a full-time employee. If she finds out that I'm just bragging, she'll definitely break up with me." Zhang Shuguang asked with amusement, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Wen said awkwardly, Not yet." Zhang Shuguang chuckled. "All right, stop pretending. As for the staffing issue, we should have news this week, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Thanks, boss. Go get tested quickly." Zhou Wen left the office with a mix of happiness and frustration. He was happy to be becoming a full-time employee. The frustrating thing is that if you can't become a full-time employee within 100 hours, the mission is considered a failure. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only wait. After Zhou Wen finished having his blood drawn in the general laboratory, Wu Yin came to find him. "Headmaster Yang Lekun wants you to come over. He needs to talk to you." Zhou Wen knew why the other person was contacting him. However, if he insists on denying it, there's nothing the other way to deal with him. "Okay, I'll go right away." Yang Lekun's office is also on the 6th floor. When Zhou Wen arrived, Yang Lekun was typing on his laptop. When he saw him come in, he stopped working and gestured for him to sit down. "Thank you." Zhou Wen sat down in the office chair opposite him. Yang Lekun crossed his arms on the desk, looked at Zhou Wen with a smile, and said, "I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, I'm very curious about your antitoxic patch. Can you tell me about its ingredients?" "Oh, well. What? Is it inconvenient to say?" Yang Lekun asked. Zhou Wen shifted his body slightly and said, "The situation at the scene was complicated, and the deceased was in a state of extreme fear. In order to comfort him, I just used a plaster to reassure him, but it didn't really have any effect. It's mainly his own immune system that's fighting it off." Yang Lekun nodded. He believed him. "That's all. You can go back to your work." Team leader Yang, am I leaving?" After Zhou Wen left, Yang Lekun picked up the test report on the table. "This is the result. There are thousands upon thousands of them in nature, countless in number, nothing to be surprised about. But if only the treatment plan could be published in the Lancet in his name. It's a pity that the little guy wasn't cooperating." Chapter 26. The testing center was on high alert for 2 days because of the linear virus. The food court where they ate was completely sealed off, and the owner of the wild game restaurant was also reportedly taken away for investigation. The virus crisis has passed just like that. However, it had a tremendous impact on Zhou Wen's inner world. He clearly recognized how vulnerable humanity is in the face of viruses and also realized the unparalleled role of medicine in the medical system. It's no exaggeration to say that pharmacists are the uncrowned kings. Zhou Wen takes a day off on Wednesdays. There has been no news about what he was working on. Zhou Wen felt a pang of regret. He wished he hadn't chosen this task. He would have preferred to spend that time grinding experience in the library. During his break, Zhou Wen began to think about his thesis topic again. During this week at work, he had actually been thinking about this issue and had come up with an idea to reduce the reproduction rate of rice aphids through genetic modification. He wouldn't have dared to even consider this idea before he obtained the system. Because genetic modification mainly involves spraying heavy metal chemicals or biochemical drugs on rice leaves, allowing rice aphids to ingest trace amounts, and then observing the genetic characteristics to see if gene mutations occur. But this is a long-term process. It takes 10 days for rice aphids to reproduce, and to induce genetic mutations in rice aphids requires countless experiments, along with continuous observation and research. Instead of wasting their time, pharmaceutical companies would be better off researching chloride pesticides, which would be faster and more profitable. However, things are different now. He can use integration to speed up the experimental process. What takes 10 days to breed, he can complete in just 1 minute, or even 1 second. Including the time spent at the Observation and Research Institute, he can conduct at least 2 sets of experiments a day. Even large laboratories are nothing compared to him. The only thing to worry about is the points. After careful consideration, he decided to title his paper Genetic Modification of Rice Aphids. If this can be accomplished, it would be a great thing that benefits the country and its people. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he went to the laboratory. After spending some time at the testing center, Zhou Wen felt somewhat out of place when he arrived at the rudimentary school laboratory. The laboratory was deserted, with only Yang Yudong and Gu Hongyan present. Upon seeing Zhou Wen arrive, Yang Yudong chuckled and said, "Busy man, what brings you here today?" Zhou Wen smiled and said, "It's my day off today." Gu Hongyan said with a grin, "Oh, now everyone has shifts to rest. I'm so envious." Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "What's there to envy about being a single dog? I envy you too as a couple returning home together." After chatting for a while, Zhou Wen asked Yang Yudong, "Are you familiar with the people in the chemistry lab?" Yang Yudong used to be in the student union, so he has a wide network of contacts. Yang Yudong said, "It looks familiar. What do you want?" Zhou Wen, "I want to prepare some chemical reagents for experiments. Here's a number for you." Yang Yudong recited a number. "Just say he's my junior brother from the same sect. Tell him whatever you want to match. His name is Lu Qing." "Okay," Zhou Wen wrote down the number. "Thanks." "No need to thank me. It's nothing." Zhou Wen chatted in the lab for a while longer before leaving. He didn't rush to make the call. Because he needs a lot of different kinds and quantities, he can't just rely on Yang Yudong's connections to get someone to do his hard work for free. He needs to pay a price. He went to the campus store, bought a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and withdrew 500 yuan in cash. "Of course, I used money from Alipay's Huabei account. His spending limit is 5,000 yuan. He then made a phone call to Lu Qing. After introducing himself, Lu Qing readily agreed to meet. The two met in front of the chemistry department's teaching building. Zhou Wen got straight to the point and stated his requirements. Lu Qing was all smiles at first, but when she heard the quantity Zhou Wen wanted, her smile disappeared and her eyes revealed impatience. "We may be familiar with each other, but that's no reason for you to use me as free labor. Besides, these chemical reagents aren't cheap to buy." Just then, Zhou Wen stuffed the black plastic bag he was carrying into Lu Qing's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lu. Here's a little something for your trouble." "Oh, no need, no need." Seeing that Zhou Wen was agreeing, Lu Qing's originally gloomy face softened slightly. "Look at you. It's just a small favor. What are you doing? A pack of cigarettes costing 200 yuan can only help for 2 days at most. As for how many I can give, I'll see how I feel at the time." Of course, Zhou Wen pushed Lu Qing's hand, which was pretending to push away, back. "I'm sorry to have troubled you, Brother Lu. I'll treat you to dinner when I finish my thesis." "You're too kind, you're too kind." "All right, Brother Lu, you're busy. I'll be going now." All right, take care." After Zhou Wen's voice disappeared at the intersection, Lu Qing turned around, took 2 steps forward, and then opened the black plastic bag in her hand. The first thing that catches the eye is the word, Zhonghua. Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and a smile quickly spread across his face. Not bad, not bad. This young man is quite capable." Just then, he noticed a few bright red banknotes tucked inside the cigarette pack. He took them out and counted them, 500 yuan. Lu Qing immediately beamed with joy. "I must complete my little brother's request with high quality and quantity." Meanwhile, Zhou Wen started searching for the latest information on the internet, preparing to begin the thesis. The day passed quickly and busily. Chen Ziyuan treated everyone to dinner that evening at a high-end restaurant outside the school. The reason for treating everyone was simple. He met a woman while playing online games and wanted to introduce her to everyone. The girl is fair-skinned and beautiful, with an elegant demeanor, and she is a local from Jiangzhou. Driven by envy, jealousy, and resentment, the group frantically ordered food. Chen Ziyuan's face turned green. Hey, hey, one roasted pigeon is enough. We can't finish anymore. Scientific research has found that the nutritional value of an abalone is less than that of an egg. After ordering, Chen Ziyuan clutched his chest and said, Really, I should treat you guys to spicy hot pot tonight. Lu Yuquan chuckled and said, The seafood hot pot over on West Street can easily cost 100 yuan a meal. How about we go try it tomorrow? Get lost. Ha! The girl's name is Xiao Lingling. She is only 19 years old and is a freshman in the School of Foreign Languages. She has an outgoing personality, is very lively and talkative, and quickly became friends with Zhang Wei and Lu Nian's girlfriend. I have a high school classmate who is studying at the medical school of Jiangnan University. His name is Su Shuangyu. Do you know him? Zhou Wen, who was eating fish, looked up and asked, What's your name? Xiao Lingling smiled and said, Su Shuangyu. Su as in single person, and Pisces as in Pisces. Do you know him? Ah well. Zhou Wen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This world is so damn small. He then insisted, I don't know him. Click. Xiao Lingling raised her phone and took a picture of Zhou Wen, then sent a voice message saying, Old classmate, take a look. Who is this? Zhou Wen immediately shouted, Holy crap, retreat now. Xiao Lingling chuckled and said, Didn't you say you didn't know me? Why are you so panicked? Could it be that you too? Zhou Wen touched his nose. What am I panicking about? I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. So that means you know each other? Xiao Lingling stared at Zhou Wen, then chuckled and said, Su Shuangyu is a genuine rich, beautiful, and successful woman, you know. Uncle, aren't you tempted? Let me tell you this. If you can win her over, you'll save at least 30 years of hard work. After Xiao Lingling finished speaking, the other pairs of wolf eyes stared intently at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen said, Don't look at me. I really don't recognize you. Hey Lao Zhou, that's not funny. If you have a lover, why hide it? That's right. Do you think we're afraid of taking it from you? That might be true. Kuan, you're known for being ruthless towards your friends' wives, and it's not like you're incapable of stealing someone else's partner. Bullshit. I, jade-faced little flying dragon, can't find any beautiful woman I want. Why would I need to steal my buddy's girlfriend? This is a huge insult to my character. Do you have a personality? No. Shoo. Xiao Lingling put her hand to her mouth, signaling everyone to be quiet. That beautiful Ms. Su has sent a message. The private room fell silent instantly. A clear, sweet voice came from the phone. Who is this? I don't recognize them. Then a burst of laughter erupted in the private room. After a brief interlude, at Chen Ziyuan's urging and Xiao Lingling's strong invitation, Su Shuangyu finally came over. As always, she wore a loose red sweatshirt, baggy jeans, white canvas shoes, and a baseball cap. Her simple outfit made her look youthful, lively, and cute. Of course, the main reason is that she is beautiful. With her large, clear, dark eyes, soft, full red lips, delicate and exquisite nose, along with her beautifully smooth cheeks and flawless, rosy face, she was a stunningly beautiful woman. A girl like that looks good in anything. Even if she were wearing a burlap sack, she would still look pitiful. If you replaced her with a 200-pound beauty, even if she wore a floral dress, she'd still be called an ugly person making a fuss. Chapter 27. Chen Ziyuan and the other boys were all amazed by Su Shuangyu. However, because his girlfriend was there, he didn't dare to be too obvious and just kept joking with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't care. Just kidding. Anyway, he doesn't plan to have a girlfriend until he becomes successful. A man with money is a hero. A man without money is nothing. What right do people who are constantly struggling to make ends meet have to date? As for becoming a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who marries into a wealthy family, forget it. That's just wishful thinking. It's not his place. Besides, he doesn't need to become a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success. Su Shuangyu didn't react excessively to the jokes. She just smiled and neither refuted nor admitted anything. After dinner, Chen Ziyuan invited everyone to go to karaoke, but Zhou Wen declined, citing the need to go back and research documents. Just then, Zhang Wei's girlfriend had something come up, so everyone went their separate ways. Su Shuangyu naturally went back to school with Zhou Wen. This was Chen Ziyuan's scheme. He arranged it this way on purpose. He was really worried sick about Zhou Wen, this older single guy. On the way, Zhou Wen and Su Shuangyu walked one after the other toward the school. Zhou Wen walked very fast, and Su Shuangyu couldn't keep up. She shouted, "Hey, would it kill you to slow down? You're not a Yandra. Can't you walk a little faster?" Su Shuangyu's anger flared up suddenly. "You bumped into me before, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Are you trying to pick a fight with me now?" "I've already apologized to you," Zhou Wen said without turning his head. Su Shuangyu said, "I don't accept it." "Zhou Wen, it's your business if you don't accept it. It has nothing to do with me." Su Shuangyu was so angry she laughed. She has always been the center of attention since childhood, pampered and cared for by her classmates, teachers, and parents. Wherever she goes, she is the focus of everyone's attention. It was the same when she got to university. Although everyone there was a high-achieving woman, she was still a crane among swans, the focus of the boys' eyes. She had never met anyone as arrogant as Zhou Wen in front of her. The key question is, what does he have to be arrogant about? Does she really think she likes him? Seeing Zhou Wen walking away quickly, looking as if he wanted to avoid her at all costs, Su Shuangyu rolled her eyes, then suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" and squatted down. Zhou Wen, who was walking ahead, turned around and came back, asking, "What's wrong?" Su Shuangyu clutched her ankle, her face contorted in pain, and said, "The injury from last time hasn't healed yet, and I think I twisted it again just now." Zhou Wen looked at her ankles and said, "All right, stop pretending." Su Shuangyu's face flushed almost imperceptibly. Then she feigned anger and said, "What are you pretending for? It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering, isn't it?" "Hush." Zhou Wen slowly exhaled. "Then, can we still walk?" "I'll try." Su Shuangyu pretended to be in pain, slowly stood up from the ground, and made a hissing sound. She's really good at pretending. Zhou Wen wanted to laugh to himself, but he didn't call her out on it. She had her pride too. Su Shuangyu limped and staggered forward. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he reached out and supported her arm to help her walk faster. Su Shuangyu, however, was quite satisfied. Her goal had been achieved. "Heh, you stinky man. You tried to fight me, but you still gave in." The more Zhou Wen acted this way, the less Su Shuangyu wanted to hurry. She walked slowly for 10 minutes until she reached the Lover's Slope lawn in front of the school's clock tower. Then she decided to stop and rest on the lawn for a while. Zhou Wen let go of his hand and said, "Then you can rest slowly. I'm going now." He said he was going to let go, but as soon as he loosened his grip a little, Su Shuangyu cried out, "Ouch!" and leaned forward. He instinctively grabbed her again. Zhou Wen said speechlessly, "That's good enough." Su Shuangyu said with a pained expression, "It really hurts." Zhou Wen helped her to the lawn. This lawn is the largest single lawn remaining in all the campuses of Jiangzhou University. It is surrounded by the Jingjing Building of the School of Mathematical Sciences, the Vij Hall, the Clock Tower, the Wang Jin Law School Building, the Nursing School Building, and the Old Gymnasium. Every summer night, when the sky is dotted with stars, many couples gather here to watch the moon, count the stars, whisper sweet nothings, and tremble with affection. That's why it's called Lover's Hill. Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are few, the wind is gentle and the clouds are light, and there are many people on the lawn, leaning against each other in pairs. Zhou Wen helped Su Shuangyu find a secluded spot to sit down. Then he took out his phone, opened his email, and started looking at the materials he had downloaded that afternoon, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Su Shuangyu rubbed her ankle, which didn't hurt, and glanced at Zhou Wen's phone. It was covered with densely packed English documents, many of which she couldn't understand. This is normal. Biology is the discipline with the largest number of newly coined words among all disciplines, even more obscure than medical literature. Of course, she already regrets studying medicine and will switch majors next year. "Hey, are you taking the postgraduate entrance exam?" No." "Then what?" My graduation thesis." Just as Su Shuangyu was about to ask another question, Zhou Wen's phone rang. Zhou Wen took it out and saw that it was a call from Wu Yan, asking him to go to the hospital tomorrow. Because of the linear virus, the amount of high-purity mouse DNA used has been quite large these past few days, and even other groups have come to PCR to borrow it. Zhou Wen had no choice but to lend it to them. However, this increased his workload. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen continued reviewing the documents. Because they were so close, Su Shuangyu heard everything Wu Yan said clearly and asked with some curiosity, "Which hospital do you work at?" "The first hospital. Haiping Road General Hospital." Su Shuangyu was somewhat surprised. "You can work at the main hospital? What for?" "Zhou Wen, security contractor." "What are you doing?" "Security guard." Su Shuangyu was so angry that she wanted to knock him on the head twice. "Would it kill you to speak properly?" "Fine, I can tell you have psychological problems. I'm not talking to you anymore." After saying that, Su Shuangyu stood up, patted the grass off his bottom, and skipped away. Zhou Wen smiled, finally leaving, and stood up to walk in another direction. The next morning, the first thing Zhou Wen did upon opening his eyes was to open the system and check the task schedule. There are 13 hours and 25 minutes left, which is 8 p.m. tonight, when the mission will end. To be honest, Zhou Wen felt a sense of relief. This damn task has kept him from doing any other tasks for a whole week. I'd rather it end sooner rather than later. As for that black iron treasure chest, he no longer wanted it. He should honestly open his wooden box. When I arrived at the testing center, I ran into Wu Yan, who was there as well. Wu Yan and a nurse in the inpatient department are relatives, and the two of them rent a house outside. Zhou Wen asked with a smile, "Why are you here too?" Wu Yan said, "Dong Weining took the day off today, so I'll be filling in for her." Oh, the two entered the building while talking. Upon entering the integrated laboratory, the first thing to do is sterilization. Sterilization is a very tedious and time-consuming task, and lab technicians spend a third of their time on it every day. The DNA extraction process, which should have taken only an hour and a half, kept Zhou Wen busy until lunchtime. When he came out of the lab, Wu Yan was just coming up from the PCR lab downstairs. Zhou Wen said, "Let's go eat together?" Wu Yan nodded and said, "Okay, wait 2 minutes. I'll upload the test data." Zhou Wen followed Wu Yan to the office. As soon as he entered, he smelled a floral fragrance. He looked around and saw that it was coming from a large bouquet of roses at the base of the wall. "Your boyfriend gave it to you?" While working on the data, Wu Yan said, "Ex-boyfriend." As soon as Zhou Wen heard that it was her ex-boyfriend, she knew that there was a story behind it that could go on for 3 days and 3 nights, so she didn't ask any further questions. Wu Yan quickly finished processing the data, and the two of them went to the cafeteria together. During the meal, Zhou Wen said, "If I'm free this afternoon, I'll go back after lunch." Wu Yan nodded. "Okay, you can go back now. Everything's fine here." Wu Yan finished her dinner quickly, then took her tray and left first. Zhou Wen finished his meal slowly and deliberately before leaving the cafeteria. This is the staff canteen, while the large canteen for patients and their families is next door, connected by a passageway. Zhou Wen walked along the passage towards the main gate on the east side. As I passed by the cafeteria, I glanced inside and saw an elderly woman in her 80s or 90s with gray hair, carrying a round plastic lunchbox in one hand and leaning on a cane in the other, walking towards the entrance. Because there was a 20-centimeter drop at the entrance, Zhou Wen was afraid the old lady would fall, so he went over and helped her. The old lady said thank you in the Jiangzhou dialect and followed Zhou Wen down the steps. Zhou Wen couldn't just leave at this point, so he simply helped the old lady walk towards the inpatient department. The old lady said, all right, I can walk by myself." "It's all right, I work here. I'll see you off. Are you the doctor here?" "Yes, I'm from the testing center." "Oh, that building in the back, right?" "Yes, that's right." The old lady walked and laughed, saying, "Actually, I used to be in very good health and could even do square dancing. But last year I got Parkinson's disease and now I can't do anything." "Really? What brings you to the hospital today?" "My son is not in good health." Chapter 28. Zhou Wen followed the old lady to the hospital ward and learned that her son had not just a minor illness, but late-stage liver cancer and did not have much time left. After the male caregiver finished wiping Guo Baichuan's body, the old lady sat on the edge of the bed, tremblingly opened the insulated food container, picked up a plastic spoon, and fed the thin, pale old man on the hospital bed. Zhou Wen used his true sight eye to look at the old man. He was named Guobaichun and was 72 years old. The old woman, Zhang Jieru, was 93 years old. I won't eat it. Be good and take a bite. Ugh. At the old lady's repeated insistence, Guobaichun ate a spoonful of rice porridge, but he immediately vomited it all up the next second. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. The old lady quickly put down the lunchbox and picked up a tissue from the bedside table to wipe herself. Zhou Wen, who was standing to the side, also helped out and asked, "Where are his children?" "They've all passed away." "Oh." Zhou Wen felt somewhat embarrassed. The old lady said with a deep smile, "My eldest grandson was a firefighter. He rushed into the fire to save people and never came out again. He was only 22 years old that year, about the same age as you are now. The second grandson was a police officer. He also died in the line of duty." Zhou Wen stiffened for a moment, a lump forming in his throat, a feeling of indescribable bitterness rising within him. "Your grandsons are all remarkable people." "Yes." The old lady sighed with a smile, but her expression revealed boundless sorrow. After wiping it clean, the old lady continued to feed him. Although Guobaichun couldn't eat, he still insisted on swallowing. Then she vomited again very quickly. After vomiting, Guobaichun experienced intermittent pain, initially just groaning, but later becoming excruciating. Zhou Wen knew that most people with advanced liver cancer experience severe pain. The main causes are the rapid growth of the tumor, which compresses the liver capsule, causing traction pain, and the stimulation of the liver capsule by necrotic tumor material. Some cases are caused by the rupture and bleeding of cancerous nodules on the surface of the liver. Judging from Guobaichun's appearance, the cancer cells have completely dissipated, and painkillers such as mexarubicin and pethidine hydrochloride are no longer effective for him. Although the old lady had long since seen through life and death, she still couldn't help but tear up when she saw her son wailing in the hospital bed, yet she was helpless. The only thing she could do was to hold her son's hand tightly with her wrinkled palms, giving him the strength of a mother. Zhou Wen is a sentimental person, and he can't stand such scenes. "I want to help, but there's nothing I can do." "Wrong." Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Zhou Wen. He remembered the biological pain relief formula. Although this drug cannot cure liver cancer, it should be able to alleviate Guobaichun's suffering, allowing him to enjoy a moment of peace in the final moments of his life, rather than dying in endless pain. Biological painkillers are simple to produce. The extraction of plant raw materials follows the same principle as the extraction of animal genome DNA, with only slight differences in the method. The experimental equipment is readily available. The only question now is whether or not to help. Just then, a familiar notification sound rang in my ears. Ding. Mission requirements have been met. Do you wish to submit the mission immediately? Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, but after he came to his senses, he was overjoyed. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment, but just when he was about to give up, the mission was actually completed. He opened the system page, clicked submit, and then saw that the task of becoming a formal employee was indeed completed. At the same time, another task prompt popped up in front of me. Task: Zhang Jiru's wish. Note: Guobaichun is suffering from severe pain and hopes that a medicine can alleviate his pain. Requirements: produce a biological analgesic within 48 hours to alleviate Guobaichun's pain. Rewards: 500 subject experience points, 500 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity. Iron Grate. Before Zhou Wen could even examine it closely, the phone in his pocket rang. It was Wu Yin calling again. Zhou Wen only got through after he walked outside the ward. Wu Yin said happily, "I have something to tell you. Your official position has been finalized." Although Zhou Wen already knew, she was still very happy. "Judging from your happy voice, Senior, your job offer must have been approved by now, right?" Wu Yin participated in the hospital's open recruitment exam at the end of last year, hoping to change from a contract worker to a permanent employee. Her results were quite good at the time, but she never received a notification or a public announcement. Wu Yin hummed in agreement, unable to contain her excitement, and said, "I really want to thank you this time." According to the boss, Lin Huaidong, the head of the expert group from the Provincial Center for Disease Control and Prevention, specifically praised you and our hospital's professional skills in front of the leaders of our Municipal Health Bureau at yesterday's special meeting on epidemic prevention and requested that the entire province learn from our hospital. Zhou Wen exclaimed excitedly. Holy crap, is this for real? Really? Then the boss went along with it and resubmitted my recruitment results and your employment information. I didn't expect it to be approved today. Wu Yin was overjoyed. This time, it was thanks to Zhou Wen that the higher-ups were so pleased that they approved it on a whim. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. Given the current situation, it will be extremely difficult for people like Jiang Heshuan, Wei Zhaogong, Dong Weiniang, and Su Jiejie to transfer to permanent positions in the future. The two chatted for a while longer, and Wu Yin said she would treat them to dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen quickly said, Forget it, forget it. I get goosebumps just thinking about eating. Let's talk about it later. Besides, I think we shouldn't make a fuss about this. We need to consider Su Jiejie and Wei Zhaogong's feelings. What do you think? Yes, you're right. I got carried away. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Zhou Wen put away his phone and glanced at the ward. The old woman held her son's hand, muttering something to herself, as if she were telling him about her childhood. No matter how old a son is, in his mother's eyes he will always be a child. Zhou Wen's surging emotions were suddenly dampened by the heart-wrenching scene before him. He took one last deep look at the mother and child in the ward, then turned and left the inpatient department. Zhou Wen first went to a large pharmacy, spent 20 yuan to buy all the necessary medicinal materials, and then returned to the reagent preparation room of the testing center to start preparing the required reagents. For example, there are more than 20 kinds of substances such as EDTA, NaCl, SDS, glucose, sodium diethyl dithiocarbonate, PVP, mercaptoethanol, Renase stock solution, chloroform, pinenol, ethanol solution, NiAC, etc. Each extraction buffer and reagent has a different ratio and strict requirements. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had studied reagent preparation recently, otherwise this step alone would have stumped him. 2 hours later, all the necessary reagents were finally prepared. He then returned to the integrated laboratory on the 6th floor. Wu Yin has left. The integrated laboratory is now empty. Zhou Wen opened the system and saw that the task had automatically started while he was preparing the reagents. He then began making biological painkillers. The first step is to extract the DNA from the medicinal materials. Add extraction buffer to a 50 milliliters centrifuge tube, then preheat in a 70 degrees Celsius water bath. Cut 10 g of purchased Salvia miltioriza leaves into small pieces and put them into a mortar. Then add liquid nitrogen and grind them into powder. Immediately pour the powder into a preheated centrifuge tube, shake it vigorously until well mixed, and then keep it warm in a 70 degrees Celsius water bath for 30 minutes. Then add chloroform/pentanol/ethanol solution, mix by inverting, and let stand at room temperature for 10 minutes to allow the aqueous and organic phases to separate into layers. The upgraded biochemistry technology gave Zhou Wen a deeper understanding of organic chemical reactions, making him more adept at conducting experiments. With the aid of the true sight eye, he had a clear understanding of every step of the reaction. DNA extraction is now a piece of cake for him. There's no such thing as failure. The only problem was that since it was my first time extracting plant DNA, I was a little inexperienced and the process was a bit slow. 3 hours later, a high concentration of DNA from a Salvia miltioriza plant was extracted. This is just the beginning. Next, extract the water-soaked clothing. The steps were the same, but with the experience from the first time, the second time was much easier and faster. It only took 2.5 hours. After the water-soluble lining was extracted, he was just about to continue the extraction when his stomach started growling. Looking at the time again, it was already 8:30 p.m. No wonder. But Zhou Wen didn't want to go eat because there were still 5 DNA samples to be extracted. We need to perform DNA amplification later, but there's not enough time. Finally, he took out a pure, natural, and pollution-free apple from his system inventory. He thought of the solemn oath he had sworn last time and muttered to himself, "This is the last time. Anyone who eats this again is not human." After hesitating for 3 seconds, he picked up the apple and took 2 quick bites, swallowing it before the taste even reached his brain. Chapter 029. Feels good. After eating the apple, Zhou Wen immediately felt refreshed and radiant. all his fatigue gone. He once again devoted himself entirely to DNA extraction. Practice makes perfect, and with each extraction, Zhou Wen's speed increased. On average, it takes 2 hours to extract DNA from one strain. When it was broad daylight outside, Zhou Wen finally extracted all 7 raw materials, DNA, that he needed. Looking at the DNA sample in the icebox, he felt a surge of accomplishment. To achieve such perfection on the first attempt at extracting plant DNA, who else can do that? After a while of being happy, a slight feeling of fatigue washed over me. He has been busy for 24 hours straight since yesterday morning, with almost no rest in between. I'll go take a nap first. He put the DNA into a sterile box and sent it to the PCR laboratory on the 5th floor. To prevent anyone from damaging it after they start work, they even wrote a note on the box to let them know. Then, in a lavish move, I took a taxi straight to the school. Back in the dorm, I didn't brush my teeth or wash my face. I just lay there like a corpse. I slept until noon, and when I opened my eyes, there was no one in the dormitory. I took a shower and felt completely refreshed. Then he went to the cafeteria to eat alone. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't opened the box from yesterday. Open the system inventory, and a dark treasure chest lies quietly inside. I clicked, and the treasure chest appeared before me. Do you want to open the chest now? Yes/no. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, filled with immense anticipation, and chose yes. The black iron chest slowly opened, revealing a bright green parchment scroll inside. Zhou Wen was immediately thrilled when he saw it. It was clearly a prescription. Sure enough, a notification popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 biological scar cream formula. Great stuff, great stuff. Just seeing the name Zhou Wen makes me excited. From childhood to adulthood, everyone will experience some bumps and bruises, leaving some unsightly scars. There are also burns, surgical scars, and so on. Given modern people's desire for beauty, if a biological scar cream could truly eliminate various physical, biological, and chemically caused traumatic marks, then the value of this formula would be immeasurable. The black iron box used for clearing the land was indeed different. His hard work these past few days had not been in vain. He was excited for a while and was about to learn the formula when he remembered that the rice aphid experiment required a lot of points to speed up the experiment. He couldn't waste his points at this time. Then I looked at the experience points, which were already 1,000, and I could upgrade my subject. I glanced at the subject catalog and discovered that a new sub-discipline, botany, had been added. After glancing at it twice, he looked away and turned his attention to biological immunology. This subject is the most difficult in the entire biological sciences. This can be seen from the experience points. Other subjects start with more than 100 points, or even more than 200 points, but biological immunology only has 50 points. Because immunology involves so many interdisciplinary fields, such as the different cell groups in the human body, how they differentiate, what genes regulate them, the characteristics of their metabolism, what changes occur after infection, what drugs should be used, and what the risks are. This involves countless disciplines, including biochemistry, pharmacy, virology, and oncology. Therefore, the systematic introduction to biological immunity it lets you understand the mysteries of life. As you can imagine, this subject is extremely difficult. Of course, once you master or even become proficient in immunology, you will definitely become an excellent doctor, because you will understand the principles of treating diseases instead of blindly following experience. Zhou Wen chose to upgrade her immunology studies. The next second, countless pieces of knowledge about biological immunology flooded his brain like streams flowing into the ocean, and those questions that he had only vaguely understood suddenly became clear. He learned how human cells differentiate and what genes regulate them. They also know the characteristics of metabolism, changes after infection, and drug application. These became indelible pieces of knowledge deep within his memory. Zhou Wen was in a good mood. The knowledge of biological immunology was a supplement to biochemistry and pharmacology, giving him a clearer understanding of biology. Of course, we are still a long way from being proficient in immunology. After finishing his meal, Zhou Wen rushed to the hospital. Just as I arrived at the school gate, my phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number from Jiangzhou. Hello, who is this? Zhou Wen answered the phone as he walked toward the school gate. A sweet female voice came from the phone. "It's me, Su Shuangyu." "Zhou Wen? Huh, why are you calling me?" Su Shuangyu said unhappily. "Did you forget your eyes at home when you went out? Can't you see someone so big?" "Where?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen stopped, turned around, and looked around. He then saw Su Shuangyu wearing a baseball cap under the shade of a tree diagonally opposite. Wearing a black and white striped long-sleeved shirt and straight-leg jeans, she looks clean, simple, and exudes a fresh and natural vibe, creating a beautiful picture. Zhou Wen hung up the phone and stood there waiting for her to come over. Su Shuangyu raised her head, her expression clearly saying, "Come here." Zhou Wen looked down at the time on his phone. "The meaning is very clear. I'm very busy, and if you don't come soon, I'm leaving." When masters clash, it all comes down to momentum. Clearly, Su Shuangyu is no match for the indifferent and unambitious Zhou Wen. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, he eventually came over. Su Shuangyu tilted his head back, his face sour, and said, "Would it kill you to walk a few steps?" Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Since you won't die, why don't you come over?" Su Shuangyu widened her eyes and said, "Can't you see me standing right in front of you?" "Zhou Wen, then that settles it. You've already come over. Why would I need to go over there?" Su Shuangyu's cheeks trembled, her eyes darting back and forth, like a pretty woman from Jiangnan, yet with a hint of stubbornness, carrying the charm of a daughter from the north. Su Shuangyu grinded her pearly white teeth and asked, "You were single for all 4 years of college, right?" "Zhou Wen, how do you know?" "Su Shuangyu, with your low emotional intelligence in relationships, if you can find a girlfriend, the sun will rise in the west." Zhou Wen laughed. "You're wrong. I don't date not because I can't find a girlfriend, but because I don't want to, because—" He turned and left before he finished speaking, because he knew that Su Shuangyu would follow him to hear the reason. Just as I expected. Su Shuangyu, standing beside him, asked, "Tell me why." "Because we can't afford to support them." Whispering sound. Su Shuangyu let out a disdainful sneer. "You're incompetent, yet you blame it on girls. Does that mean all guys from poor families don't have girlfriends? Not necessarily, right? In the end, it's because your emotional intelligence is too low. That's why no girl likes you." "Zhou Wen, you're right. I have low emotional intelligence in relationships. No girl likes me, okay? That's how it is." "That's settled then. I have something to do. Talk to you later." After saying that, Zhou Wen left in a hurry. Su Shuangyu watched his retreating figure, wrinkled her nose, snorted, and turned back the way she came. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back, but Zhou Wen's figure had already disappeared. "Strange. Why do I keep running into this wooden figure lately?" Su Shuangyu muttered something to herself, then turned and left. After arriving at the testing center, Zhou Wen wasted no time and immediately began PCR amplification. Unlike DNA extraction, PCR amplification can be performed on multiple samples simultaneously. Zhou Wen prepared DNA samples from each of the 7 plants. After getting on the PCR machine, he didn't sit idle. Instead, he started preparing the necessary biological enzyme preparations. This is much simpler than plant purification. You just need to add various biological agents strictly according to the proportions. At 4:30 p.m., the plant DNA amplification was completed. I took the samples out of the amplification instrument one by one and examined them. The amplification effect was excellent. Next, following the professional biopharmaceutical process, there is a series of complex preparation and sterilization procedures. However, this is laboratory pharmaceutical manufacturing and does not need to be marketed, so some steps were omitted and some simplified procedures were used, such as purification, separation, concentration, and crystallization. This saved him more than 90% of his time. At 3 p.m., the first batch of 12 biological analgesics was successfully prepared. The final step is live experimentation. Chapter 30. Zhou Wen first asked Wu Yan to help him borrow an unused laboratory in the specimen processing group on the 3rd floor. Then they found more than a dozen white mice to conduct the experiment. Some experimental procedures are omitted here. After administering the medication, Zhou Wen carefully observed the mice's reactions. To his surprise, the mice, which had been in great pain after being injured, became calm after being injected with the biological analgesic. This happened to all of the dozen or so mice. "That's great. Zhou Wen exclaimed excitedly. This was my first time working with biopharmaceuticals, and I didn't expect it to be so successful. Just as he was about to go find more animals for live experiments, he heard a notification sound. You have successfully created a biological painkiller, which cured the ailment. Experience points plus 200, and you have obtained 10 biological hangover cures. Zhou Wen never expected that making medicine could actually earn experience points, and he even received 10 servings of biological hangover pills. It was truly amazing. He opened the system page and took a look. It turns out that this experience point is not used to improve academic experience, but rather to improve pharmacist experience. Now, the experience points for apprentice pharmacists are 200/1000. Zhou Wen glanced at it and then ignored it. After all, this pharmacist level didn't seem to be of much use. Since experience points could not improve subject experience, Zhou Wen's newly formed ideas were also shattered. I have no choice but to honestly complete the tasks. Then I opened my inventory and looked at the biological hangover cure tablets. A strip of small blue pills was lying in my inventory. Since biological analgesics have been systematically classified as cure-all, Zhou Wen did not conduct any further experiments. I tidied up the lab and then left. Saturday morning, in the PCR team leader's office, Zhang Shuguang was in his office reviewing and analyzing data when Wu Yin knocked on the door and came in. Team leader, these are the experimental data for PTC 1057. The report shows that the effect is very good, and it can be administered. Zhang Shuguang took the report, glanced at it, smiled, and nodded. Okay, send the report to the outpatient department. Okay, boss. After saying that, Wu Yin prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Wu Yin turned around and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Zhang Shuguang leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile. What's that kid been up to these past few days? I haven't seen him around. Wu Yin laughed and said, I don't know. He's busy every day, but I don't know what he's busy with. Yesterday afternoon, he even asked me to help him borrow a laboratory, saying that he wanted to do experiments. Really? Zhang Shuguang's face showed interest. Okay, you go ahead. After Wu Yin left, Zhang Shuguang tidied up the materials on the table, then got up and left. Inpatient department. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Wen arrived at the floor where Guo Baichun was located. The elevator doors had just opened when I saw the old lady standing at the elevator entrance. Zhou Wen smiled and said, Grandma, do you still remember me? The old lady smiled kindly and said, I remember. Did you come here for something? Zhou Wen said, It's nothing. I just happened to be passing by and stopped by to see you. The old lady was very happy and thanked her repeatedly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Wen asked, Where are you going? The old lady smiled and said, He wants to eat roast duck. I'll go buy some. Zhou Wen was about to say that her son couldn't eat roast duck, but then she thought that her son didn't have much time left, so he could eat whatever he wanted. Then you go back and rest. I'll go buy it for you. No need to trouble yourself. I was just thinking of going downstairs for some fresh air anyway. Then I'll go with you. Okay, Zhou Wen accompanied the old lady downstairs, chatting as they walked. At our first meeting, the old lady spoke very little, as we had just met. Now that we're meeting for the second time, the old lady has become very talkative. Through conversation, Zhou Wen discovered that the old lady had a high level of education and spoke with great sophistication. It was clear that she had once been a cultured intellectual, but her thinking had slowed down due to her advanced age. However, it is precisely because of this that the old lady did not want to trouble her relatives and took care of her 70-year-old son in the hospital at the age of over 90. I accompanied the old lady to a braised food shop near the hospital and bought half a roast duck, then helped her slowly walk back. Zhou Wen, Grandma, I came here today because I have something to do. The old lady asked, Tell me, what is it? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and said, It's like this. Last time I saw my uncle suffering from illness, I felt a little sorry for him. So I went back to look up information and finally made some biological painkillers based on ancient medical prescriptions. I've already conducted animal experiments, and the pain-relieving effect is excellent, practically immediate, so... Zhou Wen didn't say anything more. He believed the old lady would understand what he meant. The old lady asked calmly, Did you bring the medicine with you? Zhou Wen nodded. Yes, I brought it. Don't worry, it's free. Also, it's a biological medicine, and the added ingredients are all probiotics, so there will absolutely be no toxic side effects. The old lady smiled kindly and said, "It's all right. Even if it's poison, I'll feed it to you if you dare to give it to me." Zhou Wen was surprised that the old lady agreed so readily. He had thought he would have to persuade her quite a bit. Perhaps the old lady was just trying anything as a last resort. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, even if she knows it's a lie, she is willing to try, just so that her son can suffer less. When they arrived at the ward, the old lady's relatives came. An old man with gray hair, and 2 or 3 young men and women. Apart from the old man sitting by the bedside taking care of the patient, the other young people were all sitting on chairs outside the ward playing on their phones, and none of them even glanced into the ward. Even the most devoted sons will find no filial piety at the bedside for 100 days, let alone relatives. The old lady and the old man exchanged a few pleasantries, but because they were speaking in the local Jiangzhou dialect, and very quickly and urgently, Zhou Wen couldn't understand much of it. It was probably something like expressing concern and asking why we didn't hire a couple more caregivers, etc. The old lady smiled throughout, occasionally saying a few words that always made the old man sigh. The old man sat in the ward for about an hour. The young people waiting outside grew impatient and urged him to leave. The old man and woman exchanged a few more pleasantries before leaving. As for Zhou Wen, who had been standing to the side the whole time, the old man thought he was a doctor because he was wearing a lab coat and had First People's Hospital embroidered on his chest and didn't ask him a single question. Zhou Wen sat down by the hospital bed, and when no one was looking, he lifted the blanket, pulled Guo Baichuan's hospital gown down a bit to expose his waist and buttocks, and then injected the biological agent into his body. Zhou Wen noticed something. When a normal person gets an injection, their muscles will contract when the needle goes into their body, but Guo Baichuan did not. His body did not react at all. It was as if the needle had been inserted into a piece of dead flesh. His bodily functions were on the verge of collapse. Zhou Wen carefully put away the syringe and sat quietly by the bedside, waiting. A minute later, Guo Baichuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even in his sleep, a long-lost sense of ease appeared between his brows. The old lady sitting next to Zhou Wen also noticed it, and asked incredulously, "Really? It really works?" To be honest, when Zhou Wen talked to her about biological agents downstairs, she didn't believe it at all. She was an intellectual, after all. How could she possibly believe that a random ancient prescription could produce a painkiller that was more advanced than modern science? Just as Zhou Wen thought, they decided to try anything. Since things were already like this, how much worse could it get? Moreover, she believed that Zhou Wen would not dare to give her son any medication indiscriminately. As for being scammed out of money, she really didn't care. What's the point of money if the person is gone? However, reality is far stranger than imagined. Despite harboring a sense of what if, Zhou Wen gave her a completely positive surprise. It seems to be working. Overjoyed, the old lady wept tears of joy, grasped Guo Baichuan's hand on the hospital bed, and gently called his name. "Wake up! Wake up!" Guo Baichuan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw his elderly mother by the bedside, he showed a long-lost smile, cracked his dry lips, and called out, "Mom." "Hey, how are you feeling?" "Much better." "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." "Doesn't it really hurt at all?" Tears of emotion welled up in the old lady's eyes. She reached back and tightly grasped Zhou Wen's hand, her warm palm conveying her boundless gratitude. Just then, Zhou Wen heard a notification sound. Mission conditions have been met. Zhou Wen stayed in the ward for more than half an hour, and only left after confirming that Guo Baichuan was all right. As for the blood test, she said she would talk about it tomorrow, as she hadn't brought her blood collection needle today. The old lady got up and escorted Zhou Wen to the ward door. Zhou Wen left his number with the old lady, telling her to call him when the effects of the medication wore off, and also instructing her not to reveal that he had given Guo Baichuan the medication. The old lady naturally understood the consequences of making and using medicines without authorization. If the hospital found out, Zhou Wen would lose his job. He repeatedly assured them that he would absolutely not leak this information. After saying that, the old lady remembered something, took out 2 bank cards from her pocket, examined them, and put one of them into Zhou Wen's hand. "Keep this. The password is the first 3 digits and the last 3 digits. Zhou Wen was startled and quickly refused. Grandma, what are you doing? I said I don't want any money. The old lady stuffed it into his hand again, saying, Take it, it's not much money. This is a small token of my appreciation from your grandma and your uncle. Zhou Wen grabbed the old lady's hand and said, Grandma, I really can't accept this. I just saw Uncle Guo in so much pain, it's really not. Please don't give me the money. The more Zhou Wen acted this way, the more the old lady insisted, Good boy, you must take it. Grandma's only wish is that your Uncle Guo can pass away peacefully and suffer less. You've made it happen for me. Grandma is truly grateful to you. As the old woman spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Grandmother, take it. Zhou Wen had no choice but to nod and say, I'll go now. I'll return the card to you later. He remembered that he still needed to give Guo Baichun his medicine. No, you have to go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm going in. The old lady patted Zhou Wen's hand and returned to her ward with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. Chapter 31. The third floor of the testing center. Zhang Shuguang took a look around the laboratory that the specimen processing group had lent to Zhou Wen. The experimental equipment here is very basic, consisting of electronic scales, thermometers, hygrometers, pH meters, water distillers, incubators, and so on. He put on gloves and casually rummaged through the items. Is this making reagents? Zhang Shuguang had a keen eye. With just a glance at the configuration of the experimental equipment, he guessed what Zhou Wen was doing. Just then, Lu Weiping, the head of the specimen processing team, passed by, saw Zhang Shuguang, and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, why is team leader Zhang free? Zhang Shuguang smiled and said, It's nothing. I just came to see one of our team members. What have you been busy with these past few days? Who is it? Zhou Wen. Oh, you mean the young man that team leader Lin Huaido mentioned at the meeting a couple of days ago? Yes, that's right. Lu Weiping laughed and said, This young man is quite remarkable, very capable. When I talked to Lao Yang about him yesterday, he also praised him highly. Zhang Shuguang chuckled and said, Just a little bit of cleverness. Lu Weiping waved his hand and said, No. This young man is really talented. Old Yang told me that he definitely didn't just guess. He made the judgment based on the deceased's condition at the time, which requires a considerable amount of knowledge. After a pause, Lu Weiping smiled and said, Also, I heard that the concentration of DNA he extracted was higher than that of many veterans, and the amplification effect was excellent. That's why team leader Zhang made an exception and admitted him, right? Zhang Shuguang waved his hand and said, You don't know? This kid was born in the year of the monkey, and he's best at taking advantage of others. He also loves to stir up trouble. Look, he's only been here a few days, and he's already caused so much trouble for me. Zhang Shuguang was verbally belittling, but his face was full of smiles. Lu Weiping chuckled and said, What's wrong with causing trouble? As long as he's skilled, I welcome him to come to our team and cause trouble. Hee. That won't do. He's our group's full-time lab technician. If he leaves, where am I supposed to find another one? Zhou Wen returned to the integrated laboratory at exactly 10 o'clock. Wei Xiaogong said, I was just about to call you. The DNA is gone, so make a few more. Okay, sure. After Zhou Wen responded, he got to work. While working, he asked, Where did Jiang Heshuan and the others go? He's downstairs. After saying that, Wei Xiaogong asked, What have you been doing these past 2 days? I haven't seen you anywhere. Oh, I'm busy with some personal matters. Su Jiejia and the others said yesterday that you got your official position. Is that right? Congratulations. Hee, Zhou Wen chuckled. Actually, he wanted to say that it didn't matter whether he had a permanent position or not, but it felt like he was showing off. I'll treat you guys to dinner another day. No, let's go sing karaoke instead. Wei Xiaogong burst into laughter. Zhou Wen once said that he now has a phobia of eating, always feeling that something bad will happen. There's no time like the present. How about tonight? I'm working on my graduation thesis now. I'll do it next week. Naiyuki. They chatted while working. Before lunch, Zhou Wen extracted the DNA. During lunch, Wu Yin came over when no one was around and asked, Are you living in the staff dormitory, or are you renting a place outside? Although Zhou Wen's official position has been finalized, He has not yet signed an employment contract. The terms and conditions have already been negotiated. The monthly salary is 7,000, plus a housing allowance of 600 and a meal allowance of 600. There is no overtime pay, and there is no additional pay. Of course, the work is also very easy. You can basically work one day and play the next without missing your Sunday rest. If things get a bit busy, I'll work an extra half day at most. In short, 3 days a week, 8 hours a day. It's very comfortable. Living in the staff dormitory is too restrictive. I'd rather live outside. Okay, here's your work ID and meal card, plus 2 sets of clothes and the key to the archives. I'll get them for you when we get back. Okay, here, take this temporary meal card. After chatting for a while, Wu Yan left first, and Zhou Wen followed her away. I glanced at my work ID on the way. Name, Zhou Wen. Department, Testing Center. Position, Laboratory Technician in the PCR group. Zhou Wen smiled, then stuffed his meal card into his work ID and casually put it in his pocket. Unlike doctors in outpatient clinics, staff at testing centers generally do not wear name tags. As for the reason, it's probably the same mentality as BMW Brilliance removing its logo. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't feel inferior to the doctor. It's just that since no one else wore it, it seemed a bit strange that he was the only one wearing it. Just then, he felt a hard card in his pants pocket. When I took it out, I saw it was the ICBC card that the old lady had given me that morning. Just then, Zhou Wen passed by the hospital's ATM and had a sudden thought. Why don't I take a look? I didn't take it anyway, and it's not illegal to take a look. With that in mind, Zhou Wen went to the ATM, glanced at the first and last 3 digits of the card number, and then inserted the card. Enter the password after reading. Search. After waiting a few seconds, the page redirected to the balance information page. Balance, 572,864.19 available balance. 572,864.19 ATM cash withdrawal balance available today. 20,000.00 ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Zhou Wen never expected that the old lady would be so ruthless, directly giving him a bank card with hundreds of thousands of yuan. After his initial surprise, he could understand. The death of a child by a parent is already a tragic event, but to have to listen to the cries of a loved one day and night while being powerless to do anything about it, how desperate and painful must the old lady have been. So it's no wonder the old lady was so grateful to him. But then he'd be even less willing to accept the money. There's too much money. It's too hot to handle. Zhou Wen put away the bank card and turned to leave. He spent the afternoon in Wu Yan's small office reviewing materials and preparing for his graduation thesis. I leave work promptly at 5:30 p.m. On the way, Zhang Wei called and said he would treat everyone to a farewell dinner that night because he had found an internship. There was no way to refuse, so Zhou Wen had to agree. Since they'd already eaten tonight, there would be very few opportunities to get together in the future, just like Shirley, who has now completely disappeared. After returning to my dorm and washing up, I immediately headed to a restaurant off campus. It was the same Sichuan restaurant where he treated us to dinner last time. Besides him and Lu Yukuan, the other 3 brought their families, including Xiao Lingling. Before dinner, someone arrived late, Su Shuangyu. She wore a loose white embroidered knit top and an A-line skirt that went past her knees, giving off a fresh and youthful vibe. Chen Ziyuan arranged for Su Shuangyu to sit next to Zhou Wen. Su Shuangyu didn't mince words and sat down readily, even smiling sweetly at Zhou Wen, saying surprised? Unexpected. Zhou Wen took a closer look at her. Su Shuangyu wasn't wearing a baseball cap today, and her delicate, flawless face was even more clearly visible under the lights. Her eyes were clear and bright, her eyebrows were arched, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her fair and flawless skin had a faint blush, and her thin lips were as delicate and dewy as rose petals. This girl is really pretty. Zhou Wen thought to himself with admiration, poured her a glass of stomach-soothing liquor, and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to ask me if I'm happy?" Su Shuangyu glanced around and saw everyone busy ordering food and talking, and whispered, "Is that even a question? They must be very happy, right?" Zhou Wen nodded reluctantly. "Did you come here specifically for me?" Su Shuangyu squinted at him, her narrow eyes filled with arrogance. "You're so narcissistic. Just as Zhou Wen was about to speak, Zhang Wei called out, "You two, stop whispering. Come on, raise your glasses and let's enjoy this night. Cheers." My roommates are all goofballs, so this so-called farewell dinner had absolutely no sense of parting and was very fun. We ate and drank for an hour and a half. At 8 o'clock, Chen Ziyuan also suggested going to sing karaoke. Lu Yuquan said, "What's the point of going to sing all the time? Go to a foot massage parlor instead." Then Lu Nyang and Zhang Wei both laughed and agreed. Chen Ziyuan said, "Okay, let's go to the foot massage parlor then." Xiao Lingling said quietly, "Okay, you men can go to the foot massage parlor, and we women can go have some fun." Chen Ziyuan said, "Why would a girl like you go to a party?" "Don't go," Xiao Lingling said. "If you can go to a foot massage parlor, why can't we go have fun?" Chen Ziyuan said, "We're men, so we definitely won't lose out. You women go have fun. You're just giving others an easy way to profit." Seeing the two of them starting to argue, Zhang Wei said, "Forget it. Let's all go home and find our own mothers." My trip to the foot massage parlor was a waste. Just like last time, Zhou Wen and Su Xuanyu returned to school together. The difference this time was that Su Xuanyu didn't have to pretend to be lame, and the two walked back side by side. Once inside the campus, the hustle and bustle of the city is completely shut out, leaving only tranquility and elegance. The moonlight was like water, clear and slightly cool. A gentle breeze brushed against my face, stirring up a sadness that I didn't know where it came from. Su Xuanyu. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Wen. "I'm thinking, a girl as pretty as you. I wonder which B***************** D will end up with you." Chapter 32. It was rare to hear a word of praise from Zhou Wen. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear and even carried a hint of teasing, Su Xuanyu was still very happy. She looked up at the low-hanging black sky, opened her arms and said, "My ideal man is a peerless hero. One day he will come to marry me riding on auspicious seven-colored clouds." Zhou Wen said quietly, "I think it would be better to change the scene of riding on auspicious seven-colored clouds to driving a Ferrari with one hand." Su Xuanyu lowered his hand and said slyly, "A peerless hero must reap both fame and fortune. A Ferrari isn't good enough for him. He should at least have a Bombardier private jet. What do you think?" Zhou Wen glanced at her chest and said, "Yes, it matches your private airport perfectly." After saying that, Zhou Wen quickened his pace and fled. Su Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she was furious. She shouted, "You scoundrel, don't you dare leave." After saying goodbye to Su Xuanyu, Zhou Wen went straight to the library. I was researching information while also gaining experience points. Zhou Wen did not leave until the library closed. Back in the dorm, the room was deserted and empty, and Zhou Wen felt that none of them would be coming back tonight. I brushed my teeth and washed my face, then lay down on the bed, lit a cigarette, summoned the system, and opened my inventory. Inside lay a dark, iron treasure chest, next to which was a delicate, small key. A silent smile appeared on Zhou Wen's lips. The first black iron chest contained a biological scar cream. If I could get another medicine formula of the same level, or even one that is slightly worse, that would be fine too. These will all mean enormous wealth in the future. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Yes. The treasure chest slowly opened, emitting a milky white light, and then a small square box slowly rose from inside. Through the completely transparent plastic packaging, you can see that the item inside is glove-shaped. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 biotype gloves. Holy crap, it's gloves! Zhou Wen, who was full of anticipation, was a little disappointed when he saw that what came out was gloves. However, having been disappointed many times, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Gloves are fine, at least they can be used in the lab. I glanced at the gloves. There were instructions on the back. Use within 24 hours after opening. Automatically expires after 24 hours. Zhou Wen laughed and said, "It does look quite similar to a biomask." I took a pair of milky white bio gloves out of my inventory and then glanced at my inventory. The number of bio gloves in my inventory had changed to 99. After tearing open the outer packaging, I turned on my phone's flashlight and took a closer look at the biological gloves. They looked similar to the rubber gloves used in the laboratory, but were much lighter and thinner, and I could hardly feel their weight in my hand. I tugged on it again. It's very flexible. After putting down his phone, he picked up a biological glove and put it on his right hand. To his surprise, the bio glove was incredibly slippery. Before he could even react, his hand slid right in, as smoothly as if it had been coated with lubricant. The next second, he felt the enveloping sensation from the bio gloves, like being in a hot spring, clinging tightly to his hands. It was very comfortable and warm, but at the same time, it did not affect his hand movements at all. Zhou Wen was once again pleasantly surprised by the system's product and couldn't help but exclaim, "These are real gloves." Of course, he knew that while comfort was one aspect of bio gloves, practicality was the key. Just like the biomask, he accidentally observed it with his true sight last time and was shocked to find that there wasn't a single bacterium on the outer surface of the mask, which was simply unbelievable. Then he deliberately touched the mask with his hand, and to his surprise, all the bacteria on his hand died automatically after touching the biomask. He deduced that the materials used to make the biomass masks must have a strong sterilization effect, and this biological glove should be similar in purpose, right? Thinking of this, he immediately activated his true sight. As expected, the right hand, which was wearing a biological glove, was completely free of bacteria. He touched the bio glove with his bacteria-covered left hand, and the large patch of bacteria that came into contact with it melted away in the blink of an eye, just like snowflakes falling under the blazing sun. Zhou Wen was filled with emotion. If only such a sterilization speed could be used in a laboratory. That way, there would be no need to spend 2 or 3 hours every day sterilizing laboratory equipment. After examining the gloves for a while, Zhou Wen got too lazy to take them off. I just went to sleep. At 7:30 a.m., Zhou Wen arrived at the hospital's inpatient department. 30 minutes ago, the old lady called him and asked him to give Guo Baichun another injection of painkiller. When they arrived at the ward door, they heard Guo Baichun groaning in pain. The old lady, who was sitting by the hospital bed comforting him, showed a hint of relief on her haggard face when she saw Zhou Wen come in. "Come here." How is Uncle Guo?" "Yes, it's fine. I was in good spirits all day yesterday, and I slept well last night," the old lady said, pulling up a stool and placing it in front of Zhou Wen. After Zhou Wen sat down on the edge of the bed, he smiled and said, "That's good. What time did the pain start?" To figure out the duration of the medication's effects so that it would be easier to administer next time, he had instructed the old lady yesterday to remember the time of the attack and tell him. "The pain started at 5:10 in the morning. Why didn't you call me sooner?" The old lady laughed and said, 5 o'clock is too early. You young people go to bed late." Zhou Wen was deeply moved. The old lady was truly kind, always thinking of others and afraid of causing them any trouble. "It's all right, Grandma. I'm full of energy. You can call me any time from now on." While Zhou Wen was talking, his hands were not idle. He took out a disposable syringe and injected Guo Baichun with a biological analgesic. 1 minute later, the medicine took effect, and Guo Baichun, who had been sweating profusely from the pain, gradually calmed down. The old lady patted Guo Baichun's hand, then took Zhou Wen's hand and squeezed it to show her gratitude. Zhou Wen smiled and nodded, then took out a disposable lancet from his bag, pulled Guo Baichun's finger to take a blood sample, and put it into an icebox for preservation. "Grandma, I'm going now." "Okay, thank you for your help." "No trouble at all." As the two left the ward, the old lady said, "I want to have my discharge surgery today." Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then advised, "Biological analgesics can only relieve pain. They still need to be used in conjunction with hospital treatment." The old lady shook her head and said, "There's no need for treatment anymore. In his final days, Grandma wants to take him to see the surrounding cities and counties. Your Uncle Guo has had a very hard life, and I don't want him to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed." "Well," Zhou Wen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That works too, but you all need to take care of yourselves and not overwork yourselves, especially you. Also, regarding painkillers." The old lady smiled and said, "I'm fine. Grandma will hire someone to take us. If we can walk, we will. If we can't, we'll use a wheelchair. There's always a way. As for painkillers, that's fine too. We'll leave in the morning and come back in the evening. We won't be staying out overnight. If you have time, you can come over to my house. My grandma lives in Guanyin Lane across the street. You can get familiar with the place while you're there." If there's no time, Grandma can get the injection. I know how to do that. Okay, Zhou Wen nodded, then remembered the bank card, quickly took it out of his pocket, and stuffed it into the old lady's hand. I'm returning this bank card to you. I can't accept it. What are you doing? The old lady saw this and immediately stuffed it into Zhou Wen's hand again. If you don't accept it, Grandma won't let you get treatment anymore. The treatment is fine, but I definitely can't accept the money. With that, Zhou Wen stuffed the card back into the old lady's arms, turned around, and left. I'm leaving now, Grandma. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Wait a minute. The old lady called out, but seeing Zhou Wen walk away without turning back, she looked down at the bank card in her hand, then couldn't help but chuckle and say, "This child, how can he be so stubborn?" Chapter 33. At 9 a.m., the Institute held a meeting on promoting spiritual civilization. Zhou Wen, as a representative of the PCR group, went to the administration building to attend the meeting. Because he was the only one in the group who was free, the leader was speaking passionately on stage, while the employees below were drowsy and half asleep. Zhou Wen was also a little bored, so he picked up his phone and looked at English materials. He had only read 2 or 3 pages when someone nudged his elbow. He turned his head and saw the obstetrics and gynecology representative sitting to his right. Female doctor. A young and beautiful female doctor. Zhou Wen gestured with his eyes to the female doctor who looked somewhat like a younger version of Gao Yuan and asked her what was wrong. The female doctor picked up her pen and wrote in her notebook, "Where is Su Jiejia?" Zhou Wen opened his phone's notepad and typed, "She's doing an experiment." The female doctor quickly wrote, "I have something I'd like to ask her for a favor." Zhou Wen smiled to himself, thinking, "You want to see her, so why are you telling me? Isn't this just like trying to hide something obvious?" As for what the female doctor was planning, he could guess with his toes. All major pathological testing items from hospitals in the 5 urban districts and 4 county-level cities of Jiangzhou City are sent to the first hospital's testing center. In addition to the cases handled by the first hospital itself, the testing center has a very heavy workload. For this reason, tests that can be completed within 24 hours often require waiting 7 to 10 days to get the results. People with connections will contact acquaintances at the testing center to try and get the results sooner, so that they can receive the appropriate treatment as quickly as possible. Zhou Wen typed, "Then call her." The female doctor wrote, "I'm not very familiar with her." "Sorry." Zhou Wen nodded and said nothing more. He wasn't familiar with her, so there wasn't much to say. "What? You're pretty. Want to chat a bit more?" There are so many pretty nurses in the hospital these days. He's been seeing so many that he's been overwhelmed. So what? What does it have to do with him? Xin Shui waited for a while, and when she saw that Zhou Wen suddenly stopped talking, she felt a little depressed. A relative of hers had a stomach tumor and underwent surgery yesterday. They are currently undergoing postoperative pathological diagnosis. However, it will take at least a week to get the results. Her relative contacted her mother, who then asked her to use her connections to get a result as soon as possible. She just started her internship in the obstetrics and gynecology department at the end of last year. What connections could she possibly have? But out of pride, it's hard to refuse. "I'm just being stubborn and suffering for it," Xin Shui complained to herself. Xin Shui glanced at Zhou Wen's phone out of the corner of her eye. Her English level was quite good. She had scored over 500 on both the CET 4 and CET 6 exams. But looking at it now, she felt a sense of bewilderment. There were so many unfamiliar words that she couldn't understand. Seeing that Zhou Wen was engrossed in reading, Xin Shui felt embarrassed to disturb him any further. Not only would it annoy people, but they might not even be able to help. The testing center has a very strict management system, much stricter than the hospital. It's not like just anyone can cut in line by making a few requests. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Jiejia. "Are you there?" She met Su Jiejia at a study meeting in the institute. They happened to be from the same hometown and would chat in a WeChat group in the institute from time to time, but they didn't have any personal relationship. "I sent a message to Su Jiejia at 8 a.m. this morning." She replied, "Busy," and then there was no further news. Sending messages now is a last resort. If they still don't reply, then so be it. Just as I was thinking about how to reply to my mom, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Jiejia. "Yes, I'm quite busy today. Is there anything I can help you with?" Xin Shui perked up and immediately replied, "I'd like to ask you for a favor." After editing the message, Xin Shui sent it. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Su Jijia replied to the message, "I'll ask for you, but I can't guarantee they'll help. Send me the patient's information." Xin Shui quickly sent over photos of her relative's medical records from her album and replied with a "thank you." 3 minutes later, I received an OK sign from Su Jijia. Xin Shui thought for a moment, then edited her message. "I'm in the conference center, and one of your colleagues is next to me. What's his name?" This time, Su Jijia replied quickly, "His name is Zhou Wen, a colleague who just joined our team." Immediately afterwards, Su Jijia sent another voice message. Xin Shui quietly took out her wireless Bluetooth earphones, connected them, and then clicked to listen. "You asked him for help. He has more influence than me." Xin Shui, "Didn't he just arrive?" Su Jijia, "He is a special talent, and I can't explain it to you in a short time. Just do as I say." Xin Shui, "Okay. He seems a bit aloof." Su Jijia, "Just say he's my friend, and see if he'll help you." Xin Shui, "She just told Zhou Wen that she wasn't familiar with Su Jijia." "Okay, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day." "You are welcome." Xin Shui put away her phone, wondering how to start the conversation with Zhou Wen. However, she didn't dare to speak until the end of the meeting. The main reason was that Zhou Wen was looking at the materials and seemed to be enjoying them, so she didn't want to be impolite and interrupt him. After the meeting, Xin Shui followed Zhou Wen out of the conference room. Then we took the elevator downstairs together. Once downstairs, Zhou Wen strolled leisurely toward the testing center. Xin Shui thought for a moment, then followed and called out, "Hey, wait a minute." Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen turned around and saw that it was the female obstetrician who had just sat next to him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized how tall the female doctor was, estimated to be 1.7 meters tall, with a slender and upright figure. "What's the matter?" Xin Shui walked over and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'd like to ask you for a favor." Zhou Wen said, "I just started working at the hospital, so I probably won't be of much help." Excessive modesty is hypocrisy, Xin Shui thought to herself, not knowing how to express it. She had rarely asked anyone for favors in her life, and she didn't know how to ask them. That, Xin Shui thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth, took out her phone, found Su Jijia's voice message, and clicked play. "You asked him for help, but he has more influence than me." That's Su Jijia. She's always looking for trouble. Zhou Wen thought to himself, feeling a bit annoyed. He was busy with his thesis assignment and didn't have time to help. The thesis assignment had no time limit, but it required a lot of preparation. He scratched his temple and asked, "What's your relative's name?" Upon hearing this, Xin Shui was overjoyed and quickly told Zhou Wen the name of her relative and the tests that needed to be done. Zhou Wen nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he turned and left. Before Xin Shui could even say thank you, she puffed out her cheeks and thought to herself, "Are all talented people this arrogant?" Just as Zhou Wen arrived at the entrance of the testing center, Chao Qing, who had taken a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and 500 yuan from him, called him, saying that all the necessary chemicals had been prepared. Zhou Wen expressed his gratitude and hung up the phone. Then I went to the specimen processing group on the 3rd floor. The specimens removed from the hospital operating room are first sent to the pathology department. After the samples are collected and registered, the next step is to send them to the specimen processing group of the testing center. Fixation, staining, sectioning, microscopic observation to observe the nature, benign or malignant nature, extent of the lesion, etc. Xin Shui's relative just sent the specimen over yesterday, and it should still be in the queue. Optimistically speaking, it should be his turn in about a week. Zhou Wen went straight to the small office. Each group leader has a deputy, just like Wu Yan, who is also called the deputy group leader. They are mainly responsible for helping the group leader with some administrative work. The deputy group leader of the specimen group is called Sun Jing. I'm 30 years old this year and already a mother of 2. Sun Jing and Wu Yan have a good relationship, and out of affection for Wu Yan, Sun Jing also treats him well. His small laboratory was given to him by Sun Jing. At that moment, Sun Jing, who was writing a data report, saw Zhou Wen come in and asked with a smile, "You've come at the right time. I need your help with something." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Sister, just give the order." I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Sun Jing chuckled and said, "Stop being silly. There's no need to go through fire and water. A friend of mine is getting a virus test and is currently in line. Since you're an expert, could you please help him with it?" Like doctors and hospitals, the lab technicians at the testing center have many friends, and every day they receive requests for help from all sorts of relatives, friends, classmates, and extended family members. Zhou Wen has been hearing the phrase, "I have a friend," a lot lately, and she's gotten used to it. But before he could finish speaking, he heard a notification that a mission had been triggered. Ding! A task from Sun Jing's friend. "Do you accept?" Zhou Wen found it somewhat amusing. He hadn't expected Shen Shui to be the condition for triggering the mission. Then I wondered if he would still have this task if he had refused to help before. It's hard to say. "No problem. I'll do it for him right away. But sis, please don't call me an expert anymore. I just stumbled upon this by accident," Zhou Wen said with a bitter face. Sun Jing laughed and said, "What do you mean by accident?" Lin Huaidong, the team leader of the Provincial Center for Disease Control and Prevention, is a senior virus expert. He praised your professional skills in front of so many experts at the meeting. How could it be fake? An expert is an expert. They don't just boast about it. What's there to be modest about? Yes. Zhou Wen couldn't argue with her, so he had no choice but to admit his identity as an expert. Then Zhou Wen took the opportunity to mention Shen Shui's situation. Sun Jing immediately checked the computer records and found that it was scheduled for 8 days later. Then, in front of Zhou Wen, she directly changed it to this afternoon and even added a note, "Urgent," to the end of the record. "I should get the results tomorrow morning." Chapter 34. After leaving the specimen processing group on the 3rd floor, Zhou Wen hurriedly went to the virus testing group on the 4th floor. "It's 10:15 now. If I hurry, I can finish cooking before dinner, so I can leave work on time tonight." On the way, he opened the system, and a mission requirement popped up in front of him. Task: help Sun Jing's friend get a virus test. Rewards: 300 subject experience points, 300 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, iron grade. Do you accept this? Seeing that the reward was another black box, Zhou Wen found it somewhat amusing. Based on his 2 experiences opening boxes, he discovered that the value of the items in the boxes largely depends on the difficulty of the task. The more difficult the mission, the higher the value of the items obtained. Conversely, the easier the mission, the lower the value of the items obtained. And you can probably guess this from the subject experience and points awarded. Zhou Wen chose to accept. Upon arriving at the virus testing team, Zhou Wen found Luo Xiu, the deputy of Yang LeCun, and explained his purpose directly. Luo Xiu naturally knew Zhou Wen, but they weren't very familiar with each other. Upon hearing his words, she readily agreed. Since it's Zhou Wen doing it himself and doesn't need her help to give him special treatment, it's like doing him a favor while also easing the burden on the virus testing team. Why not do it? Luo Xiu accompanied him to the virus testing laboratory, where they found Sun Jing's friend's virus sample tissue in the cryogenic storage room. She also informed the team members that Zhou Wen was allowed to use the laboratory's experimental equipment before leaving. As soon as Luo Xiu left, Zhou Wen immediately began conducting the electrophoresis experiment. The tissue sample has been frozen, otherwise, it would have taken another 24 hours. The steps are similar to those in university laboratories. Add liquid nitrogen to a mortar and pestle to grind and break up the sample cell tissue. Add sterile water and continue grinding. Add DNase and RNase before extraction to remove host gene fragments, and then put it into a centrifuge to start centrifugation. Throughout the process, Zhou Wen's actions were quite rough, leaving the 7 or 8 testers in the lab completely dumbfounded. Is this some kind of live-stream performance or a virus test? What is he doing? Is he joking? How would I know? Why don't you go ask him? Hey buddy, what are you doing? A bespectacled male inspector couldn't help but walk over and ask. Standing next to the small centrifuge, Zhou Wen turned around and smiled, saying, "Virus testing, huh?" The bespectacled man said with a laugh, "You can't extract viral DNA like that." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Sure." He observed the entire process with his true side eye. Although it seemed rough, it was actually meticulous. In addition, the viral DNA did not need to be amplified, and the extraction concentration was not important, so he naturally did it as quickly as possible. But the bespectacled man didn't know that. Seeing Zhou Wen insist, he shook his head with amusement and left. The other testers in the lab chuckled to themselves as the bespectacled man was defeated. Here, Zhou Wen and others quickly extracted the supernatant after centrifugation, then centrifuged it again after pipetting, and finally dropped it into the gel electrophoresis machine to start virus comparison analysis. That is, to compare it with the NCBI gene virus database in the United States to find out what kind of virus it is. The process was still rough, and it had a rushed feel to it, as if they were afraid of being too slow and missing lunch. Two of the female inspectors couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy is hilarious. The entire testing center has hundreds of staff members, including lab technicians, researchers, and testers. Everyone is extremely careful and meticulous when performing tests, fearing that any mistake in any step could lead to the loss of all previous efforts. This one, however, miraculously achieved his goal through sheer force. It would take forever to detect the virus. After Zhou Wen finished the electrophoresis test, he checked the time, and it was exactly 11:30, just in time for lunch. He stretched his arms and yawned, then turned his head and found that everyone in the lab was staring at him. Zhou Wen touched his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Everyone was amused by Zhou Wen's innocent expression and chuckled as they took off their gloves. After lunch, Zhou Wen had nothing else to do. The virus test results wouldn't be available until 5 p.m. Since he had nothing else to do for the time being, he went to check on the inpatient department. The old lady was in the office discussing with the attending physician about Guo Baichuan's discharge from the hospital that afternoon. The attending physician understood Guo Baichuan's condition. His cancer cells had completely spread, and staying in the hospital would only prolong his life. Now that the old lady wanted to be discharged, he had nothing to say. After explaining the necessary medications and dosages to the elderly woman, the attending physician signed the discharge form, agreeing to her discharge. The old lady had already packed everything. Zhou Wen and the caregiver lifted Guo Baichun onto the wheelchair and then pushed him downstairs with the old lady. The hospital's dedicated transport vehicle was parked under the awning at the entrance, with a doctor accompanying the driver. After seeing Guo Baichun off to the car, the old lady patted Zhou Wen's hand and said, "All right, child, go back to work now." "Hey," Zhou Wen nodded, quietly slipped the painkiller to the old lady, and then said goodbye to Guo Baichun. "Goodbye, Uncle Guo." Aside from being rather thin, Guo Baichun seemed to be in good spirits. He nodded, gave a not-so-attractive smile, and said goodbye. After seeing the old lady off, Zhou Wen returned to the PCR laboratory at the testing center. Help Bian Wenhao and Su Qi with reagent preparation. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhou Wen left the PCR lab and went to the virus testing group. After another 40 minutes, the test results came out. As soon as Zhou Wen picked up the electrophoresis report, several people suddenly surrounded him, staring at the test report in his hand. The electrophoresis report in Zhou Wen's hand showed clearly visible bands on the right. The analysis report on the left showed a positive result for polyomavirus, PY. The bottom of the report indicated that SV40, BKV, and JKV could not be ruled out and suggested, WTF, how could this test be successful? The lab technicians surrounding Zhou Wen all had expressions of utter disbelief. Some people began to wonder if the test report was simply printed out of a computer by Zhou Wen. Some people also wondered if they had been doing things wrong before. When extracting viral DNA, the process should be a bit rough. Might as well be brute force to achieve miracles. But they quickly dismissed their wild thoughts. Reports cannot be issued arbitrarily. Every report they issue represents a human life and a family. Who would dare to act recklessly? You'll regret it if you can't handle it. As for the idea that great effort can produce miracles, that's just wishful thinking. They used to be just like Zhou Wen, using rough methods, but this only resulted in repeated failures. The facts taught them that brute force doesn't produce miracles, only failures. As for Zhou Wen, that guy is a pervert. How did you test it? The bespectacled man who had previously said that no viral DNA could be extracted from Zhou Wen asked somewhat awkwardly. Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "Just like you guys." The bespectacled man was annoyed. Of course he knew one thing. They had been watching Zhou Wen all day, waiting to see what expression he would have on his face after the electrophoresis results came out. Instead, they They ended up being the ones who got the short end of the stick. The bespectacled man was about to ask something else when he saw the smiling expression on Zhou Wen's face, and his heart skipped a beat. He realized that Zhou Wen was definitely pretending to be weak while actually being a virus detection expert. They knew what they were thinking from the beginning, but they just didn't say it out loud. They were actually waiting to see them make a fool of themselves, but instead, they became the laughingstock. The man with glasses felt a burning sensation on his face. However, he quickly realized that this was a good opportunity to learn from others' experiences. He asked with a smile, "My name is Qin Haitao. What's your name?" "Zhou Wen." "Then I'll call you Teacher Zhou," Qin Haitao said sincerely. Zhou Wen has never enjoyed genuine respect from his peers. For example, when Sun Jing called him an expert, it was actually somewhat of a joke. Qin Haitao, however, was different. He could tell that the young man, who looked 2 or 3 years older than him, was speaking with genuine sincerity. Zhou Wen humbly replied, No, I'm just an ordinary lab technician, just like you." Qin Haitao ignored him and said, "Hello, Teacher Zhou. I'd like to ask you, how exactly did you do it? Why is it that when I follow the same testing steps as you, it's so easy for the test to fail if I'm not careful?" Zhou Wen feigned modesty but was inwardly delighted and laughed. "That's because you didn't handle some key points well, for example." Out of respect for Qin Haitao, Zhou Wen made an exception and explained to him several key precautions during the virus extraction process. These key points are experiences he gained through his true sight, experiences that money can't buy. Of course, he wouldn't talk about technological innovations like permeate concentration. That's his livelihood. Qin Haitao and another man listened attentively, their faces occasionally showing expressions of sudden realization. As for the others, they probably felt embarrassed and walked away after listening for a couple of sentences. After speaking for 5 minutes, Zhou Wen paused and said, "All right, as long as you grasp these key points, you won't fail so easily in the future." Qin Haitao nodded. He felt that in just a short while, many things that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear, like seeing the blue sky after the clouds had parted. Qin Haitao said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor Zhou." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." "You're welcome." After finishing speaking, Zhou Wen held up the electrophoresis report in his hand and said, "What's the next step?" "This is my first time doing a virus test. I don't know." Qin Haitao laughed and said, "That's easy. Just give it to me, and I'll enter it into the system for you." Chapter 35. Just before leaving Get Off Work, Yang LeCun, the head of the virus testing team, returned from outside. "Just as I arrived at the entrance of the 4th-floor laboratory, I saw Zhou Wen coming out of it." Yang LeCun asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Wen smiled and said, "I'm doing a friend a favor." Yang LeCun nodded, then smiled and said, "Think about it. How about coming to our virus testing team? I think you're a bit overqualified for PCR." Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "You flatter me, Yang. My skill level is still far from sufficient." Yang LeCun said reproachfully, "Why are you so humble at such a young age? Excessive humility is arrogance, understand?" Zhou Wen understood. Yang LeCun, "So, are you coming to our group or not? If you agree, I'll handle things with your Zhang group." Zhou Wen shook his head. "I'm not coming." Yang LeCun turned his head and gestured towards the elevator. "Get out." "Hey." Zhou Wen immediately left. Yang LeCun, who had been keeping a straight face, watched from behind until Zhou Wen entered the elevator before he smiled, feeling a little regretful. Such a promising talent. How did he end up in PCR? As he spoke, Yang LeCun shook his head and stepped into the laboratory. The people in the lab, who were packing up to leave work, greeted Yang LeCun as he entered. Yang LeCun casually asked, "What was that person doing coming over there just now?" Someone replied, "Get a virus test." Fearing that Yang LeCun might misunderstand them as abusing their power for personal gain and delaying important matters, another person chimed in, explaining, he did it himself. Yang LeCun nodded. PCR and virus testing have many similar procedures, so there's nothing surprising about being able to do virus testing. Just then, Qin Haitao excitedly said, "Group leader Yang, Zhou Wen, that's the person from just now. He's very skilled in virus extraction. He just taught us some things, and I feel I've benefited a lot from it." Yang LeCun asked curiously, "Oh, really? What did he say?" he said. Qin Haitao briefly recounted what Zhou Wen had just said to Yang LeCun, becoming quite excited when he got to the key points. He felt a tangible improvement in his professional skills thanks to Zhou Wen's short explanation. That wonderful feeling of sudden enlightenment is truly indescribable in just a few words. Yang LeCun listened quietly without interrupting. As Yang LeCun listened, he became increasingly surprised. He discovered that some of the things Zhou Wen said were remarkably similar to his own insights into virus extraction. These are all experiences he accumulated over more than a decade of work, which he has never told anyone. After all, everyone has a tendency to cherish what they have. But he didn't expect that Zhou Wen would understand these experiences that he had kept to himself so thoroughly, and that he would just casually tell his colleagues about them. Yang LeCun was taken aback. Based on human nature, Zhou Wen certainly wouldn't pass on all his best techniques, meaning he still has some unique skills. For example, the DNA he extracted is said to be of a very high concentration, and it works very well whether used in clinical trials or PCR amplification. For example, he was the first to discover the novel linear virus last time, but to this day we still don't know how he determined that the deceased Liu Bin was infected with the virus without any testing equipment. Also, what exactly are the ingredients of the antiviral patch he put on the deceased's neck, and why can it inhibit the virus? These are currently a mystery. However, one thing is certain. This young man has a very high level of expertise in viruses. Hey, how did we end up talking about PCR? Yang LeCun raised his hand and stroked his chin, feeling somewhat frustrated. At the same time, he started thinking about how to get Zhou Wen away from the PCR group. I had dinner at the hospital. On the way back to school, Zhou Wen checked his experience points, which were already 850. He then looked at the subject catalog. Currently, only pathology and systemic anatomy are still at level 0, and there is also a sub-discipline botany. For now, we can ignore systemic anatomy and botany. Let's upgrade pathology to level 1 first. Then let's start working on the paper assignment. I'll have 3,000 points by now. I opened my inventory and saw the reward black iron chest still lying inside. He didn't go to open it. Let's keep it as a memento. Zhou Wen arrived at school at exactly 6:30 and went straight to the library. For the next 2 days, Zhou Wen went to the testing center in the morning and returned to school early in the afternoon to spend time in the library. The mission was completed on Tuesday night. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 200 subject experience points and 100 points. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Zhou Wen no longer cares about the small wooden box, so he casually opened it. Congratulations. You have won 100 renminbi. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he saw the money. He spent a lot of money on entertaining guests recently, which caused him to run into a financial deficit, and now he's very frugal. Although he has money on Alipay, he doesn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary, as he feels like he's living beyond his means, and this kind of spending habit is not good. Let's save our breath. We'll get used to being poor eventually. As I stepped out of the library, a warm breeze greeted me. The May Day holiday is just a few days away, and the weather is starting to get warmer. Looking up, the shadows of the trees were heavy and the lamplight was dim. Every now and then, some female students dressed in revealing clothes walked by on the road. Their long, white legs were so dazzling that even at night, they made Zhou Wen dizzy. In this respect, the nurses in the hospital really can't compare. Although they dress up like fairies after get off work, when they're on duty wearing nurse uniforms, even the most beautiful figures are sealed away. Furthermore, it is adorned with a holy light of white angels, making it something to be admired from afar but not to be trifled with. Zhou Wen strolled along until he arrived at the lawn in front of the clock tower. I chose a spot where there were no couples nearby and sat down, ready to upgrade my pathology skill. Just then, Zhou Wen's phone rang. He took it out, glanced at it, pressed the mute button on the side, and put it back in his pocket. A few dozen seconds later, the phone rang again. After Zhou Wen answered the call, he held the earpiece to his ear and didn't speak. Su Xuanyu's voice came from the phone. Hello, are you there? Zhou Wen remained silent. Su Xuanyu. Hey. Say something. Zhou Wen said lazily. What is it? Su Xuanyu said angrily. I only called you because I considered you a friend, but you either don't answer the phone or you don't say anything when you do. What do you mean by that? Do you really think I care about you? Zhou Wen, I'm very busy. Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Wen looked at his phone. The call had already been disconnected. He smiled and didn't seem to mind. After opening the system, upgrade the pathology level to level 1. That feeling of sudden enlightenment, which I had experienced many times before, came again, and countless pieces of knowledge about diseases filled my brain. Cell damage, inflammation, tumors, respiratory diseases, digestive diseases, nervous system diseases, reproductive and breast diseases, etc. This knowledge, which I had once learned but had gradually forgotten, became clear again in my mind. Then this knowledge was closely integrated with biological immunology, biochemistry, and pharmacology, forming a complete picture that gave him a systematic understanding of life science knowledge. Without being immodest, in pure theory, he now knows more and is more comprehensive than most doctors. Zhou Wen was excited for a while, then stood up, stretched, and went back to his dorm. I rested the next morning. At 6 o'clock sharp, Zhou Wen woke up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and ate breakfast. I called Chao Qing and arranged a meeting place over the phone. Then I rushed to my dormitory building to pick up the prepared chemical reagents. When he arrived, Chao Qing was already waiting for him downstairs. She handed him a large black plastic bag and said, "As per your request, we have prepared 200 servings." After Zhou Wen took it, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome. Just give me a call if you need anything else later." "Okay, thanks." After saying goodbye to Chao Qing, Zhou Wen immediately rushed to the laboratory. Upon arriving at the laboratory, after picking up a large box containing rice leaves and a plastic net cage for experimental aphids, I rushed to the hospital without stopping. Upon arriving at the testing center, Zhou Wen went directly to the small laboratory on the 3rd floor. After hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door and locking it, I got busy. He bought some small tools online, such as 50 plastic net cages for aphids, a small spray gun for spraying heavy metal chemicals, and a set of items including a heater, small tweezers, and dissecting needles. As for the test tube guns, disposable quantitative pipette tips, and various types of measuring instrument test tubes used for extracting and preparing heavy metal chemical reagents, they are of course from the testing center. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. Oh, and there's also a laptop I borrowed from Dong Wenying. Actually, he wanted to borrow from Wu Yan, but he was too embarrassed. Dong Wenying seemed a bit naive, so he didn't feel guilty about borrowing from her. This is what people often refer to as picking the softest persimmon. Chapter 36. Zhou Wen first created a data document specifically for recording observation data. In fact, such an experiment should be equipped with a scanning electron microscope, or at the very least an optical microscope. However, the speed of observation with the naked eye is much faster than that of observation with an electron microscope or microscope. It's nothing more than manually copying down the observation data. After completing the data documentation, Zhou Wen put on biological gloves and an N99 mask, then took out the heavy metal chemical and biochemical reagents prepared by Chao Qing and arranged them one by one in the test tube box. Next, extract the contents using a gun according to different dosages and place them into small test tubes on the side. If the dosage is too high, spraying it on rice leaves can easily poison aphids, so it's better to use chlorinated pesticides directly. Because it requires extracting 50 different chemical reagents at once, and the nozzle needs to be replaced each time, it is very time-consuming. It took Zhou Wen 2 hours to finish. Next, he installed the number 1 quantitative test tube at the bottom of the small spray gun, and then evenly sprayed the heavy metal chemical agent onto the spread rice leaves, spraying the back side after the front side was finished. These rice leaves are for professional experiments and have not been sprayed with any pesticides. After finishing, he removed the disposable suction tube from the small spray gun, replaced it with a new one, attached the number 2 test tube, and grabbed a small handful of rice leaves from the box containing the leaves to continue spraying. Half a day had passed by the time all the spraying was finished. After finishing his meal, Zhou Wen transferred the rice leaves that had been sprayed with heavy metal chemicals to 50 plastic net cages, one by one, according to their numbers. Next, use small tweezers to collect the rice aphid samples and place them into a plastic mesh box according to their corresponding numbers. Then turn on the heater to warm them up. After Zhou Wen saw the rice aphids begin to eat the rice leaves with his true side eye, He checked the time, and it was already past 2 o'clock. The next step is to accelerate the experiment. After opening the system, I clicked on the points, and a transparent prompt box popped up in front of me. Do you want to use points to speed up the experiment? Yes/no. Yes. This experiment will require 100 points to speed things up. Please confirm again. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zhou Wen felt somewhat relieved. He had already conducted experiments before and knew that it takes 100 points to reproduce in one generation. But an experiment is still an experiment, and nothing is absolute. If the system is redefined, all the previous preparations may be in vain. Select Confirm. The next second, Zhou Wen felt a mysterious force enveloping the 50 plastic net cages in the room, and the flow of time there changed. Before he could react, everything returned to normal in a daze. He looked at the number 1 plastic net cage in front of him and was surprised to find that there were originally only 2 rice aphids. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of rice aphids had crawled densely on the rice leaves. They lie prone on rice leaves, greedily sucking the sap contained within them with their needle-like, piercing sucking mouthparts. He then looked at the second cage and saw the same situation. The situation inside all the cages, number 3, 4, 5, is the same. Zhou Wen was extremely excited. Although I had anticipated this step, I was still filled with a great sense of accomplishment when the idea became a reality. He began to observe the rice aphids carefully. Under true vision, every antenna and every hair of the rice aphid can be seen clearly. He carefully compared each aphid to see what the differences were in the offspring of these aphids that had ingested heavy metal chemicals. Under normal circumstances, observing the genetic characteristics of aphids using an electron microscope would be a very tedious task. Especially the idea of extracting each aphid under an electron microscope for individual observation and comparison, like Zhou Wen did, is utterly a pipe dream and impossible to achieve. However, Zhou Wen has the ability to see clearly. He doesn't need to extract anything, as he can see the genetic characteristics of each aphid through the net cage. Such speed is simply unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to say that he alone is worth 100 researchers. After observing for a while, Zhou Wen quickly discovered the deformed child among the rice aphids. He immediately went to his desk, sat down, and wrote down what he saw in a data document. Observation object, number 1 cage. Drug number 1, 2 muel, 6 tablets. Symptoms, 4 antennae on the left and 5 on the right. Abnormally protruding eye surface and enlarged terminal segment of the beak. Result, no significant change was observed in the number of offspring. After Zhou Wen finished writing down the observation data for cage number 1, he turned to look at cage number 2. The rice aphids inside were clearly visible, with even the fine lines on their backs and the individual hairs standing upright within those lines, all clearly discernible. If necessary, he can even see the internal organs of rice aphids. With such abnormal vision, the aphid's body structure is completely visible. No missing, deformed, or diseased part can escape his eyes. He quickly began writing down his observation data in his notebook. Zhou Wen spent a full 3 hours writing 50 sets of observation data. He only stood up and stretched when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me," Sun Jing's voice rang out from outside. "Want to go out for dinner?" Zhou Wen walked over and opened the laboratory door. As soon as Sun Jing came in, she covered her nose. "Ugh, what's that smell? It's so pungent." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Chemicals." As he spoke, he went to turn on the exhaust fan. Sun Jing fanned herself in front of her nose and asked, "What are you doing?" "Let's do some biological genetic experiments." With that, Zhou Wen started packing his things. Sun Jing glanced at the row of small plastic mesh cages along the wall and said, "Be careful, okay?" "Yes, I know. Let's go eat." The two chatted as they left the lab. Staff canteen. Xin Shui was eating and chatting with 5 or 6 colleagues from the obstetrics and gynecology department. Just then, a funny topic came up in the conversation, and a group of obstetricians and gynecologists burst into laughter, drawing sidelong glances from male doctors in the surrounding departments. Just then, Xin Shui saw a familiar figure walking towards her. It was Zhou Wen, the one who had helped her last time. To be honest, Xin Shui hadn't expected him to help. Judging from his initial attitude, he was most likely just going through the motions. Unexpectedly, Her relative received the test results the next morning, and her mother called to praise her profusely. Afterwards, she called Su Jejia and asked her to convey her gratitude. I didn't expect to run into him in the cafeteria today. To avoid peak meal times, each department has different meal times. When Zhou Wen passed by, Shen Shui greeted him, saying, "Hi, you're here for dinner too?" Zhou Wen, who was carrying a tray, was a little surprised to see Shen Shui. He smiled and nodded. "Oh, you're here to eat too?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shui's colleagues burst into laughter. One of the younger nurses chuckled and said, "You two are really funny. One of you is eating, and the other is carrying a food tray, asking if you're here to eat. Are you two clowns sent by the monkeys?" Ha! Just as everyone was joking around, Shen Shui pointed to the seat next door in the aisle and said with a smile, "Sit here." "Okay, sure." Zhou Wen led Sun Jing to sit down next to Shen Shui. Shen Shui said, "Thank you for last time." Zhou Wen said, "You're welcome." Shen Shui asked, "Isn't lunch at the testing center at 5:30? Why are you so late today?" Zhou Wen, "The experiment delayed me." "Oh." Shen Shui asked a couple of questions, but then turned back to eating, waiting for Zhou Wen to ask her questions. Sun Jing, who was sitting opposite Zhou Wen, nudged him with her foot and asked, "Who is it?" Zhou Wen provided an explanation. Sun Jing asked, "I remember you said you didn't have a girlfriend, right?" Zhou Wen, "What's wrong?" Sun Jing turned her head and looked Shen Shui up and down again, then turned back and whispered, "Hey, this girl is pretty. She's a good match for you." After a pause, Sun Jing added, "Look at her. Her temples are full. Her nose is straight and prominent. Her forehead is bright. Her eyes are clear and gentle. Her lips are upturned, and she always has a smile on her face. These are all signs of a woman who will bring good fortune to her husband." Zhou Wen, "Sis, when did you switch to fortune-telling?" Sun Jing spat. "What fortune-telling? Let me tell you, it has a scientific basis. Otherwise, why would people say that one's appearance reflects one's heart? People with kind faces are usually not bad at heart. Similarly, one can often tell a lot about a wicked person from their face." Zhou Wen nodded, which was considered an affirmation of her statement. Sun Jing kicked him with her foot, then hurry up and ask her for her WeChat ID. Zhou Wen didn't move, keeping his head down as he ate. Sun Jing kicked him twice more, but when he still didn't react, she was really disappointed in him. He turned to Shen Shui with a smile and said, "Dr. Shun, what's your WeChat ID? Zhou Wen wants to add you, but he's too shy to ask." After saying that, Sun Jing turned to Zhou Wen and said, "Right? Zhou Wen, you really are my sister." Duh. Chapter 37. Shen Shui readily gave Zhou Wen her WeChat ID, which was also her mobile phone number. After exchanging WeChat IDs, Shen Shui and her colleague left together. From afar, one could still hear Shen Shui's colleagues asking her about Zhou Wen's situation, occasionally punctuated by bursts of laughter. Sun Jing is on the night shift tonight, and Zhou Wen is working all night doing experiments. The two ate something and went back to the testing center. On the way, Sun Jing asked, "Don't you like that Dr. Shin from earlier?" Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "I'm not familiar with her, so I can't say whether I like her or not." "What's wrong with not being familiar with something? You'll get to know it after you spend more time with it." After Sun Jing finished speaking, she paused for a moment and then added, "This Dr. Shun is really nice. She's beautiful, seems to have a gentle personality, and most importantly, she seems to have feelings for you. You must seize this opportunity." Zhou Wen, "Sister, I haven't thought about these things yet. I just want to focus on my work for now. I'll think about relationships later." "What do you mean later? Will it even be your turn later?" Zhou Wen chuckled. Seeing that he remained silent, Sun Jing turned to look at his face and tentatively asked, "You wouldn't happen to dislike women, would you?" Zhou Wen. Sun Jing raised her right hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, I'm very open-minded. If you really like someone, I can help you find someone." Zhou Wen said speechlessly, "Sister, don't make wild guesses. Of course I like women, it's just, I don't have any money in my pocket, so I don't have the confidence to date." "As long as you like women, that's fine." Sun Jing breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I thought, what's wrong with not having money? I'll lend you some. I don't have much, but 10 or 20,000 yuan is no problem." As she spoke, she reached for her phone. Zhou Wen quickly pressed her hand down. "Sister, really, there's no need. I'm not thinking about relationships right now. Seeing that Zhou Wen was very determined, Sun Jing had no choice but to give up, saying with some regret, "This Dr. Shun is really good. Why don't you reconsider?" The two chatted as they entered the testing building. Afterwards, Zhou Wen plunged into the laboratory and began conducting experiments. Zhou Wen spent a whole day on the first round of experiments during the day. However, most of the day was spent on dispensing and spraying heavy metal chemicals, while genetic observation, data archiving, and other tasks did not take up much time. No need to repackage at night, but the rice leaves still need to be sprayed again with the new dosage. After 2 hours of spraying, all the deformed rice aphids were removed from each net cage, and rice leaves that had been sprayed with chemicals were placed inside. The next step is to speed up the experiment and complete the reproduction of the second generation of rice aphids. The second round of experiments was completed at midnight. This time the speed was much faster, which is a good thing. Then came the third round of experiments. It was 5 a.m. when I finished. After 30 hours of experiments, Zhou Wen was exhausted. In addition, I hadn't had a late-night snack, and my stomach was growling with hunger. I was exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. He thought of the apple in his inventory. The last time, with that thought in mind, Zhou Wen took out an apple and ate it in 2 quick bites. Hiss, ouch! Zhou Wen felt a chill run down his spine. The sourness of chewing a lemon until it was mushy and letting the juice swirl around on his taste buds made him want to stick his fingers into his head. Anyone who eats this again is a monster. Zhou Wen made a solemn vow in his heart. He really couldn't understand why they had to make the apples so sour. Based on previous experience, sour apples are essentially a way to replenish physical strength and relieve mental fatigue to some extent, but that doesn't mean you don't need to sleep. Zhou Wen went to the small office on the 6th floor. Wu Yan didn't come to work today because it was her day off. Jiang Hechuan was on duty and was playing games on his phone. The two chatted for a few minutes, after which Zhou Wen took the blanket used for duty, covered himself with it, and lay down on the sofa to rest with his eyes closed. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Jiejia came to take over Jiang Hechuan's shift. Zhou Wen, a light sleeper, was woken up by her loud voice. "Zhou Wen, why are you sleeping here?" "I'm so sleepy. I'll just take a nap here." "What did you do last night?" Su Jiejia asked, handing him the soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Let's do the experiment." Zhou Wen waved his hand. "I'm not hungry, you eat." "Take it, I have more." Su Jiejia insisted on stuffing the soy milk and a bag of steamed buns into his hands. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. He had a great appetite. He devoured the fist-sized buns the girl had eaten in 1 bite. Su Jiejia ate her steamed bun in small bites, handing over her work to Jiang Hechuan while saying, "A classmate of mine got married yesterday. The groom was born in the 70s and is almost 50 years old, about the same age as her father. I heard he's the owner of a small company." Jiang Hechuan laughed and said, "Isn't that normal? As long as you have money, your wife can be as young as kindergarten." Su Jiejia asked, "Do all you men like smaller girls?" Zhou Wen said quietly, "That's not necessarily true. Those who don't want to work hard all like aunties." Ha! After chatting about everyday matters for a while, Zhou Wen and Jiang Hechuan left together. He was going back to school to get fresh, unpolluted rice leaves. For the next few days, Zhou Wen spent most of his time in the laboratory. The rice aphid has completed 20 generations of evolution and has been studied and observed. Given his workload, it's no exaggeration to say that even a 10-person team couldn't finish it in a year. Because he has research comparable to that of an electron microscope, he saves a lot of time, and more importantly, he saves time on reproduction. However, there has been no breakthrough progress yet. However, some progress has been made in the use of biochemical agents to kill them. He found some effective formulas for killing rice aphids, which he could sell to pesticide companies. It was a pleasant surprise. After compiling the relevant research data and parameters, he sent them to several chemical and pesticide companies in the province. May 1st, at 10 a.m., Zhou Wen was sleeping in his dorm room when the phone on his bedside table rang. He answered and asked, "Hello, who is it?" His mother's voice came through the phone. "Are you sleeping?" "Yes, I was on duty at the hospital last night and didn't get back until 8:30 this morning." "Mom, is there anything I can help you with?" "Today is your birthday. I'm calling to let you know so you won't forget." "Oh, I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot." I knew it. Don't overwork yourself, and remember to eat on time, okay? You need to be healthy to have everything. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy. Okay, that's settled then. Mom has transferred 500 yuan to your WeChat account. Go buy yourself some good food and some summer clothes. The weather will be warm soon. Mom, why are you transferring money to me? I'll get paid in a few days. You send it, and Mom gives it. Okay, go back to sleep. Remember to get up for lunch, okay? After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen looked around the dormitory. It was empty. There was no one there, not even Zhang Wei's bed. Zhou Wen also adapted to this increasingly lonely life. Freshman year, 100 friends. Sophomore year, 50 friends. Junior year, 10 friends. Senior year, 2 friends. The vast majority of people are in this situation. Often it's not that the environment changes, but rather that people's thoughts gradually mature, their emotions become more reserved, and they are no longer willing to take the initiative to contact strangers. After getting up, brushing her teeth, and washing her face, Zhou Wen decided to have a meal at a small restaurant outside the school. I called Chen Ziyuan halfway there, but he said he was at his girlfriend's house in Luqing. Then he remembered that today is May Day, and everyone is either going home or traveling. Zhou Wen opened WeChat and saw that his mother had sent him 500 yuan with a happy birthday message. I was deeply moved, and then I clicked to claim it. He then discovered that Xin Shui, whom he had just added a few days ago, had also sent him a message. Upon clicking, I discovered it was a May Day greeting. Zhou Wen rarely replies to mass text messages like these, but since it's his birthday today and he's in a good mood, he casually typed a message, "Happy birthday to you too." Xin Shui quickly replied, "Thank you. Do you have the day off today?" It's 10:30 in the morning. Xin Shui made this estimate based on the time, because as far as she knew, cell phones were not allowed in the testing center laboratory. Zhou Wen replied, "Yes. Did you have a holiday?" Xin Shui, "I'm off work today / grinning emoji." Zhou Wen didn't know what got into him, but the editor said, "It's my birthday today. Do you want to come over for dinner?" As soon as the message was sent, Zhou Wen felt something was amiss. The two people weren't very familiar with each other, and if he suddenly invited the other person to dinner, the other person might think he had ulterior motives. Even if they didn't think that way, it wouldn't be right for the other person to come empty-handed on his birthday, would it? It would be like asking the other person to spend money for no reason. Therefore, Zhou Wen immediately withdrew. Unfortunately, Xin Shui still saw it and replied, "Happy birthday / where's the cake?" Zhou Wen, "Thank you. There's a Sichuan restaurant near the south gate of Jiangzhou University. Wanna come?" He hoped Xin Shui would say it was too far and she wouldn't come. Xin Shui, "Okay." Zhou Wen, if Sun Jing found out, she would definitely call him a hypocrite. He'd refuse a ride on someone's back and then turn around and seduce other girls. He's shameless. Xin Shui, how can you be such a girl, with no sense of propriety at all? I told you to come, so you come? There's no other way. Zhou Wen ordered the food and waited for nearly an hour before Xin Shui arrived with the cake. Wearing a white short-sleeved printed t-shirt, cropped blue jeans, and black canvas shoes, with a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, she has a simple, refreshing, and very cool androgynous look. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The cake is freshly made, so it takes a little longer." It's nothing. Why are you being so polite?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two sat down separately. Xin Shui brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a smile, "Are you alone?" "Yes, that's right. All the classmates have gone home." As he spoke, Zhou Wen took a serious look at Xin Shui for the first time. He discovered that Xin Shui had the kind of figure that looked slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. He looked tall and slender in his white coat, but now that he's changed into another outfit, I noticed that his face, arms, and thighs are all chubby. I didn't notice his butt, but I guess it's chubby too. This might be why Sun Jing said she has a face that brings good fortune to her husband. A slightly plump woman is indeed a rare find. Chapter 38. Sun Ronghai is the R&D Director and Senior Researcher at Kongfeng Chemical Pesticide Company, Limited in Qinchuan City, Jiangsu Province. Today is May Day, and he should have been on holiday, but because his company had some problems with a collaboration with a university research institute in Nanjing, he drove to Nanjing this morning. Chemical companies typically collaborate with university laboratories and research institutes. When universities develop new research findings, they sell them to chemical companies for industrial production. This benefits both universities and reduces the R&D costs for companies, creating a win-win situation. Sun Ronghai talked with the head of the Jinling University Research Institute for a full hour before finally resolving the issue. University leaders had dinner engagements and left first, leaving Sun Ronghai and his assistant to take care of their own lunch. I ate at the university cafeteria. While eating, Sun Ronghai took out his phone to browse industry news and inadvertently noticed unread new emails in his Alibaba email account on the desktop. He casually opened his email and glanced at it. From Mr. Zhou. Time, 23:15 on April 30th. Hello, Director Sun. I am a student at Jiangzhou University. I am currently conducting genetic modification experiments on rice aphids. Upon seeing the beginning, Sun Ronghai smiled slightly. He receives many emails like this every month, all from university students across the country who occasionally make unexpected discoveries while conducting experiments and think they can sell them for a good price. In reality, 99% of them are just wild ideas, and even the 1% has a lot of uncertainties, such as the ownership of the research results. So he usually glances at emails like these and then ignores them. But clearly, Sun Ronghai was wrong. He looked at the bottom of the email and found that, in addition to a contact number, there was an attachment labeled experimental data. Sun Ronghai was worried that the attachment might contain a virus, so he specifically activated his phone's security software before clicking to download. His phone contained a lot of important data. If it got hacked, he'd be devastated. The attachment downloaded quickly, and Sun Ronghai opened it while eating. The attachment contains detailed experimental data, including which chemical drugs were used, the experimental steps and procedures, and the final results of the rice aphid infestation. All of this is clearly written down. With just one more formula, we can directly produce the insecticide. Of course, it is possible to reverse engineer a chemical formula from experimental data, but it is unnecessary because formulas are too basic, and the cost of reverse engineering is often more expensive than buying the formula directly. Therefore, no chemical pesticide company would do something that would result in a loss. As for the more valuable formulas, we directly registered them as patents. After reviewing the experimental data, Sun Ronghai exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, this looks pretty convincing." The assistant sitting opposite asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Ronghai handed his phone to his assistant, saying, "Take a look." The assistant took it and examined it carefully, saying with some surprise, "It's not bad, but I wonder if the effect will be as good as he said." Sun Ronghai nodded, considered for a moment, and said, "Our company does have a weakness in this area, and we need to launch some new products." "Okay, you can call and ask about the price later. If it's suitable, we can go check it out after we've eaten." "Yes, Mr. Sunday." South Gate of Jiangzhou University. Zhou Wen was having lunch with Xin Shui. Xin Shui was telling Zhou Wen stories about what happened in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and Zhou Wen was telling her strange stories about what he encountered at the testing center. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Just as Zhou Wen was finishing his meal, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Zhou?" "I am." When Zhou Wen heard that the other party was a pesticide company, his heart was pounding in his throat with excitement. He didn't expect to receive a reply today, even though he had just sent it out last night. He quickly grabbed the phone and left the restaurant, saying, Yes, what is it?" When asked to give a price quote, Zhou Wen, based on his prior knowledge of the market, added 15% and quoted 400,000. "Your price is too high. I can't help you report it to higher authorities." Zhou Wen calmly said, 400,000 isn't too high, is it? Why don't you give me a price?" Over the phone, Sun Ronghai's assistant, Hu Lin, laughed and said, "Okay, I won't beat around the bush with you. One price, 100,000. "What? Only 100,000. Don't get excited. Let me finish what I have to say. 400,000 is not impossible, but only large chemical groups can afford that price. But you have to understand, how could such a large company buy such a low-level formula? Therefore, your quote is seriously inflated. Let's give it a discount and say it's 200,000. That's a price our small chemical company can afford. However, this 200,000 yuan is not the final price. It includes various fees such as patent registration, kickbacks for meals, etc. So the real price is only around 100,000 yuan. Zhou Wen, assistant who, I don't know what to say. The gap between imagination and reality was too great, yet he felt that what the other person said was very likely true. Assistant who chuckled and said, "Don't be too upset. It's just that there are too many similar products on the market, so the price can't be raised. And our company happens to lack this product category, so..." His subtext was that he didn't want the 100,000 yuan. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, "I have 3 different formulations, all of which have good killing effects on aphids of different generations." Assistant who asked, somewhat surprised, "Really? Are you sure these are all your research findings?" Zhou Wen, "Of course, 100% sure." Assistant who considered for a moment and said, "How about this? We'll discuss the details when we meet this afternoon." After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhou Wen hung up the phone. When he returned to the hotel, he found that Shen Shui had already paid the bill. Zhou Wen immediately thought this wouldn't do and wanted to transfer the money to her. Shen Shui refused, saying, "It's only about 100 yuan in total, no need. You helped me so much last time, I haven't thanked you yet." Zhou Wen said, "One thing at a time." Shen Shui thought for a moment and said, "Then, how about you treat me to a movie? I haven't been to one in a long time." Shen Shui felt a little embarrassed after she finished speaking, as if she had been a bit too proactive. Zhou Wen, oblivious to Shen Shui's expression, hesitated and said, "Let's watch a movie." "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Zhou Wen thought for a moment. It would take at least an hour to get from Qinchuan to Jiangzhou. Even if they were delayed at the service area, they could still make it. So he nodded and smiled. "It's okay. Let's go see a movie." Today, May Day, the movie theaters were packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. Zhou Wen first went to the automatic ticket machine to queue up and collect their tickets. They were going to see the newly released movie, Us and Them. After he finished queuing to get his ticket, Shen Shui was already waiting for him with Coke and popcorn. This woman really knows how to save him money, Zhou Wen thought to himself with amusement. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the queue for ticket checking began. When the movie ended at 2:30, many women had red eyes, and some girls who looked like students were sobbing quietly. Shen Shui, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all, and even looked a little bored. Zhou Wen, walking beside him, asked with a smile, "Isn't it pretty?" Shen Shui nodded straightforwardly. Zhou Wen, what's wrong with it?" Shen Shui pondered for a moment and said, "It's just too fake. The male and female leads are too pretentious, and there's no sense of immersion." Zhou Wen found it quite amusing. Shen Shui asked, "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Wen laughed and said, "Young girls or boys who haven't experienced the harsh realities of life will be moved by the scenes depicted in movies, and the feelings built on that foundation will seem even more precious, which is why they will be moved to tears. Those who have experienced the harsh realities of life, like you, will immediately see through the affectation and melodramatic whining, which is why you won't feel a connection to it." Shen Shui nodded and asked, "So why are you laughing?" Zhou Wen, "I'm laughing at someone like you who's so hard to fool." Shen Shui covered her mouth and giggled. Just then, Zhou Wen's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Assistant Hu. "Hello, where are you?" Half an hour later, Zhou Wen, Sun Ronghai, and his assistant appeared in the laboratory on the 3rd floor of the First People's Hospital's testing center. Because Zhou Wen did not register the patent, such technology transfer carries certain risks for both parties. He is afraid of not receiving the transfer fee after handing over the technology, and the other party is certainly afraid of being cheated and buying a fake technology patent. Therefore, for safety reasons, Zhou Wen brought the other person to his workplace. Sure enough, Sun Ronghai saw that Zhou Wen worked at the First People's Hospital and was a full-time employee, so he basically believed him. Since it's at most 100,000 yuan, Zhou Wen has no reason to swindle them with his promising future. Then, in front of the two people, Zhou Wen demonstrated his research results, which was to kill aphids with chemical drugs. There are 3 chemical formulas, each targeting a different type of aphid. After Zhou Wen gave his demonstration and answered a few questions from Sun Ronghai, the meeting concluded. Sun Ronghai was very satisfied with the killing effect of the drug. The two parties found a tea house near the hospital and began to discuss the price. The negotiation process went relatively smoothly. The first chemical formula for rice aphids was offered for 120,000 yuan after much negotiation. The The second chemical formula for peach aphids costs 50,000. There was also a chemical formula for treating cotton aphids, for which they symbolically gave 2,000 yuan. The total amount is 172,000 yuan, and Kongfeng Chemical Pesticide Company Limited will withhold 20% personal income tax on its behalf. The two parties signed a technology transfer agreement on site. Sun Ronghai readily agreed. After signing, he immediately called the company accountant to transfer the money to Zhou Wen. Chapter 39. Less than 5 minutes after Sun Ronghai made the call, Zhou Wen received a remittance notification for a total of 137,600 yuan. Upon seeing the numbers on his phone, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken and his heart race. In all his life, the most he had ever received was 10,000 yuan, 6,000 of which was for tuition. Now, his account suddenly had more than 130,000 yuan, which felt incredibly heavy even through the phone screen. He was momentarily dazed, then handed the chemical formula from the computer to Sun Ronghai. Sun Ronghai immediately sent it to the company's research staff for verification. About half an hour later, the company's research staff called to say that there was no problem with the formula. The transaction is now complete. Sun Ronghai stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Dr. Zhou, we'll be going now. Until we meet again." Zhou Wen extended his hand and shook it, saying politely, "Stay and have a simple meal together." "No need. We need to get back to Qinchuan." "All right then, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Zhou Wen escorted Sun Ronghai and the others to the entrance and watched them walk towards the hospital parking lot. After their figures disappeared at the intersection, Zhou Wen took out his phone and looked at it, his face gradually breaking into a wide smile. "Going from abject poverty to a comfortable life in an instant, my whole mindset changed. Walk to the side of the road and simply stretch out your hand. Taxi." After having dinner in the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory. In his excitement, he opened the black iron treasure chest in his inventory. "Congratulations. You have received 30 pieces of pleasantly scented chewing gum." Zhou Wen was quite surprised to find that he could actually open something good. Although he didn't know what the chewing gum was for, the things produced by the system never disappointed him, except for that sour apple. Zhou Wen was already in a good mood, and now he's twice as happy. "Oh, intersection. Oh ha. I took out some chewing gum from my storage space and examined it. It was similar to Wrigley's spearmint gum, and it also had foil wrapping on the outside." Unable to resist his curiosity, he peeled off the seal. Unlike the Wrigley spearmint gum, it was a single piece, and it was also smaller. After he pulled it out, he held it to his nose and smelled it. It really did smell pleasant. He put it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and if anything felt wrong, he would swallow it immediately. The sour apple was the main reason he was still wary. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holy shit. Tui. Zhou Wen hurriedly spat out the chewing gum in his mouth, but his whole face was already distorted and deformed. This chewing gum was incredibly bitter, more than 10 times more bitter than Coptis chinensis. The bitterness was so intense that it made his whole face contort in pain. He finally understood what unbearable suffering meant. "Because the pain was so intense that I couldn't speak." This extreme bitterness lasted for about 30 seconds, and Zhou Wen knew what the chewing gum was for, a mental booster. "I hadn't slept much today, and after a busy day, I was physically and mentally exhausted. But after chewing gum, Zhou Wen felt refreshed and in great shape. Just like waking up naturally after a good night's sleep, I feel refreshed and clear-headed, and all the negative feelings from yesterday have been swept away." Zhou Wen wiped away the bitter tears from the corners of her eyes. Unable to feel any joy, he swore fiercely in his heart, "Anyone who eats this again is a monster." Once he felt better, he thought about going to the testing center to conduct his thesis experiments, but he didn't have any rice leaves left, so he couldn't do it. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and called his mother. "I told her about selling the technology this afternoon. At first, she didn't believe me. But she didn't believe me until Zhou Wen transferred 100,000 yuan to his father's Alipay account in 2 installments. Zhou Wen's father, Zhou Yong, said, "If you give us all the money, what will you do with yourself?" Zhou Wen laughed and said, "Didn't I tell you? It's a total of over 130,000. I still have over 30,000 in my account, which is enough." Besides, I'll get my salary in a few days, so that'll be more than enough. Well, all right. We'll keep the money for you so you can use it to get married in the future. Zhou Yang's voice was very happy. After raising their son for 22 years, he has finally made something of himself. How many parents wouldn't be happy? The phone call lasted almost an hour. I hung up the phone and just then saw the bank's deduction text message. There's still over 30,000 left in the card. Zhou Wen felt quite at ease. 30,000 yuan was more than enough for him, and as he just said, he would be paid next week. After deducting the 6 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus housing allowance, car allowance, meal allowance, etc., he estimated he could get around 7,500 yuan. What's the next step? Rent a house. He works at a hospital now, and he has to commute to and from school every day, which takes up a lot of his time. It would be better for him to rent a place near the hospital. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the website and started searching. The internet is flooded with ads for rental websites, making his eyes dizzy. These rental websites are full of tricks, one after another, with big pitfalls within small ones, and you can easily fall into their traps if you're not careful. Honestly, if he were the regulator, he would definitely fine these shameless companies to death, until they never dare to lie again. Unfortunately, it wasn't his place to make the decision. Therefore, the best way is to go to a physical store near your neighborhood or get a referral from an acquaintance, as that is more reliable. Zhou Wen searched online for neighborhoods near the hospital and, after comparing them, chose one of them, a new neighborhood west of the People's Hospital, which had a good environment and facilities. Moreover, considering the online quotes, the rent is within his budget. Once the decision was made, there was nothing left to do. Then he remembered that he could go to the library to gain experience points. There was no time limit for the paper assignment, and he wasn't passively assigned it while he was preparing for it, so it didn't affect his ability to do other tasks. However, I then realized that today is May Day, and the library seems to be closed. With nothing else to do, Zhou Wen opened WeChat and started scrolling through his moments. However, I don't know when it started, but those former classmates, seniors, and juniors have all become micro-business owners, and their WeChat moments are full of people selling goods. This includes Lu Nyang and Zhang Wei's girlfriend, among others. One is an agent for breast enhancement products, and the other sells direct sales products. Block moments directly. He was just about to log out when he happened to see Su Xuanyu's WeChat moments. Since he didn't answer her call last time, Su Xuanyu hasn't called him again, as if she's completely forgotten about him. He was busy with experiments every day, and if he hadn't been so bored tonight that he saw this on his WeChat moments, he probably would have given up completely. Zhou Wen opened her WeChat moments and took a look. Inside are travel photos. The cover shows Su Xuanyu facing the fiery sunset, making a heart shape with her hands above her head, as if she is wrapping the sun in her palms. It's very beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. He casually gave it a thumbs up. Scroll down further, and you'll find photos of daily life at school, travel photos, and photos of shopping and sightseeing in Europe with friends. It's clear that Su Xuanyu's family is very wealthy. The designer shopping bags and jewelry that are casually peeked out are all quite valuable. He glanced at him and then left. I started watching biology videos on my phone. In a high-end community in the center of Luqing City, Su Xuanyu, wearing blue floral pajamas and a bunny ear hair-drying cap, is watching a drama on her phone. Just then, a classmate messaged her. She opened WeChat and replied, and unsurprisingly, she saw that Zhou Wen had liked her post. Wow, the sun must have risen in the west today. He actually liked my post. Su Xuanyu said, curling up her legs and looking at her phone with some surprise. Although she hadn't known Zhou Wen for long, Su Xuanyu had a general idea of his temperament and personality. He was very competitive and arrogant. And he's incredibly confident. I don't know where he gets that confidence from. It's really not easy for someone like that to like her posts on social media. Su Xuanyu hummed in response, then typed a text message. Since you liked my post, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Are you wrong or not? It took a full 10 minutes to receive a reply after the message was sent. I just accidentally clicked. I'll cancel it right away. Su Xuanyu sent him a picture of poop with the caption, "The other person doesn't want to talk to you," and threw a pile of poop at you. A minute later, Zhou Wen also replied with a picture with the text, "The other party has rejected your message and thrown you into the trash." Su Xuanyu yelled angrily, UB asterisk 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 D. I hope you never have a girlfriend for the rest of your life. After saying that, Su Xuanyu threw away her phone, turned off the light, pulled the covers over her head, and went to sleep. The next morning it was drizzling. When Zhou Wen arrived at the testing center after collecting the rice leaves, it was already pouring rain outside. The downpipes at the base of the opposite building were pouring down with a whoosh, and the strong wind was blowing the raindrops, making everything look white. When he arrived at the conference room on the 6th floor, it was already packed with people. All 27 members of the PCR team were there. Zhang Shuguang, who was standing in front of the conference table, saw him and said, "Hurry up, we've been waiting for you." Zhou Wen said with a grin, "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way." Zhang Shuguang rolled his eyes. "What's there to cause a traffic jam when you're using the bus lane?" "Huh." After everyone finished laughing, Zhang Shuguang said, "Today I'll mainly talk about 2 points. Chapter 40. In the morning, Zhou Wen was in the laboratory sterilizing and extracting DNA from white mice. The middle section was empty, so we went to the 3rd floor laboratory to spray heavy metal drugs. A premonition from the Chosen One told him that victory was in sight. At 10:30, Zhou Wen had just finished tending to the rice aphids and hadn't even had time to observe them when the phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was the old lady calling. He's been busy with his mission these past few days and hasn't been to the old lady's house yet. As for the painkillers, he was given a week's worth of medication, and it should be almost finished by tomorrow. "Hey, Grandma, did you call me for something?" "It's nothing. It's raining today, so we didn't go out. Come over for lunch, and Grandma will have Hongxia cook something delicious for you." Hongxia is the nanny hired by the old lady. Okay. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before agreeing, and also brought the week's worth of medicine he had just made to the old lady. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Wen locked the lab door and went downstairs. After changing clothes in the locker room, I borrowed an electric scooter from Old Wong at the gatehouse and went to the Maple Leaf Lane residential area that I had visited the night before. Maple Leaf Lane is located to the west of the hospital. Just cross the road and walk through the commercial street in front of it. Zhou Wen first took a walk around the perimeter of the community. The environment was very nice, with clean and tidy high-rise buildings and complete facilities and shady trees inside the community. Moreover, security is very strict. In addition to needing to scan your face to enter the community, you also need to swipe your card to enter the building, which ensures the safety of residents to the greatest extent. After finding it satisfactory, Zhou Wen went into a real estate agency near the entrance of the residential complex. After chatting with the salesperson for a while, Zhou Wen felt that they were quite reliable. Most importantly, they were just renting on behalf of others, not the landlords. So Zhou Wen started choosing a house. He took a liking to one of the 2-bedroom shared apartments, where the two of them would each take half, with a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan. The salesperson helped him contact the other party, and they replied that he could only view the house after 11:30 p.m. when they would get off work. Zhou Wen looked at the others, but they were either too small or too big. In the end, we decided to go and take a look at the house first. Just then, the old lady called and asked him where he was. Zhou Wen left his phone number and then left first. When Zhou Wen arrived at Guanyin Lane, the old lady was standing at the entrance of the residential area waiting for him. Zhou Wen parked his electric scooter in the parking space next to the guardhouse, walked over and helped the old lady, saying, "Why are you waiting for me here? I can find my own way." The old lady smiled and said, it's all right. I'm just getting down here to stretch my legs. Come on, let me help you inside." Zhou Wen helped the old lady walk into the residential area. This neighborhood is quite old. The buildings look worn and there are no elevators. However, the environment is very clean, with dense trees, quiet and peaceful, making it quite unique in this bustling city center. The old lady's house is in room 101 of Building 9, which is the innermost building. The house is very big, with 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a small private front yard on the 1st floor. The room was decorated in a quiet and secluded style, exuding a scholarly atmosphere. Later, Zhou Wen learned from the nanny Hongxia that the old lady was indeed a retired teacher, as was Guo Baichun, who had taught all his life and had countless students. Zhou Wen thought to himself, no wonder. He then went to the room to check on Guo Baichun. He seemed to be in good spirits, lying in bed reading 100 Years of Solitude. Seeing Zhou Wen enter, Guo Baichun smiled and said, "Welcome, have a seat." "Uncle Guo, how are you feeling?" Zhou Wen said, sitting down on the cotton stool in front of the bed, and casually picked up the test report and medicine bottle from the bedside table to take a look. Guo Baichun smiled and said, "It's great." Zhou Wen used his true sight eye to examine Guo Baichun's liver and frowned slightly. The situation was far from ideal. Zhou Wen wanted him to go to the hospital for 2 more days of rest and recuperation, but she didn't know how to bring it up. Guo Baichun seemed to know what he wanted to say and patted the cover of the book in his hand. "I like a passage in it. Let me read it to you." "Okay, sure." "We journey through the ancient road of life, running through hardships and being reborn from setbacks. Sorrow clings to our bodies, and pain is scattered all over the ground. We are tired, yet we cannot stop. We are bitter, yet we cannot avoid it." Guo Baichun finished speaking slowly, took a breath, and laughed, saying, "I used to think I was suffering a lot, but later I found that my mother suffered even more. She not only had to face the pain of her grandson's death, but also the grief of losing her son. Her heart must have been riddled with holes." Zhou Wen felt a little sore. Guo Baichun smiled and said, "You don't need to be sad. What's truly important in life isn't what you encounter, but what you remember and how you remember it." Zhou Wen nodded. Just then, the door opened, and Hong Xiao whispered, "Dinner's ready." The lunch was very plentiful, with fish, shrimp, crab, old hen, and fresh vegetables. It was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, and Zhou Wen ate with great relish. The old lady was very happy to see him eating so heartily and kept putting food into his bowl. A common problem among older people is the fear of not having enough to eat. "If you want to eat this in the future, just call Grandma in advance, and I'll ask Hongxiao to make it for you." Zhou Wen nodded. His grandparents passed away early, so he never experienced what grandparental affection means. Just as they were finishing their meal, Zhou Wen's phone rang. It was the real estate agent calling, asking him to come over and view the apartment. After Zhou Wen hung up the phone, the old lady asked, "Are you looking to rent a house?" Zhou Wen nodded. "Yes. It's inconvenient to go back and forth to school every day, so I plan to rent a house near the hospital, in the Maple Leaf Lane community." After a pause, Zhou Wen added, "Actually, the company has dormitories, but they're not very convenient, so I live outside. Anyway, I get a housing allowance, so it doesn't cost me much." The old lady laughed and said, "Don't bother renting through an agency. I have a house in Maple Leaf Lane that I'll vacate for you this afternoon." What a coincidence! Zhou Wen was a little surprised, then quickly waved his hand. "No need. No need. I've already made arrangements with the agency." "What do you mean no need?" "It's settled then." The old lady interrupted him in a very domineering manner. "Let's eat." Zhou Wen couldn't persuade the old lady otherwise, so he finally had to agree. Because there are people living in that house, and they are from their hospital, the old lady said that regardless of whether he goes to stay there or not, the house will be vacated in the afternoon. Although he knew that the old lady was deliberately using this method to force him, he couldn't bring himself to repeatedly deny her intentions. It is truly the hardest thing to repay the kindness of the elderly. After the meal, the old lady gave him the key and access card. "Grandma, I'll go now." "Okay, Grandma won't see you off." The old lady stood at the door, watching Zhou Wen leave, her eyes full of love. She murmured to herself, "If Jianan were here, the child would be about this age by now." After saying goodbye to the old lady, Zhou Wen rode his electric bike to Maple Leaf Lane, and on the way, he called the real estate agent to express his apologies. "After showing my ID at the entrance of the residential compound, I was able to enter smoothly. The old lady's apartment is on the 11th floor of Unit 6. Take the elevator upstairs." When the elevator doors opened, it was discovered that there were 2 apartments, with apartment 1101 being the old lady's apartment. Zhou Wen noticed that there were many girls' shoes on the cabinet by the door, which seemed to belong to the renter the old lady was talking about. "A woman." Zhou Wen took the key and opened the door. Once the security door is opened, you'll see a large living room, which looks to be at least 50 square meters. The floor is covered with ivory white solid wood flooring, which is clean and elegant. More importantly, at the end of the living room is a large balcony with excellent natural light. Zhou Wen fell in love with the house almost at first sight. I took off my shoes in the entryway, took a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet, and then went inside to look around. This is a duplex apartment, with the 2 floors combined probably exceeding 250 square meters. The decoration was very sophisticated. Both the furniture and appliances were brand-name products, and the style was elegant and understated, befitting the old lady and Guobaichuan's status and personality. There are 2 rooms downstairs, a study, and an open kitchen, and 2 rooms on the upper half floor. Since people were living there, Zhou Wen went up for a quick look and then came down. Then they went to the balcony. The view from this house is absolutely unbeatable. There's a park in front, a lake next to it, and lush greenery all around, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Zhou Wen watched with delight for a while, but then felt a little strange. He believed the old lady was wealthy, but there was no reason for her to buy a house like this, especially decorated like this. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of the old lady's 2 deceased grandsons. The eldest grandson died young, and as for the second grandson, almost. Afterwards, Zhou Wen went to check on the room. It was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and appliances, including bedding that was neatly packed in the closet. It was practically move-in ready. Chapter 41. When Zhou Wen was rushing to the testing center, he happened to run into Wu Yin as he passed the administration building. There was also a boy holding flowers next to her. The boy had a somewhat boyish appearance, dressed in designer clothes, and had a sparkly earring on his left ear. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, Wu Yin greeted him. "You just got back?" Zhou Wen, let's go together. I have something to tell you," Wu Yin said as she walked towards him. The boy followed beside her, handing her the flowers. Yin, don't do this. Give me another chance, I promise." Wu Yin stopped, looked at the boy seriously, and said, "Your promise is like a fart. Do you think I'd still believe it?" Yin, roll. After saying that, Wu Yin walked to Zhou Wen's side and said, "Let's go." Zhou Wen and Wu Yin walked side by side toward the testing building. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhou Wen glanced at the man with the earring. Seeing that Wu Yin had walked away without looking back, he hesitated for a moment before turning around and walking toward the inpatient parking lot. "My ex-boyfriend. Scumbag. Oh, never mind. I won't say anything more. An elder told me today that what you have experienced is not important. What is important is what lessons and experiences you have learned from them." "Yes." Wu Yin nodded and added, "The hospital just held a meeting and said that there will be an exchange and learning meeting between hospitals in the province at the end of the month, and our testing system will also send people to participate." Zhou Wen said strangely, "What are you talking to me about? We don't get the chance to have paid entertainment like this." Wu Yin said, "Then you're wrong. This time it's not just about eating, drinking, and having fun. It's going to be serious. Representatives from various hospital departments will have to go on stage to demonstrate their professional skills. If you don't have some skills, you won't dare to go even if you want to." Zhou Wen laughed and said, "That's all right. Our testing center is full of experts. It's not like it's our turn to be a nobody. We'll only know after the competition. This time, it's not just about seniority. You also need to have excellent professional skills." "What do you mean? You want me to participate? What do you think?" Wu Yin smiled. "DNA extraction in 1 hour and 17 minutes. I wouldn't dare say it's the fastest in the province, but among all the lab technicians in our hospital, you're definitely in the top 3. As for whether you can rank first, we'll only know after the competition. Furthermore, I heard from Bian Wenhao and Su Qi that your PCR skills are superior to theirs." Zhou Wen waved his hand. No, my skills aren't up to par." Before Zhou Wen could finish speaking, a notification sound came from his ear. Ding! Wu Yin invites you to participate in a province-wide exchange and learning event. Would you like to accept? Hearing the prompt in his ear, Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, since you think so highly of me, senior, I'll give it a try." When Wu Yin glanced at him, feeling that his agreement was too abrupt. They were so resolute just now. How come they changed their minds in the blink of an eye? There's a certain quality to it. I'd rather starve than eat food offered with contempt. And then suddenly it tastes delicious. The two chatted as they returned to the lab. On the way, he glanced at the mission requirements. Task, exchange, and learning requirement. Represent the PCR group at the Provincial Exchange and Learning Conference. Rewards: 300 subject experience points, 300 points, and 1 chance to open a chest, wooden. Even though it's a wooden box, every little bit helps. Zhou Wen did not immediately accept the task. He wanted to conduct several more gene modification experiments before going on the exchange program. Back in the third-floor laboratory, he continued to observe the genetic characteristics of aphids. Net cage number 1. Number 2 cage. Number 3 cage. Number 4 net cage. Net cage number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 178, 179. Huh? They're gone. When Zhou Wen observed cage number 7, he noticed that the number of aphids inside was clearly abnormal. Based on the experiments conducted over the past few days, aphids under optimal temperature and humidity conditions can normally reproduce around 250 to 350 offspring per generation. But this number is significantly less. He entered the data into the computer. Then we began to observe the characteristics of the aphids in cage number 7. He discovered that the number of deformed aphids in this cage was significantly higher than in the previous cages. Some had crooked noses and eyes, others were missing limbs, and some even had genetic mutations. Zhou Wen was extremely excited. He felt that a major breakthrough was about to occur. He immediately checked the biochemical agents used in cage number 7 and their mixing ratio. Mercuric sulfide, methyl salicylic acid, quinone. After finding it, he didn't bother to check the remaining 40-odd net cages anymore, because it was no longer necessary. Now that we've found the formula for gene modification, the next step is to focus our research on that formula and continue to deepen our understanding. He began to administer the medication again, and the dosage was added strictly according to the instructions. This is no joke. A difference of just 1 microliter can lead to completely different results. He prepared 50 servings in less than 20 minutes. Then they started spraying the rice leaves. After the rice leaves were sprayed, the net cages containing aphids were cleaned up, leaving only 1 net cage and the aphids thriving inside. Then he put the rice leaves into the clean net cages and carefully put the aphids into the net cages with small tweezers. After everything was done, Zhou Wen checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock. He stood up, rubbed his hands together, and prayed. "You're God's favorite child. Go for it, Pikachu." Experimental acceleration, a mysterious force enveloped the net cages in the laboratory, and the next second, the aphids inside the cages completed a generation of reproduction. Zhou Wen immediately went to check on the fish cages. The first box, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 190. Holy crap. After counting, Zhou Wen was so excited he almost jumped up. He really was the chosen one. This number is 25% to 30% less than the average of the previous 20 experiments. The second net cage, 185. The third cage, 164. The fourth net cage, 171. Zhou Wen counted 10 boxes in a row, and none of them had more than 200 rice aphids. And unsurprisingly, each box contained a large number of deformed rice aphids. This proves that the heavy metal chemical drugs he prescribed did indeed have an effect on genetic inheritance. However, it's too early to be happy. We still need to continue observing the reproduction of the next generation of rice aphids. The fact that the first generation of aphids is deformed due to drugs does not mean that the next generation will also be deformed. If even one aphid gene within the aphid is immune to heavy metal pesticides, it can reproduce into healthy offspring aphids, which will then continue to harm crops. Then the gene modification would be considered a failure. So the next step is to remove the unaffected aphids from the box and continue the second generation experiment. At 5:30, Sun Jing came over to call Zhou Wen to have dinner. Seeing that the computer in the lab was still on, she asked, "Are you going to stay up all night again?" Zhou Wen, "Although you are young, you still need to take care of your health." "I know." After dinner, Zhou Wen immediately began the second generation experiment. This time is different from before. There's no need to spray chemical pesticides on the rice leaves. Because the mothers of these aphids have already ingested drugs and their genes have been modified, their genetic inheritance determines that even if they eat pesticide-free and pollution-free rice leaves, their offspring will still have a high mortality rate and be missing limbs. And that's the purpose of genetic modification. Because the step of preparing and spraying pesticides was eliminated, a lot of time was saved. Just 1.5 hours later, the results of the second generation came out, and the aphids' genes had indeed been changed. The second generation of aphids was still much smaller in number, and many of them were deformed. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wen continued the third generation experiment with great excitement. The result remains the same. Then came the fourth generation, the fifth generation. They ran it for 5 generations without any surprises. The outcome is decided. On Friday evening, May 11th, a week later, Wang Huiyao was having dinner when the phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was an unfamiliar number. I am Wang Huiyao, and who are you? Hello, Professor Wang. I am Zhou Wen. What's wrong? Professor, I've been researching how to improve the genes of rice aphids. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Huiyao choked on Zhou Wen's words. What? You're researching genetic modification of rice aphids. After saying that, Wang Huiyao felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Does Zhou Wen speak without thinking? Does he know what genetic modification is? This is a massive, systematic project that requires countless human, material, financial, and time resources to even have a slight chance of success. What can a college graduate like him possibly use to make improvements? His mouth. How ridiculous. Yes, Professor Wang, after my research over this period of time, I have discovered some. Wang Huiyao interrupted him before he could finish, saying, All right, if you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up now. As he spoke, Wang Huiyao prepared to hang up the phone. Zhou Wen hurriedly exclaimed, Wait a minute, Professor Wang. I've really made a major discovery. Through my genetic modification technology, the reproduction rate of rice aphids has decreased by an average of 30%. I've already sent the paper to your email. If you don't believe me, you can take a look and see for yourself. 30% is already a very modest statement from Zhou Wen. In reality, if you include those deformed aphids, the reproduction rate is reduced by at least 40%. I understand, after saying that. Wang Huiyao hung up the phone impatiently. Chapter 42. It's utterly baffling. Wang Huiyao couldn't help but say something. When Wang Huiyao's wife asked what was wrong, Wang Huiyao couldn't help but complain a couple of times. After hearing this, Wang Huiyao's wife said, Why don't we take a look? What if it's true? How is that possible? The odds are even lower than winning 10 million in the lottery. Wang Huiyao's wife then fell silent. Wang Huiyao was still not satisfied after speaking, and said angrily, Young people nowadays are all more impetuous than the last. They are like a full bottle that doesn't move, but a half-full bottle that rattles. They are not very capable, but they talk a big game. All right, let's eat. We all started when we were young, didn't we? I never dared to boast like that when I was young. After finishing his meal, Wang Huiyao sat on the sofa and rested for a while. For some reason, Zhou Wen's words kept echoing in my mind, and I couldn't help but turn on my phone. He wanted to see just how brilliant Zhou Wen's paper really was. Genetic modification technology for rice aphids. Wang Huiyao was furious just from seeing the title of the paper. He spent most of his life studying rice aphids, and although he always used the name of biotechnology, people in the industry know that it was just a sham. Of course, it's the same all over the country. That's why he hates it when people try to show off such things in front of him, because he knows all too well how difficult genetic modification is. No research institute in Daxia is truly dedicated to this kind of work. Firstly, it's too difficult. Success is almost impossible. Furthermore, the effort and the reward are disproportionate. With this energy, it would be better to research chemical extermination formulas. And that's exactly what he used to do. Over the years, he sold quite a few chemical drug formulas. Wang Huiyao skimmed through the text. The opening is utterly uninspired, and even the language structure bears a familiar resemblance. Unsurprisingly, this opening is plagiarized, with only the language rearranged. And they dare to talk so arrogantly about gene modification? Wang Huiyao said disdainfully. Although it's an unspoken rule, undergraduate students are considered acceptable if their overall citation rate is below 30%. But if he starts by copying, he believes things won't be much better later on. Keep looking down. To Wang Huiyao's surprise, what followed was not the usual long, speculative descriptions, but rather the experimental process and results, accompanied by numerous experimental images. Wang Huiyao frowned. Start by skimming through the text, then gradually read it paragraph by paragraph. Then, I read it sentence by sentence. As he looked around, he started looking back again. Then, we studied the bizarre images of rice aphids in the pictures and combined them with data. Wang Huiyao's eyes widened. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his fingers holding the phone began to tremble. He murmured, This is impossible. This week, Zhou Wen has been extremely busy, spending most of his time in the library researching various materials and documents, writing his thesis, and preparing for his upcoming defense. This is no ordinary paper. It's an exceptional paper, almost reaching the level of CNS, Huxia Society of Nature and Science. Simply put, he was at the same level as Yan Ning and Shi Gong. If this kind of paper were published, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the domestic biological community. However, it is quite astonishing for someone to complete the genetic modification of rice aphids all by himself. So he not only needs to tell the story, but also needs to find one or two supporting characters to help him tell the story. Gene modification technology itself is relatively easy. Since the modification has already been successful, whatever he says goes. He said he tripped and fell, then accidentally knocked over a test tube, spilling heavy metal pesticides onto the rice leaves, which led him to discover the formula by chance. Does anyone have a problem with this? Therefore, the process is not important. What matters is the result. However, in order to avoid arousing too much suspicion, the research and development process needs to be artistically embellished. He already had a rough outline in mind. After making the call to Wang Huiyao, Zhou Wen went straight back to his dormitory building. I've been busy researching and writing my thesis these past few days, and I've been living at the university. But he's moving in tonight. Back in the dormitory, Lu Nyang and Lu Yuquan were there. When Lu Nyang saw Zhou Wen come in, she looked at the shoulder bag and suitcase on the bed and said, "You're renting a place outside?" Zhou Wen nodded. "Yes, in Maple Leaf Lane." Lu Yuquan joked, "The rent in Maple Leaf Lane is so expensive. Is your salary enough to cover it?" "It's all right. I share an apartment with other people." Lu Nyang said, "I don't remember there being any hospitals around Maple Leaf Lane." "Zhou Wen, which hospital do you work at?" As Zhou Wen mentioned before, he works in the testing department of the first hospital, but his roommates all misheard it as hospital. What decent hospitals would hire a biology undergraduate like Zhou Wen? So, to save face for him, no one asked him in detail. Zhou Wen laughed and said, "It's an affiliated hospital." "What? You work at the first hospital?" "Really? Didn't you say?" "Wait, you said the first affiliated hospital? We thought it was a hospital." Both Lu Nyang and Lu Yuquan were utterly speechless. Lu Yuquan then asked, "So what are you doing?" "It's like extracting DNA from white mice and doing PCR experiments." "How much is the monthly salary?" 7,000. "Holy crap, the salary is that high." Lu Yuquan and Lu Nyang were both stunned. Normally, undergraduates like them, unless they are in popular majors, would only earn 2,000 or 3,000 yuan at most during a month-long internship. For a biology undergraduate like Zhou Wen to earn 7,000 yuan a month during an internship is extremely rare. Afterwards, Lu Yuquan asked Lu Nyang many questions. When they finally heard Zhou Wen say that he had a government job, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Although no one ever says it, everyone basically agrees that Zhou Wen will be the worst off in the dorm for a short time after graduation. Who would have thought that he would quietly land a secure job with such good benefits, including 6 types of insurance and 1 housing fund, housing allowance, car allowance, and meal allowance, without missing a thing? This kind of job is exactly what they've always dreamed of. Old Zhou, you're so unfair. You found such a great job and didn't even tell us. Hey Lao Zhou, tell us the truth. Do you have connections? How did you manage to get a permanent position at the first affiliated hospital? Nonsense, he didn't take the hospital's unified recruitment exam. He definitely has connections. Is there even a question? The two of them, working together, portrayed Zhou Wen as a scion of a powerful and influential family who had come out to experience the hardships of life. It's been 4 years, everyone. Don't you all know whether I have connections or not? It's just a bit of luck. Zhou Wen briefly explained the background and circumstances surrounding his obtaining the government-approved position. He humbly stated that luck played a major role. Lu Nyang and Lu Yuquan were deeply moved after hearing this. They're not 3-year-olds. How could they believe in luck? It only shows that Zhou Wen must have put in unimaginable effort during those 3 years that they couldn't see. Everything now is simply the inevitable result of flowers blooming and bearing fruit. But I really feel a pang of sadness. The two people escorted Zhou Wen all the way to the school gate, just as a Didi car arrived. I'll come visit you when you're on vacation. Sure, you're welcome anytime. I'll be going now. Lu Nyang and Lu Yuquan watched the Didi car carrying Zhou Wen leave. Then Lu Nyang sighed. Another one gone. Zhou Wen received a call from Wang Huiyao halfway there. This was both within his expectations and beyond his expectations. As expected, once Wang Huiyao read his paper, he would inevitably call him. Unexpectedly, Wang Huiyao called him so quickly. As soon as the call connected, Wang Huiyao asked impatiently, "Did you really write the paper?" Zhou Wen, "Yes, Professor Wang." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely true." "But that you—" Wang Huiyao had too many questions for Zhou Wen, but for a moment he didn't know where to start or what to ask. After considering it for a moment, Wang Huiyao said in a consultative tone, "Do you have time tomorrow morning? Come to my office." Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment and said, "Professor Wang, is tomorrow afternoon okay? I still have some work to do at work in the morning." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen stroked his phone, lost in thought. 15 minutes later, the door of Unit 6, Room 1101, Maple Leaf Lane Residential Complex. Zhou Wen put down the lever of the combination lock and took out his key from his pocket to open the door. The key was inserted into the keyhole and turned twice. With a click, the door opened. He opened the security door and glanced inside instinctively. What I found were two girls wearing white t-shirts and black shorts, dancing to music in the middle of the living room. The large breasts, confined within the tank tops, bounced violently up and down to the rhythm of their dancing. Chapter 43. Because of the music, the two girls who were doing a fat-burning aerobics in the living room didn't hear the door open at first. However, when the door opened, one of the girls, who had a ponytail, was a little shorter, and had a slightly smaller bust, noticed Zhou Wen at the door. She gasped in fright, grabbed another girl who was still doing aerobics, and hid behind the sofa. Looking warily at the door, she called out, "Hey, what are you doing here? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm a tenant here." Zhou Wen offered a brief explanation, but his voice was largely drowned out by the music. So he lifted his backpack and the suitcase on the ground. The two girls took coats from the sofa and put them on, and one of them reached out and turned off the Xiaomi speaker on the coffee table. Just then, Zhou Wen saw the face of the tall girl clearly. It was Shun Shui from the obstetrics and gynecology department. Shun Shui finally saw Zhou Wen's face clearly and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you?" Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence." Shun Shui was about to come over to chat when she realized she was still bare-legged, her shorts barely covering her buttocks. Embarrassed, she tugged at the hem of her t-shirt and said, "I'll go upstairs to change first, and we'll chat later." After saying that, Shun Shui pulled another girl upstairs. Zhou Wen's gaze involuntarily followed them over. Both girls had great figures, especially Shun Shui, who was quite plump. So beautiful. Zhou Wen closed the door, took out the slippers she had just bought from her bag, put them on the floor, changed into them, and went to the second bedroom. Take all the clothes and personal items out of the box and arrange them neatly. He didn't bring any bedding. Everything is readily available here, and everything is dried in the sun, so there's no need to bring over that old, worn-out quilt from the dorm. I had just hung the clothes in the closet when I heard footsteps outside. Soon, Shun Shui, who had changed into a cotton nightgown, and her roommate walked in. Shun Shui asked with a smile, "How did you end up here?" Zhou Wen smiled and said, "It's a long story." The girl standing next to Shun Shui said fiercely, "Then let's get to the point." Shun Shui said coquettishly, "Meng Meng, don't be mean to him. He's my friend." Before the girl could speak, he continued, "Let me introduce you. This is my college classmate and colleague, Zhou Meng Meng. This is Zhou Wen from the PCR group at the testing center." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Hello." He noticed that this Zhou Meng Meng looked a bit like Qingmi Yao, with a sharp and quick-witted appearance. Only her lips weren't as sexy as the great beauties. Zhou Meng Meng pouted and huffed. "I'm not good, she's my best friend, but now she's siding with you, an outsider, to be mean to me." "I'm angry, Zhou Wen smiled. Shun Shui nudged Zhou Meng Meng. Don't stand here. Come and help. Xin Shui pulled Zhou Mengmeng along to make the bed and put on the duvet cover. I can do it myself. It's fine. As Zhou Wen tidied up the items, he asked, how did you end up living here? Based on his understanding of the old lady, he figured she probably wouldn't rent out the house. Zhou Mengmeng retorted, just like you, it's a long story. Mengmeng, Xin Shui said to her, then turned to Zhou Wen and smiled. When we went to Guanyin Lane to look for a house at the beginning of the year, we happened to meet the owner of this house, that old lady. When she heard we worked at a hospital, she rented us the top 2 rooms of the apartment, charging only a token amount to cover hourly cleaning fees. Zhou Wen nodded. That's right. Zhou Wen also briefly recounted how he met the old lady. Of course, the topic of painkillers was omitted. After tidying up the room, we went to the living room to watch TV and chat. Xin Shui also went to the kitchen and brought out some snacks and fruit. Here, have an orange. Xin Shui handed a peeled orange to Zhou Wen. Thank you, Zhou Mengmeng, who was sitting cross-legged watching TV next to him, happened to see this scene and asked in surprise, hey, why are you being so nice to him? You even peeled an orange for him to eat. Xin Shui blushed slightly, then said with a stern face, well, I'll peel it for you too. As she spoke, Xin Shui took an orange and stuffed it into her hand, saying, here, take this. Holding an orange, Zhou Mengmeng said, how can that be the same? We've known each other for so many years, and you've known him for so long? Anyway, I'm jealous. Zhou Wen laughed and said, all right, stop being jealous. Here, this is for you. You've touched me, I don't want to. Zhou Wen. After chatting for a while, Zhou Mengmeng urged everyone to go back to their rooms to sleep. Once upstairs, Zhou Mengmeng followed Xin Shui to her room. Xin Shui asked in confusion, didn't you say you were sleepy? Why haven't you gone to take a shower and go to bed yet? Zhou Mengmeng pouted and said, if I don't say I'm sleepy, am I supposed to just stand there and watch you two show off your love? Xin Shui laughed and said, there's no lovey-dovey stuff going on, we're just ordinary friends. By the way, he helped my relative with the test last time. Really? Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Okay, go take a shower. I want to shower with you. No, you keep tickling me. In the morning, the 3 of them went out together. I ate breakfast at a noodle shop near the entrance of the residential area and then walked to the hospital. We waved goodbye at the west gate of the hospital. After walking a distance, Xin Shui looked back. Zhou Mengmeng said, okay, stop looking or it'll get in your eyes and you won't be able to get it out. Xin Shui said somewhat embarrassedly, no, not at all. Zhou Mengmeng pouted and said, Tisich, stubborn as a mule. Go look in the mirror yourself. Your face is flushed with lust, and you still say you're not. Testing center, large conference room. Zhou Wen was called over as soon as he arrived at the office. The conference room was crowded with people, including Chao Hui, the deputy director of the testing center, as well as the heads of the testing group, biochemistry group, and specimen processing group. I believe the group leaders have already explained the situation to you. All group members must take this seriously and give it your best. The meeting mainly focused on an exchange and learning conference for young talents within the province. I heard that key provincial leaders will be present to observe, and all the hospitals are taking it very seriously. Those above just give orders, while those below run themselves ragged. Zhou Wen listened for a while, but there was nothing of substance to it. It was just the same old stuff. Sitting next to Zhou Wen, Wei Xiaogong said, I heard from Group Wu that you will be selected as a seed member for our group to learn and exchange ideas with the group. Zhou Wen, it's not decided yet. Wei Xiaogong said enviously, I'd love to go, but unfortunately my abilities don't allow it. Sitting to Zhou Wen's left, Jiang Hechuan whispered, skill is one thing, but many leaders will be observing. Mental fortitude is also crucial. If you embarrass yourself, you'll definitely get criticized when you get back. The meeting was short. After it ended and we returned to the 6th floor, Zhang Shuguang said, Zhou Wen, come with me for a moment. Zhou Wen followed Zhang Shuguang to the office. After sitting down, Zhang Shuguang said, I've discussed it with Group Leader Yang, and we've decided to send you as our representative. Zhou Wen, how what? It's nothing, I understand. Zhou Wen thought of the task, which he hadn't even claimed yet. So this meant success? He opened the system taskbar and saw that the task was still there, so he clicked to claim it. The next second, A notification sounded in my ear indicating that the mission had been successful. The task requirements have been met. Would you like to submit the task immediately? Yes, 300 subject experience points and 300 points earned. Holy crap, easy win. That's awesome. Zhou Wen grinned from ear to ear. He's never tried such a simple task before. Zhang Shuguang said, "Don't be so happy yet. There will be another group competition tomorrow. You can only go if you win." Zhou Wen didn't care. The system had already determined that he had won, which meant that his strength was the best in both groups. The only change was between Zhang Shuguang and Yang Lekun. Now that the two of them have reached an agreement, there shouldn't be any more surprises. Zhang Shuguang paused for a moment and then added, "In addition, Anhui Province will also be sending an expert team to Nanjing. I don't expect you to bring glory to our department, but at least don't embarrass me, understand?" Zhou Wen, "Yes, I promise I won't embarrass you, boss." "All right, go ahead." After leaving the office, Zhou Wen first went to check out the general laboratory. DNA extraction was not required today. He then went to the third floor, found Sun Jing, and began to tell her a story. Chapter 44. Zhou Wen arrived at Sun Jing's office, closed the door, and even added a safety lock. He walked over to Sun Jing and said, "Sister, I want to talk to you about something." Sun Jing glanced at the office door, then at Zhou Wen's face, and said, "Although you are really great, I'm already a mother of two. We can't be together." Zhou Wen, "I know, that's not what I meant." "Oh," Sun Jing loosened her grip on the ballpoint pen. "What's the matter?" Zhou Wen composed herself and said, "These past few days, I've been working day and night in that little lab doing experiments for my thesis. You've seen that, right, sister?" Sun Jing nodded and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Zhou Wen said, "It's nothing. I just made some groundbreaking discoveries while I was doing experiments." Sun Jing laughed and said, "Isn't this a good thing? Why do you look so worried?" Zhou Wen sighed and shook her head, then said with a wry smile, "Sister, you've been through this before. You know better than I do what the academic world is like in Daxia. I'm just an undergraduate, and I've accomplished things that many experts and professors can't. Do you think that's a good thing?" Sun Jing nodded in realization. Seniority-based promotion is not a phenomenon unique to the workplace. It is actually more prevalent in academia. If what Zhou Wen said is true, and he has indeed made a groundbreaking discovery, then in addition to praise, he will be met with overwhelming doubts and even slander and defamation. Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then continued, "Of course, I am confident in my ability to handle the academic community's doubts. What truly worries me is the obstruction from capital." Sun Jing looked surprised when she heard Zhou Wen's words. "What exactly have you figured out? Why are you even bringing in capital?" Zhou Wen proudly stated, "Genetic modification. Through genetic modification, the reproduction rate of rice aphids can be permanently reduced by 30%, indirectly increasing the yield per acre of crops such as rice and wheat." Sun Jing herself is a medical professional, so she naturally knows what genetic modification is. After hearing Zhou Wen's words, a look of amazement and admiration appeared on his face. "Really? I heard that gene modification is very difficult, and no laboratory in Daxia has been able to do it successfully. How did you do it?" Zhou Wen nodded, then changed the subject to express his gratitude, saying, "Those things are no longer important. The main thing is to thank you, sister. If it weren't for your constant help, providing me with a small laboratory free of charge, and reminding me to eat every day, how could I have successfully modified my genes?" "Sister, thank you so much." Sun Jing felt a little embarrassed by what Zhou Wen said. However, what Zhou Wen said was true. She did provide him with a laboratory. Every time Zhou Wen worked on experiments day and night, she would call him to eat and often bring him food. She has a share in this Medal of Honor. "Oh, it's nothing. It's all thanks to your own hard work. It has nothing to do with me." Zhou Wen expressed his gratitude a couple more times before saying, "However, this matter involves some stakeholders. Genetic modification technology will inevitably have a significant impact on pesticide production companies. They definitely won't stand idly by. They'll surely try to smear me or find all sorts of reasons to prevent genetic modification technology from being released. That would be such a waste." Zhou Wen's words were somewhat alarmist, but just in case, he had to be prepared. After listening, Sun Jing frowned and nodded. "Then how can I help you?" "Here comes the important part." Zhou Wen said, I am a college graduate from a rural area with no background. I can't fight against those capitalists. The only way I can think of is to use public opinion to make them think twice before they act." After a pause, Zhou Wen added, "So I'd like to invite a reporter to do an exclusive interview with me, and I'd also like to ask you to say a few good words for me." Sun Jing wasn't stupid. She understood Zhou Wen's intention. The saying, "People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat," is outdated. In modern society, fame brings profit. Only with fame can your voice be heard by others. Once you have a reputation, others will think twice before trying to take advantage of you. "Okay, no problem. Once you've arranged the reporter, I'll definitely put in a good word for you." "Thanks, sis." "You are welcome." Zhou Wen grinned and said, "I return your pearl with tears streaming down my face, regretting that we didn't meet before I was married. If it weren't for how good your brother-in-law is to you, I would have pursued you no matter what." Sun Jing suppressed a laugh and said quietly, "Wait a minute. Your brother-in-law's Cadillac has been going to foot massage parlors a lot lately. Maybe you'll still have a chance." Zhou Wen quickly made his escape. In the morning, Zhou Wen was in the integrated laboratory, researching primer design. A primer is a macromolecule with a specific nucleotide sequence that is stimulated to synthesize at the beginning of nucleotide polymerization and is covalently linked to the reactant. Primer design is a short segment of single-stranded DNA or RNA that serves as the starting point for the extension of each polynucleotide chain during nucleic acid synthesis reactions. Primer design is very difficult. However, in general, primers are designed by specialized biotech companies and sold to laboratories and research institutes, so individuals do not need to design them themselves. Of course, these conventional primers are only for use in ordinary PCR experiments. For some special experiments, such as reverse transcription RT-PCR, it is necessary to design specific primers yourself. A true expert must know how to design specific primers. After watching a lecture for several hours, I had lunch at Guanyin Lane. After having lunch and resting for a while, he took a bus to school. It was already 1 o'clock when I arrived at the school laboratory. Wang Huiyao was already waiting for him in the office. Zhou Wen knocked on the door and entered respectfully, saying, "Hello, Professor Wang." Zhou Wen was not Wang Huiyao's student, so he was still addressed as Professor. Upon seeing Zhou Wen enter, Wang Huiyao warmly gestured to the office chair opposite him, saying, "Please sit down." "Thank you," Zhou Wen replied, and sat down opposite Wang Huiyao. Wang Huiyao smiled and said, "I heard you're working at the affiliated hospital now. Is that right?" Yes." "Which department?" "PCR group." "Oh, is Yang Lekun still over there?" "Yes, he is. He's the head of the virus team." Wang Huiyao smiled and nodded, then got back to the main topic. "I've read the paper. It's very brilliant and also very unexpected." "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Wang." Wang Huiyao asked, "How did you come up with this topic?" Wang Huiyao inquired about some key issues related to the thesis. Zhou Wen answered fluently. Wang Huiyao became increasingly alarmed as he listened. He discovered that Zhou Wen had a very solid grasp of biological theory, and that many of the things he said were things that even he only had a vague understanding of. Don't be surprised that people online often refer to so-called experts and professors, because a significant portion of these so-called professors in the real academic world are simply charlatans. They spend their days engaging in petty political maneuvering, and their academic level is shockingly low. This is also the origin of the term academic clique. Wang Huiyao is quite good. At least he can understand what Zhou Wen is saying. As for Zhou Wen, he first gave Wang Huiyao a high-level lecture on genetic cryptography, which left him completely bewildered. Then came a lecture on the latest bioengineering knowledge from abroad, entirely in English, without a single pause. Although Wang Huiyao's level is limited, his English is very good. Otherwise, how could he teach? But it was precisely because of this that he truly looked at Zhou Wen with new respect. He was surprised to discover that there was actually a genius hidden in the biology department of Jiangnan University. After Zhou Wen finished explaining the cutting-edge knowledge of genetic cryptography, he then steered the conversation to his own paper. He said that, influenced by foreign genetic cryptography, he worked day and night in the hospital's small laboratory and eventually cracked part of the genetic code, thereby improving the genes of rice aphids. Wang Huiyao was completely bewildered by Zhou Wen's rambling. She was genuinely satisfied with this young man who was so knowledgeable. He believed that what Zhou Wen said was true, otherwise it would be impossible to explain. Clap, clap, clap. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, Wang Huiyao couldn't help but clap excitedly and said, "Yes, that was very well done." Done. Chapter 45. Wang Huiyao looked at Zhou Wen with utmost satisfaction. With a beaming smile, he said, "Okay, you get ready. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, how about the morning of the day after tomorrow for the defense? Is that all right?" Zhou Wen knew this would be the outcome. A typical graduation thesis defense is quite simple. The professors usually ask the same few questions, and you just need to give a brief explanation. But his paper is different. It will almost certainly be published in major domestic journals. It might even be published in CNS, Huxia Society for Nature and Science, so it won't be a regular defense. Instead, professors from other universities will be invited to hold a defense meeting. It's possible that I could be the first, second, or even third speaker. I understand, Professor. Okay, then let's do it this way. After leaving the office, Zhou Wen had a relaxed expression on his face. If it passes Wang Huiyao's test, there shouldn't be any problems with the other teachers either. This is thanks to his current rich and solid theoretical foundation. Pharmacology, pathology, biochemistry, immunology, he achieved first-level status in all 4 major disciplines. Many master's and doctoral students may have forgotten or only partially understood that obscure and difficult knowledge, but he can recite it fluently and fool ordinary experts and scholars. As for those top international academic experts, we're not afraid of them. First of all, people might not necessarily come over to argue with him. Secondly, even if someone argues, it doesn't matter if their theory is wrong, but their results are real. If you have any opinions, please ask him to shut up. That's why he dared to make such a bold claim, unafraid of criticism from the academic community. On the bus back to the hospital, Zhou Wen, out of boredom, opened the wooden box. "Congratulations. You have won 100 renminbi." Just as I heard the notification sound in my ear, my phone also beeped with a message notification. He picked it up and glanced at it, and was immediately overjoyed. It turned out his salary had arrived. The total is 7,420 yuan. Daxia Construction Bank current account balance, 7,421.38 yuan. He'd been so busy these past few days that he decided to treat himself to something. After thinking it over, I decided to go buy 2 outfits tonight. Last night, while packing his luggage, he realized that he hadn't bought any new clothes in a long time. Over the 4 years of university, he only had 5 sets of clothes in total, including 2 sets of winter clothes, 2 sets of autumn clothes, and 1 set of spring clothes, and all of them were quite old. They arrived at the hospital at 3:30 p.m., and considering that the next 2 days might be busy, Zhou Wen didn't sit idle. Instead, he extracted more than a dozen DNA samples for future use. After finishing get-off work at 5:30 p.m., he went to an underground shopping mall 500 meters southwest of the hospital. The clothes in this underground shopping mall are very cheap. You can find t-shirts for 50 and jeans for 99 everywhere, and the quality is pretty good too. He picked out 3 identical outfits, a white t-shirt and blue jeans. This also avoids decision paralysis. I passed by a Hot Wind store and found that the shoes there were quite nice, with beautiful styles and reasonable prices. Compared to Adidas and Couture, they were much more cost-effective. He picked out 3 pairs at once, which cost him only 597 in total. It's not even as good as a pair of Clover and a swoosh. Just as he was carrying his shoes out the door, someone suddenly called out to him. "Ah, Zhou Wen." Zhou Wen turned around and saw that it was Wei Xiaogong and his group, who were at the milk tea shop next door. In addition, Jiang Heshuan, Su Jiejia, Dong Wenying, and Su Qi from PCR were also present. Zhou Wen laughed and said, "Are you guys shopping as a group?" Su Jiejia walked over and patted his arm. "I was looking for you after get-off work. Why are you always going out alone?" Zhou Wen chuckled and said, "I left with Sun Jing, and I had some things to talk to her about." "Really?" Su Jiejia nodded with a smile, glanced at the bag he was carrying, and said with a laugh, "You bought quite a lot of things?" I'm buying some clothes. What about you guys?" Zhou Wen said, looking at their hands, which were all empty. Su Jiejia said, "We're just here to browse." As she spoke, She handed the milk tea that the milk tea shop owner had given her to Zhou Wen. "Thank you," Zhou Wen said politely, then took it and handed it to Dong Weiying, who was standing quietly to the side. This bespectacled, baby-faced girl was like a ghost wherever she went, making people unable to ignore her presence. This reminded him of Su Shuangyu, who was the complete opposite of Dong Weiying, always the center of attention wherever she went. Dong Weiying thanked him shyly. Zhou Wen smiled and said, "You're welcome." "Oh, right. I forgot to return your notebook. I'll bring it to you when I get to work tomorrow morning." Dong Weiying said, "It's okay. You can use it. I've already used it." After saying that, Zhou Wen asked, "I'm also going to buy a new laptop. Do you have any recommendations?" Dong Weiying shook her head. "I don't know anything about computers." Jiang Hechuan asked, "What do you mainly do?" Zhou Wen said, "It's mainly used for scientific research experiments, so the cost-effectiveness needs to be higher. The price is around 10,000 yuan. After considering for a moment, Jiang Hechuan said, "Then let's go with IBM's T and X series. The T470 and T480 are both good. They are mobile workstations with powerful functions, good stability, and high work efficiency. The price is around 10,000. For storing large amounts of documents and data, I recommend buying a 1 terabyte Seagate external hard drive from JD.com. It's quite convenient." Seeing how professional he sounded, Zhou Wen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll go buy it now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hechuan immediately said, "There's a Su Ning store up ahead. I'll go with you to take a look." Men are generally more interested in digital products, so Wei Xiaogong went along to take a look as well. Then the group split into two. 3 men went to buy computers, while 3 women continued shopping at the mall. Upon arriving at the store, without much small talk, I immediately asked the salesperson to take a look at the T480. It features a 14-inch screen, an Intel Core i7 CPU, 8 GB of RAM, and a 512 GB SSD. Zhou Wen was very satisfied with this configuration. As for the price, it's over 11,000 yuan, which is about 200 yuan more expensive than on JD.com, but they promised to throw in a laptop bag, a screen protector, and some other small gadgets. It's all right. Pay and get an invoice. The shop assistant over there has already finished applying the screen protector. As Zhou Wen left the store with his laptop, he felt very happy. Indeed, shopping is a pleasant experience. After meeting up with Su Jiejia and the others, we chatted for a while, and then everyone went home. On Monday morning, Zhou Wen copied the data from Dong Weiying's computer and then returned the computer to her. I also gave her a cute handmade hair clip as a thank you gift. I bought it on my way home yesterday. Dong Weiying was very happy, smiling like a fool. At 9 o'clock, the business skills assessment will be conducted. Zhou Wen is now considered a minor celebrity at the testing center. People in the PCR group, virus testing group, and specimen processing group all know him, and everyone highly recognizes his expertise. Whether it's DNA extraction, PCR, or virus testing, Zhou Wen handles it all with ease and confidence, and he's also willing to share his experience with others. Aside from being young, she has no flaws. When Zhou Wen arrived at the virus testing team on the 4th floor, he found that the large laboratory was crowded with people, and many senior researchers had come over. Everyone stood in the aisle, watching intently through the transparent glass wall as the experts inside conducted their experiments. "Here I am. Zhou Wen, we've been waiting for you." "Yeah, why are you waiting for me? I'm just a nobody." "Hey bro, can you send me a few DNA samples? The ones you extracted are really good." "Sure, I'll go get it later." "You're so kind, little brother. I'll introduce you to my cousin later. Your cousin is only 10 years old this year." Zhou Wen changed his clothes in the locker room, put on a mask and gloves, and then went into the laboratory. The experiments I conducted were the same ones I've always done, DNA extraction. This is the core skill of all biological researchers, and the only criterion for judgment is who can extract it the fastest and best. The experimental subjects were, of course, mice. Of course, it can also be other animals, plants, or human skin fragments, serum, or even nasal mucus, as long as it has a complete DNA chain. However, using a white mouse for demonstration is the most convenient. Zhou Wen went to the control panel, twisted his arms, and then pressed the timer. mouse dissection, removal of femur, rinsing with hypotonic solution, weighted centrifugation, extraction of supernatant, addition of staining agent, centrifugation, and pipetting, addition of fixative, and centrifugation again. The final step is to place the drawer onto the slide and put it on the stage for electron microscopy observation. Zhou Wen didn't even glance at the electron microscope before turning off the timer. The time displayed above is 59 minutes and 56 seconds. While Zhou Wen was conducting the experiment, the 30 or 40 lab technicians inside and outside the lab, as well as the group leader observing on-site, all had blank expressions on their faces from beginning to end. Although most people knew Zhou Wen, apart from a few PCR specialists, this was the first time for everyone else to witness Zhou Wen performing DNA extraction in person. The entire extraction process can be described as brutal, but at the same time, it has a kind of smooth beauty. Everyone was amazed, realizing that DNA extraction could be done in this way. When they finally saw how arrogant Zhou Wen was, not even willing to waste a minute of observation time, they all became restless. Holy crap, 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Is this for real? That's outrageous. Can such an extraction speed even be successful? Hurrah! Never mind whether it succeeds or not. Just get it over with quickly. Hey, Lao Qin, can you check if it worked? Everyone in the laboratory put down their work at that moment. If the extraction takes 59 minutes and it's successful, then what's the point of competing? With this level of expertise, they are among the best in the country. They can't even come close. One of the lab technicians in the blood testing team couldn't resist his curiosity and went to the electron microscope, adjusting the magnification to observe it. Under the electron microscope, the DNA strands are clearly visible and intact. Chapter 46. After examining the electron microscope, the lab technician in the blood testing team gave Zhou Wen a thumbs up and exclaimed sincerely, "Amazing." The others in the lab saw this and immediately gathered around. After seeing the DNA strands in the footage, besides disbelief, all that remained was admiration. In the tech industry, the quickest way to earn respect is simple. Do the same thing faster and better than others, and they will admire you. Zhou Wen's technical skills were unanimously recognized by the experts in each group at the testing center. Those who previously had reservations, including those in the PCR and virus testing groups, are now completely convinced. Improving the DNA extraction speed to within 1 hour is already incredibly impressive, but to add a stroke of genius at the end, not even using an electron microscope, and simply turning off the timer, is a sign of extreme confidence in one's abilities. I have to admit, that's impressive. Everyone praised it highly. Although Zhou Wen was secretly pleased, he naturally remained humble and modest on the surface. The lab is full of his seniors, and there might even be alumni from the biology department of Jiangzhou University. He can't get carried away. After chatting for a while, one of the female lab technicians said that she was also doing DNA extraction from white mice, and that she had only just added the staining agent an hour later. Following her words, Zhou Wen looked toward the small centrifuge on the control panel next to her. He originally thought that, as before, the penetrating power of the eye of true sight would be blocked by the metal objects contained in the centrifuge. But to everyone's surprise, this time the eye of true sight easily passed through the centrifuge's outer shell and saw the centrifuge tubes inside. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He discovered from the moment he obtained the system that the eye of true sight could not penetrate metal objects, nor could it penetrate solids of a certain thickness, such as special plastics or bricks. Unexpectedly, he could now see through things. His first thought was that his eye of true sight must have been upgraded. I chatted with a group of lab technicians for a few minutes, and then hurriedly left the lab. As soon as he came out, the crowd in the corridor gathered around him. "Zhou Wen, I never knew you were so amazing. I thought I was fast enough, but compared to you, I'm nothing. How did you do that?" Everyone chimed in with their praise, making no attempt to hide it. Zhou Wen smiled modestly and chatted for a while before leaving. On the way, he couldn't wait to open the system and look at it from top to bottom. Host: Zhou Wen, occupation: apprentice pharmacist, 200/1000 eye of true sight, LV1, 1/10,000. Seeing that true sight had indeed been upgraded, Zhou Wen was overjoyed. At first, he thought that the eye of true sight would be easy to upgrade, But later he found that it was not that simple. The system has very strict requirements for judging the experience improvement of the eye of true sight. For example, if he randomly picks someone on the street to check their personal attributes, it doesn't count as experience. It only counts during experiments or missions. Moreover, it doesn't keep improving. Once it's used more frequently than a certain amount, its experience points stop increasing. It's infuriating. At least it's been upgraded. Upon arriving at the elevator, the true sight eye looked into the elevator and easily penetrated the 1.2 millimeters thick steel plate. There was no one inside. Zhou Wen was secretly delighted, knowing that his future experiments would be much easier. Previously, the true sight eye couldn't penetrate centrifuges and PCR instruments, and he couldn't control the optimal centrifugation temperature and time. But now it's different. He no longer needs to rely on experience. He can see directly, which will greatly help his experiments. After entering the elevator, he looked through the metal panel at the wall behind him. It penetrated less than 5 centimeters before the eye of true sight could no longer go any further. At this distance, penetrating ordinary brick walls is no problem, but forget about those reinforced concrete buildings. Then another question came to his mind. I wonder if the eye of true sight changes how people see each other? Could you please provide more specific information? When I got to the 6th floor, I opened the door and saw 2 familiar lab technicians talking in the hallway. He immediately looked at one of them with his true sight. Name, Li Tingxin. Gender, male. Age, 27. Occupation, laboratory technician. Physical condition, stage 1 hemorrhoids. Mental state, good. Holy crap. Zhou Wen was so excited when he saw the data in front of him that he almost jumped up. Being able to directly see a person's physical condition is amazing. For example, the high mortality rate of cancer is mainly because it is often discovered at an advanced stage. If it can be detected early, such as in early-stage cancers that have not yet metastasized, it can be completely cured by surgical removal. Zhou Wen looked at another person and discovered that he had a migraine. When Li Tingxin and Zhou Wen returned, they greeted him and continued discussing experimental issues. Zhou Wen returned to the general office and then looked at each document one by one. Wei Xiaogong, myopia 600 degrees plus rhinitis. Jiang Hechuan, bone hyperplasia plus stage 1 hemorrhoids. Su Jiejia, myopia of 500 degrees. Dong Wenying, myopia of 600 degrees. Wu Yan, menstrual irregularities. Zhou Wen was in a state of excitement all morning. He observed many people and found that, apart from a very few who were in good health, the rest had some minor ailments. He wanted to see it for himself, but unfortunately he couldn't. During lunch, he looked around the cafeteria again and found that most of them were similar, with some minor health problems. One of the women had a more serious problem. She actually had early-stage pancreatic cancer. He was now frustrated. I was just curious to see everyone's health condition, but now I've noticed a problem. Should I tell them? If he were to tell her, he wouldn't know that Aunt well, and she wasn't a doctor at the hospital. If he were to tell her abruptly that she had cancer, she might think he was a fraud. But he felt uneasy if he didn't tell him. Pancreatic cancer is known as the king of cancers, and that's no joke. If left untreated, it will soon become a mid to late stage cancer, at which point it will be too late to treat it. He was caught in a dilemma, and at the same time, he told himself that he should not give appraisals to people casually in the future. This feeling of seeing something but not being able to say it is really unbearable. I thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what to do. Just then, Zhou Wen saw Shen Shui and Zhuo Mingming enter from the restaurant entrance. As Zhuo Mingming passed by the aunt who had early-stage pancreatic cancer, she greeted her. Shen Shui saw him at that moment, and a smile appeared on her face, but she didn't show her teeth. After getting their food, Shen Shui and Zhuo Mingming walked over together. The quick-witted Zhuo Mingming said with a grin before she even got close, "Hey, isn't this handsome Zhou? What a coincidence." Zhou Wen nodded with a smile. Shen Shui, who was standing next to Su Jiejia, also greeted her. The two then sat down next to them. Shen Shui chatted with Su Jiejia, while Zhuo Mingming chatted with Zhou Wen. To avoid revealing their cohabitation relationship, neither of them brought up the details of their rented apartment. Of course, Wei Xiaogong and the others did not ask when Zhou Wen and Shen Shui met. There's no need for that. Since we're all from the same organization, there will always be opportunities to get to know each other, even if it's just through some twists and turns. Soon, Wei Xiaogong and the others finished eating. Because they still had work to do in the laboratory, they left first. Dong Weining and Su Jijia also left, while Zhou Wen said he had something to say to Xin Shui and the others, so he stayed behind. After Su Jijia and the others had walked away, Zhou Mingming asked, "What's the matter that you had to stay behind for?" As she spoke, Zhou Mingming's bright eyes glanced at Xin Shui, clearly implying that Zhou Wen had stayed behind specifically for Xin Shui's sake. She noticed that Xin Shui and Zhou Wen's relationship had progressed rapidly in the past 2 days. Last night, she even washed Zhou Wen's newly bought clothes, claiming it was just a side effect. Zhou Wen ignored her teasing and said, "Who was that person talking to you at the door just now?" "You mean Aunt Feng?" Zhou Mingming asked, looking towards the woman in the blue and white polyester top by the door. "Zhou Wen, you know the one in the white shirt?" Zhou Mingming turned around and said, "Yes, I know her. She's the mother of Director Liu from our obstetrics and gynecology department." "What's up?" Zhou Wen carefully said, "I think her complexion is off. She also has a slight cough and difficulty swallowing while eating. It's probably a problem with her stomach or pancreas. You should have her get checked out." To avoid arousing suspicion, he did not directly say that there was a problem with the tail of the pancreas, but instead said that the stomach and intestines and pancreas were the problem. Zhou Mingming laughed upon hearing this. "Come on, you're a tester. When are you going to become a doctor?" "Aunt Feng is in great health. She dances in the square every day with great enthusiasm, and she's even the lead dancer. Furthermore, our director Liu will arrange regular checkups for her mother, so you don't need to worry about it." "Zhou Wen, I'd still like to remind you, it's better to be safe than sorry." Zhou Mingming pouted, about to retort, but Xin Shui nodded and said, "Okay, I'll tell her later." "Zhou Wen, don't tell people I said that, or they'll think I'm up to something." Zhou Mingming burst out laughing. "That sounds nice, but you're just afraid Aunt Feng will come after you." Xin Shui glared at her. "Mingming?" Zhou Mingming said innocently, "What's wrong?" Okay, I won't say anything." Zhou Wen chatted with the two men for a few minutes, then got up to say goodbye. After finishing her meal, Xin Shui and Zhou Mingming went to find Aunt Feng. Chapter 47. Xin Shui and Zhou Mingming went to Aunt Feng, who had arrived earlier than them but was still eating slowly. Zhou Mingming sat down with a smile. "Auntie, you haven't finished eating yet?" Aunt Feng, with her permed hair, said with a smile, "I'm getting old, and my appetite isn't good, so I have to chew slowly." Yes, Auntie, you're right." Zhou Mingming nodded repeatedly and then said, "Auntie, there's something I want to tell you." Aunt Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Mingming said with a troubled expression, "It's like this, a friend of mine, who is also a doctor at our hospital, saw you having difficulty swallowing while he was eating here, and then—" Aunt Feng asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhou Mingming paused for a moment and said, "He thinks you may have a problem with your stomach or pancreas, and suggests that you get some tests done." Aunt Feng smiled and said, No, I'm perfectly healthy. It's just that the weather has been fluctuating between hot and cold these past few days, and my throat is a little sore. It'll be fine in a couple of days." Zhou Mingming glanced at Xin Shui and smiled. "Well, okay, Auntie, we'll be going now." "Okay, say thank you to your doctor friend." "Okay, bye, Auntie." After leaving the cafeteria, Zhou Mingming said, "See, I told you so, didn't I?" Xin Shui thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we tell Director Liu?" "What?" Aunt Feng already said that her throat was uncomfortable. Why make a fuss about it? Zhou Mingming paused for a moment and then said, "Hey, I've noticed you're really enthusiastic about things related to him. Do you really like him?" Xin Shui blushed slightly and said, "No, he meant well. It's no trouble at all for us to remind him, right?" Zhou Mingming looked at her face, nodded and said, "Okay, whatever you want." With nothing to do in the afternoon, Zhou Wen spent some time reading materials and literature on gene modification to prepare for tomorrow's dissertation defense. Then I spent 200 points to learn the formula for the biological scar cream. Nano-silver, nano-zinc, fucoidin, dragon's blood, borneal, calcined dragon bone, centella asiatica, myrrh, peppermint. 10 parts by weight of nano-silver, 7 parts by weight of nano-zinc blood. Zhou Wen carefully read through the information in his mind. After fully mastering the recipe and preparation method, he decided to give it a try. Scar creams are different from painkillers because they are applied topically, making the manufacturing process much simpler and eliminating the need for in vivo testing. Once the scar cream is made, a toxicology test is all that's needed. If it works well, the future market for scar cream is simply immeasurable. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen immediately went downstairs to the pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs. After returning, I went straight to the small laboratory on the third floor. He had already asked Sun Jing to speak to Lu Weiping on his behalf, and from now on this place would be his personal laboratory, and no one else could use it without his permission. Then he shamelessly asked Zhang Shuguang to put in a good word with the equipment department and apply for essential experimental equipment, such as a sterile operating table, an autoclave, an ultrasonic cleaner, and a mixer. As for the electron microscope, it requires the signature of the director of the testing center for approval, and Zhang Shuguang doesn't have enough influence. Of course, he doesn't need it either. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he still went to the equipment department and got a nearly broken optical microscope. Following the preparation method, Zhou Wen placed the blood-draining herbs, calcined dragon bone, and Centella asiatica into a mortar and ground them into powder. Then, after mixing peppermint, calcined dragon bone powder and water evenly, add myrrh powder and fucoidan, stir until dissolved. Then add Centella asiatica powder and continue stirring until dissolved. Next, add the nano-antibacterial agent, dragon's blood, and borneal to an appropriate amount of water, and stir while using a mixer. Zhou Wen followed the production method step by step. This is biopharmaceutical manufacturing. Even the slightest mistake could lead to production failure or the product not achieving the desired results. It took Zhou Wen 5 hours to create the bioscar spray. Actually, crystallization is required, but he doesn't have the equipment, so he'll just make do with what he has. He can just spray it a couple more times if necessary. Next comes the toxicology testing. Just then, I got hungry, and when I checked the time, it was almost 8 o'clock, and the cafeteria had long since closed. His first thought was of the apples in his inventory. He still had 5 left. However, he immediately rejected it. I would never eat that. I took out my phone and ordered takeout from Alim. After dinner, I went to the biological testing group at 9 o'clock to have the spray tested for safety. It took nearly 4 hours, until 1 a.m., to complete all the toxicity tests. Biological scar spray is non-toxic and has no side effects such as burning on skin tissue, making it very safe. Zhou Wen returned to the third floor, filled the spray bottle with the spray, and checked that a total of 120 milliliters had been produced. After putting down the bottle, he rolled up his right trouser leg, revealing his calf, on the left side of which was a dark scar the size of a baby's fist. This was burned by his cousin's motorcycle exhaust pipe. A large piece of skin was burned off, and it was bright red and quite frightening. After it healed, a dark spot remained. Zhou Wen squatted down, picked up the spray from the table, and sprayed it around the scars. It felt cool and refreshing. He waited a minute, but the black scar didn't change much. Could it be that we failed? That shouldn't be the case. Zhou Wen wondered to himself. Just then, a notification sound came from my ear. You have successfully created a biological scar spray with remarkable effects. Experience points plus 200, and you have obtained 10 biological motion sickness tablets. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen was overjoyed. The system had detected a success, meaning it was working. It's just that the medication may require a reaction process and won't be as effective as painkillers. He then opened his inventory and took a look. The bottled biological motion sickness tablets are lying quietly inside. These are like hangover cures. You never know when you might need them. I glanced at the pharmacist experience again. It had already reached 400/1000. I capped the spray bottle, took out my phone, and saw it was already 1:15. I tidied up the lab quickly, locked the door, and went back to sleep. 7 a.m. on May 15th. The First People's Hospital family compound. After setting breakfast on the table, Lu Weiping, the chief physician of the obstetrics and gynecology department, called out into the room. Come and eat breakfast quickly. You're going to be late. Cough, cough. 2 soft coughs came from the bathroom. Lu Weiping said, Mom, why are you still coughing? It's nothing, just a slightly itchy throat. It's all right. Then be careful. Lu Weiping said something. and was just about to talk about something else when she suddenly remembered that yesterday afternoon, two young women in the department told her that her mother might have a problem with her stomach or pancreas and asked her to take her mother for a checkup. If you don't know something, you can just let it go. But now that you do know, and your mother is indeed feeling unwell, it's like she has a mental burden if she doesn't get a checkup. Since I'm a hospital employee, getting tests done is very convenient. Thinking of this, Lu Yiping said, "Mom, come with me to the hospital for a checkup later." The voice of Aunt Feng came from the bathroom. "I'm perfectly healthy. Why would I need a checkup?" "Mom, just go if we tell you to. We're relieved to see you healthy, aren't we?" "Hey, really? Why do you always make such a fuss over such a small thing?" 8:30 a.m., Jiangzhou University. Because he went to bed late last night, Zhou Wen didn't get up until 7:30 this morning. After washing up and having breakfast, he rushed to school, and by then the sun was already high in the sky. Just as he entered the school gate, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Wang Huiyao calling. It's nothing much, just asking if he came, and also to double-check if there are any problems with the defense. After receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Huiyao hung up the phone. Before I could even put my phone down, another call came in. It was Yang Yudong calling. As soon as the call connected, Yang Yudong asked, "I heard that a special thesis defense is being held for you this morning, and experts and scholars from many universities in the province have been invited to attend. What's the story behind this?" Zhou Wen, "It's not something I can explain in a short time. If you have time, come and listen to the live performance." "Okay, fine." Just as Yang Yudong hung up the phone, his sister-in-law, who had received the news, called. Zhou Wen gave the same reply. Shun Ziyuan pressed on, still uneasy. "I heard that many experts and scholars have come, and the second teaching building has been cleared for you. Are you really confident?" "No problem." "Okay, I understand." When Zhou Wen arrived at the second teaching building, he was surprised to find that Su Xuanyu was also there. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, a red banner hanging above my head reads, "Welcome all experts and scholars to visit and provide guidance." A baseball cap, a white printed t-shirt, blue denim overalls, and a pair of white sneakers got a clean and neat look. The only downside is that her breasts were already small, and the blue overalls made them look completely flat. I'm really worried about her future children. Zhou Wen knew without asking that it must have been his sister-in-law who tipped him off. Adhering to the principle of keeping the good stuff within the family, the sister-in-law spared no effort in trying to match him with Su Xuanyu. The school held a special defense session for him. If his sister-in-law didn't inform Su Xuanyu about such a show-off event, then he wouldn't be his sister-in-law. Seeing Zhou Wen approach, Su Xuanyu gave a haughty humph, turned around, and walked into the teaching building with her head held high. Chapter 48. Many biology experts and professors from other universities came to the second teaching building today. It includes 7 or 8 universities such as Tongji University, Fudan University, Jiaodong University, Southeast University, and Jinling University. They all came here specifically after hearing that someone had successfully modified the genes of aphids. The key point is not the aphids, but the genetic modification. Laymen may not be too sensitive to the somewhat science fiction-like term, genetic modification, but in the biological world, it is on par with the highest monument of what is life. Any topic related to gene modification quickly becomes the focus of attention in the biological community. That's why, when they heard that someone had actually successfully modified the aphids' genes, you can imagine how excited these biological experts were. If it weren't for the fact that many experts and scholars from universities hadn't yet received the news, it's no exaggeration to say that all the biological experts in Huaxia would have rushed back. Although Zhou Wen knew that gene modification technology was very important, he still did not have a more intuitive understanding of it. When he saw the huge crowd in the conference room and the gray-haired scholars in the front row, he was a little dazed. Are all these people here to observe the thesis defense? Almost all the undergraduate, master's, and doctoral students from the biology department of Jiangzhou University who could come attended. Soon, someone at the scene recognized Zhou Wen, and hundreds of eyes turned to look at him. There was a moment of silence in the conference room, followed by a buzzing of conversation. Su Xuanyu had already found a seat and sat down, while Zhou Wen reluctantly walked towards the front of the conference room. When a senior student in charge of the event saw Zhou Wen arrive, He led him to a seat on the side of the second row and whispered, "Please sit here for a moment. The teacher will be here soon." Zhou Wen nodded. After learning his identity, the experts and professors around him stared at him, making him very uncomfortable. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Huiyao and 2 leaders from the School of Life Sciences arrived together. The professors sitting in the front row all stood up. "Hello, Professor Zhang. Director Qian, it's been a long time. How have you been?" "Professor Zhang, I read your last published paper. It was very inspiring." The group of experts, professors, and leaders exchanged compliments before taking their seats. The 2 leaders walked toward the podium, and Wang Huiyao walked up to Zhou Wen and said with a smile, "Come with me." Zhou Wen got up and followed Wang Huiyao onto the stage. When Zhou Wen came over, the 2 leaders on the stage smiled and nodded at him. This is already a great favor, considering that the 2 sides didn't know each other before. Then the leader seated at the head of the table tapped the microphone and said, "First of all, on behalf of the School of Life Sciences of Jiangzhou University, I would like to welcome all my colleagues." Clap, clap, clap. Knowing that he wasn't the main character today, the leader tactfully handed the microphone to Wang Huiyao after delivering his welcoming remarks. Wang Huiyao didn't waste any time. After saying a few simple words, he steered the conversation to gene modification. As everyone knows, genetic modification is the process of separating deoxyribonucleic acid, commonly known as DNA, from an organism using biotechnology and then recombining it. By deleting or adding different chromosomes through various means or technologies, the modified genes can function within an organism to interfere with its genetic characteristics. After briefly introducing gene modification, Wang Huiyao changed the subject and turned to his research on the genetic modification technology of rice aphids. Honestly, if Zhou Wen hadn't successfully modified the genes of rice aphids, Wang Huiyao wouldn't have dared to bring this topic up in public. Everyone knows the truth is that it's a case of false advertising, but no one will expose you. But don't flaunt your intelligence, or you'll easily incur hatred. Because not every professor can secure research funding, many biology professors with poor interpersonal relationships don't fare very well. Then everyone else is munching on cabbage while you're stuffing your face with meat, and you're even smacking your lips that you're just asking for trouble. Currently, we mainly use heavy metal chemicals to induce mutations in the aphids' genes. Wang Huiyao blushed a little when he talked about these things. Some things might fool laymen, but the audience here is full of industry experts and leading figures in the field. He's really embarrassed to continue. After all, he still has a sense of shame. Wang Huiyao coughed, then said, "Next, please welcome Zhou Wen to give a wonderful explanation." Clap, clap, clap. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference room. Zhou Wen stood up, slightly nervously, and said, "Respected leaders, teachers, and students, good morning." After the opening remarks in Mandarin, Zhou Wen began his presentation entirely in English. Biology is different from other disciplines. It contains a large number of English words, especially in genetic engineering, many of which cannot be translated into Wuxia. First, please remember one concept, which will help you understand what I am about to say. The conservation of heredity is relative rather than absolute. There is also a universal phenomenon of variation in nature. The relative stability of genetic information is the molecular basis for species stability, but this does not mean that there are no differences between individuals of the same species. Zhou Wen explained his approach to modifying the genes of rice aphids. It's mainly about genetic engineering, which is currently the most cutting-edge knowledge internationally, and then some genetic cryptography was added to make his words sound profound and mysterious. The room was completely silent as hundreds of experts, professors, and students listened intently to Zhou Wen's explanation. However, 80% of the people were completely bewildered at this point and couldn't understand what Zhou Wen was saying at all. Of the remaining 20%, some understood and even noticed some issues in Zhou Wen's words, but none of them voiced their doubts. They decided to save those questions for the Q&A session. After Zhou Wen finished explaining his ideas, he did not go into the experimental process. Because that's not important. Everyone is waiting to see the experimental results. Zhou Wen took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and walked to the projector in the corner. Insert the USB drive into the projector and start your PowerPoint presentation. Please look at the big screen, everyone. This is a sample of the second generation of aphids. Look at their wings. Under the influence of heavy metal chemicals, a large number of deformed offspring have appeared among them. Zhou Wen demonstrated the genetic mutation patterns of aphids. Apart from Wang Huiyao having seen the detailed experimental data, everyone present was amazed by the pictures on the PPT. Such complete genetic modification data is extremely valuable and has a very positive significance for promoting the Huaxia genetic engineering discipline. Of course, the main reason is that the genetic modification was successful. If it fails, then there will be no defense session. Nobody in this world cares about losers. At the end of the slideshow, Zhou Wen presented the experimental results. I added some biological agents to the original heavy metal chemical drugs, and finally succeeded in reducing the aphid reproduction rate by more than 30%. Please look at the big screen. As sets of combined images appeared on the screen, a commotion arose in the large conference room. The professors in the front row were all whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Their faces showed expressions of excitement, curiosity, or doubt. Apart from the professors in the front row, all the students in the back were filled with amazement and admiration. They were amazed by Zhou Wen's rich and solid theoretical foundation, those obscure biological formulas and genetic data, which even doctoral students found incredibly difficult to understand. Besides, Zhou Wen is just an undergraduate student. Chuan Ziyuan, Lu Nyang, and Lu Yuquan, who had come to listen in, were now bursting with curiosity. They're all close friends who can hear a fart from a fart. They know Zhou Wen's English level all too well. He's just like them, barely passing the CET 4 College English Test Band 4. But look at this effortless, all-English explanation now. This isn't just a CET 4 level. It's clearly a TOEFL 119 level. I was afraid he would get too arrogant if he missed by even 1 point. Holy crap, when did Lao Zhou secretly learn English? His spoken English is absolutely top-notch. English proficiency is nothing. Just look at the expressions of those professors in front of you, and you'll know how valuable old Zhou's words are. Hey, hey, hey. Do you guys think old Zhou is like a protagonist in an online novel, getting some kind of cheat code? Duh. Chapter 49. Su Shuangyu's English is quite good, but because Zhou Wen's explanation involves many biological terms and is about such a high-level topic as gene modification, she finds it very difficult to understand. But that's not important. She is not a biological expert or scholar, nor is she interested in genetic modification or anything like that. But seeing so many experts, professors, and scholars listening to him speak like elementary school students, she felt that Zhou Wen, holding the microphone on the stage, was so handsome, radiant, that it made her heart pound. She was moved by him for the first time. A man who is serious is the most handsome. At this moment, Zhou Wen, who was holding the microphone, returned to the podium after presenting the entire PPT. However, he did not sit down, but waited for the experts and professors in the audience to ask questions. The first to ask a question was Professor Zhou Jianbao from the Department of Biology at Tongji University. The biotechnology level of Tongji University is among the best in Daxia, even surpassing Tsinghua and Peking universities. Because the current president of Tongji University has a background in biology, so Zhou Jianbao's questions were sharp and went straight to the heart of the matter. First of all, congratulations on your achievements in gene modification. Secondly, I would like to say that genetic modification must be verified through 30 generations to be considered qualified. You have only conducted genetic observations for 3 generations, so what makes you claim that the genetic modification has been successful? And you even wrote a pointless academic paper about it? Putting aside the question of success or failure, Zhou Jianbai's claim of lacking substance stems from the fact that Zhou Wen's PPT did not list the data on the drugs used. If it's a regular thesis defense, then of course there's no problem. But now that it has been upgraded to a high-level academic thesis defense, doing it this way is definitely not acceptable. We have to wait until someone else successfully modifies the aphid's genes based on the technical data. Otherwise, if just anyone could fabricate a couple of papers and claim to have mastered cutting-edge technology, academic fraud would be everywhere. Zhou Wen knew, of course, that it wouldn't work without drug data, but he was worried that others would reverse engineer the formula based on the drug data used, and then preemptively register the patent. But now, Looking at the sea of people in the conference room and the questioning gazes of those gray-haired experts and scholars, he realized he had been petty. Indeed, patents cannot be registered by simply rushing to register them. Especially for technology patents of this level, without supporting papers and on-site records of a defense meeting of this scale, they simply cannot pass the public announcement stage. When the time comes, as long as he produces evidence, not only will the registration be invalidated, but the person and company that registered it will also face disgrace. Therefore, everything depends on one's perspective. Previously, he was simply acting out of an instinctive desire to protect his patented technology, forgetting whether the other party could successfully register it. Zhou Wen smiled and said, "Professor Zhou is right. It's definitely not feasible without drug data." He paused for a moment, then took another USB drive out of his pocket, walked over to the projector, inserted it, and then picked up the remote control to adjust it. "Please look at the big screen, everyone. This is the detailed data for the drug formula." Zhou Wen readily published the drug formula. Now, the professors in the audience who had initially been skeptical were completely speechless, and everyone stared at the big screen. Whether the gene modification was successful or whether there was academic fraud, everything will become clear once the experiment is repeated according to the drug formula. Zhou Wen returned to the podium and said, "Please rest assured, teachers, I will copy the data for you individually after the session." Upon hearing his words, the dozens of professors in the audience who had been craning their necks to look at the drug formula data on the big screen relaxed. A professor who had recently returned to university took the microphone and asked, "Hello, Zhou. I'd like to ask about the theoretical basis and thematic framework of your gene modification theory." Next, the professors asked many routine questions regarding experimental teaching. Zhou Wen answered them one by one. Say what you can say, and gloss over what you can't say. The 2-hour defense session concluded perfectly. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. When Wang Huiyao announced that today's defense session had come to an end, the audience erupted in continuous and enthusiastic applause. The successful genetic modification has significant positive implications for the struggling domestic biotechnology industry. The applause from the crowd was also a way of expressing their gratitude to Zhou Wen. Of course, things are still uncertain, and we'll have to wait for the experimental results to come out before making any further decisions. The students who were listening in were discussing among themselves as they got up to leave. "That's amazing. I'm a third-year graduate student, and compared to them, I'm not even worthy of carrying their shoes. This junior is very impressive. I heard he was even admitted to Jiangda-affiliated hospital through a special admission process. What's going on?" Surrounded on the stage, Zhou Wen said with a smile, "Please be patient, teachers. I'll copy the data for you right away." Just then, someone handed Zhou Wen a brand new USB drive that had been prepared. Zhou Wen used his own computer to copy the files one by one, while the students in charge of the site distributed the copied USB drives to the experts and professors. The experts and professors who received the USB drive couldn't wait to leave. "There's no point in saying anything now. We'll have to wait until 10 days later to verify the experimental results before making any further statements." After Zhou Wen finished everything, there were only a handful of people left in the conference room. Professor Wang Huiyao patted him on the shoulder with some excitement. "Let's call it a day. I'll keep a close eye on things and notify you of any new developments as soon as possible." Zhou Wen nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Wang." "You're welcome," Wang Huiyao said with a smile, then added, "I'll be going now." "Okay, Professor, take care." After Wang Huiyao left with a smile, Zhou Wen tidied up and met up with Chun Ziyuan and the others who were waiting at the door. "Let's go have lunch." At the dinner table, Chun Ziyuan, Liu Yuquan, and the others asked Zhou Wen many questions, mainly why he suddenly became so powerful. However, he dealt with them all with ease. "If you're not afraid of the defense, why would you be afraid of such a small question?" After dinner, as usual, Zhou Wen took Su Shuangyu back to school. She had classes in the afternoon. On the way, Su Shuangyu asked with a smile, "I heard from Chun Ziyuan that you are a full-time employee of the hospital? A monthly salary of 7 or 8,000? That rascal, why does he tell her everything?" Zhou Wen said, somewhat speechless. "Yeah." Su Shuangyu's eyes flashed with that familiar slyness again. "My birthday is at the end of the month. Do you want to come?" Zhou Wen shook his head. No time. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened, and she pouted, saying, Why? Don't try to fob me off with busy. Shen Ziyuan said you have a very relaxed job at the hospital, only working half a day each day. Zhou Wen, I have to go on a business trip at the end of the month. Su Xuanyu, I don't believe it. You just started working at the hospital. Even if you were on a business trip, it wouldn't be your turn. Zhou Wen, really? I'm going to Nanjing for an exchange and study trip from the 28th to the 30th for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanyu laughed and said, That's all right. My birthday is on the 31st. Zhou Wen, I have no money. Su Xuanyu, you just need to come in person. You don't need to buy anything. After a pause, Su Xuanyu added, Then it's a deal. The night of the 31st, I'll let you know the location then. Zhou Wen had no choice but to say helplessly, All right then. Su Xuanyu chuckled. For some reason, she just liked seeing Zhou Wen's reluctant expression. The more she resisted, the more excited she became. 2 p.m., Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, First Affiliated Hospital of Jiangzhou University. Lu Yiping was talking to a patient in her office when her personal phone rang. She picked up her phone and glanced at it. It was a call from a friend in the CT room. Lu Yiping smiled and said to the patient, Please wait a moment. I'll go answer this call. With that, Lu Yiping left the office. Once in the corridor, Lu Yiping said, Hey, Shaoli, what's up? Director Lu, the situation might not be good. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiping felt as if struck by lightning. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for her to breathe. She gripped her phone tightly and asked, What's going on? According to the CT scan, there is abnormal hyperplasia in the tail of your aunt's pancreas. We recommend further enhanced MRI to see if it is simple hyperplasia or malignant hyperplasia. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiping nearly fell to the ground. She's a doctor too, so of course she knows what hyperplasia is. To put it bluntly, it's a tumor. A woman's intuition told her that her mother likely had a malignant tumor. Chapter 50. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yiping immediately contacted an acquaintance in the Department of Nuclear Medicine to schedule an MRI scan for her mother 2 hours later. She then called her mother and told her to come to the hospital immediately. After doing all this, Lu Yiping returned to her office with a feeling of unease. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yiping's mother entered the MRI room. An hour and a half later, I received the MRI report. Nauseating hyperplasia. Lu Yiping nearly fainted. Her father passed away when she was very young, and her mother raised her and her younger brother single-handedly, remaining a widow for the rest of her life. Just when she was seeing her life getting better and better, surrounded by children and grandchildren, she never expected. Lu Yiping held the report with trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. The doctor next to her couldn't help but say, Dr. Lu, please don't be sad. It's not possible to diagnose cancer yet. We need to perform a biopsy on your aunt. A puncture examination involves inserting a needle into the lesion site within the body cavity to extract secretions for testing. Lu Yiping wiped away her tears and nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Director Wang. You're welcome. After leaving the Department of Nuclear Medicine, Lu Yiping immediately arranged for her mother to undergo a live biopsy. Malignant tumors cannot be delayed for even a day. They must be examined, diagnosed, and treated as soon as possible. The Obstetrics and Gynecology Department closes at 6 p.m. Zhuo Mengmeng and Xin Shui went to the changing room together and then whispered, Hey, have you heard that Director Lu took her mother to get an MRI? Her eyes were red when she came out. Does she have some kind of illness? Xin Shui asked. Where did you get this inside information? How come I didn't know about it? While changing her clothes, Zhuo Mengmeng said smugly, My eyes and ears are all over the hospital. How could any little thing escape my sharp eyes? After a pause, Zhuo Mengmeng added, I also know that Zhou Wen didn't come to work today. Do you want to know what he did? Xin Shui paused for a moment upon hearing this, then shook her head. I don't want to know. TCH, I don't believe you don't want to know. After Zhuo Mengmeng finished speaking, she rolled her bright eyes and added, Never mind. I'll tell you anyway. He went back to school for his thesis defense. I heard that dozens of university professors came specifically for him today. At this point, Zhuo Mengmeng paused deliberately. Xin Shui fell for it as expected and asked in surprise, Why? Zhuo Mengmeng giggled, pouted, raised her head, and snorted triumphantly, saying, "Wanna know? I won't tell you." Xin Shui could tell what Zhou Mingming was up to just by looking at her expression, but she still smiled and said, "Okay, okay, I'm begging you. Mingming, please tell me. Why is that?" Zhou Mingming pouted and said with amusement, "You're the epitome of saying one thing but doing another." According to one of his classmates, after Zhou Mingming finished speaking, Xin Shui was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder she was brought in as a talent. She really is that amazing." Zhou Mingming said, "I also have some news to tell you. Next week, he will be going to Nanjing with a group of talented young people from our hospital to participate in an exchange and learning program." Xin Shui asked in surprise again, "Really?" Zhou Mingming, having changed her clothes, nodded and said, "You know, that guy, he's always so quiet when he gets back to the dorm. I never expected him to be so capable." Xin Shui nodded, her clear eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Mingming giggled and said, "I now approve of you dating him. This guy has huge potential." Maple Leaf Lane, residential area. Zhou Wen is in a very happy mood today. The paper assignment has been successfully completed. I've received 1,000 subject experience points and 1,000 credits, plus a black metal box. To celebrate, he bought some fruit on the way back. Watermelon, mango, orange, apple, kiwi. These fruits, which we used to only look at and drool over, are still a bit pricey to buy now, but we can still afford to eat them occasionally. After entering the room, I took a shower first. After putting on comfortable loungewear, I went to the kitchen to cut up the watermelon and wash the apples, then took them to the balcony. Then brew a pot of tea, grab a pack of cigarettes, and lie down on the lounge chair on the balcony, gazing at the myriad lights of distant homes, sipping tea, smoking, and enjoying fruit. What could be more pleasant? After finishing a slice of watermelon, he wiped his hands and opened the system to take a look. Host, Zhou Wen. Occupation, apprentice pharmacist, 400/1000 Eye of True Sight. LV1, 75/10,000 Discipline, pharmacology. It teaches you about the clinical applications of various drugs. LV1, 0/5000 Pathology. It helps you understand the causes of various diseases. LV1, 0/5000 Biochemistry. It helps you understand the chemical composition and chemical changes of living organisms. LV1, 0/5000 Biological Immunology. It lets you understand the mysteries of life. LV1, 0/5000 Systemic Anatomy. It helps you understand the body structure of organisms. LV0, 250/1000 Linguistics. It allows you to communicate with the world without barriers. LV1, 0/5000 Subdiscipline. Botany Subject Experience. 1550 points. 2150 Inventory. 9. Taskbar. Task, New. Zhou Wen immediately noticed the mission update and checked it out. Task 1, Drug Production. Note, a tall building rises from the ground. You have already acquired the basic ability to prepare medicine. Now, get started, young man. Requirements. Prepare 10 common drugs. Rewards. 5,000 subject experience points, 5,000 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, bronze. When Zhou Wen saw the experience and points rewarded by the mission, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He painstakingly grinded experience points at the library, and it took him 2 days to get 200 experience points. This task only costs 5,000 points, and he needs to spend 50 days in the library to get it. That's outrageously extravagant. Task 2. Show your talent. Note, the hospital's professional title assessment has officially begun. Requirement. Become a senior expert. Rewards. 2,000 subject experience points, 2,000 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, bronze. Holy crap, how is this possible? Upon seeing the task requirement to become a senior expert, Zhou Wen couldn't help but complain. He was criticized by many people for being hired with a formal position, and he has only been working for a little over a month. If he is to be evaluated for a professional title, what will people think? He shook his head. Then I turned my attention to the third task. Task 3. Stand up for what is right. Note, you discovered Feng Qingli's illness and prevented the disease from spreading further. Requirement. Specimen testing must be completed within 12 hours. Rewards. 500 subject experience points, 500 points, and 1 chest opening opportunity, iron grade. Upon seeing the third task, Zhou Wen was also somewhat frustrated. Why does the system keep giving him difficult problems? He tested fine for the virus, but the sample test. Although he had seen the specimen testing team do it before, he had never done it before, and it had to be completed within 12 hours. This was a bit difficult. Zhou Wen shook his head, deciding to let the matter rest for now. After opening the inventory, I clicked on the black iron chest. This very important thesis assignment is driving him crazy, and he doesn't know what he'll be able to produce. Shall we open the box now? Yes/no. Yes. When the black iron box, engraved with intricate patterns, was opened, it emitted an earthy yellow light, followed by a brown blueprint slowly rising up. Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed. It was the recipe. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 biological chronic enteritis preparation formula. When Zhou Wen saw that the prescription was for enteritis, he was very happy. This is a good thing. There are so many people suffering from chronic enteritis these days, like his father, who has had it for over 10 years. He has tried all sorts of Huxia and Western medicines, but nothing works, and he often has recurring diarrhea. If this biological enteritis preparation is effective, it will be a boon to many enteritis patients. His hard work in conducting the thesis experiments was worthwhile. After a moment of excitement, Zhou Wen spent 200 points to learn the formula for the enteritis preparation. Then the system was dissected and given. Should we upgrade the system analysis? Yes, this upgrade will consume 750 experience points. Please confirm again. Confirm. Immediately, the systemic anatomy discipline flashed a golden light. Its level changed from LV0 to LV1, and unsurprisingly, the subsequent experience points were reduced to 0. To be honest, Zhou Wen didn't have high expectations for human system anatomy. Because the biology lab mainly involves dissecting mice, which he is not bad at, and to put it bluntly, he is quick and good at it. That's why he was the last to upgrade his anatomy. Only, he was clearly wrong. When that familiar feeling of sudden enlightenment came over me, my mind was filled with countless pieces of knowledge about systemic anatomy. For example, the musculoskeletal system, digestive system, respiratory system, urinary system, reproductive system, endocrine system, circulatory system, sensory organs, and nervous system. Within each system, there is even more knowledge. For example, under the musculoskeletal system, there are osteology, bone connections, myology, etc., and under osteology, there are bone classifications, bone surface features, bone structure, and so on. This knowledge of human anatomy broadened Zhou Wen's knowledge base. But it's useless. Wait, something's not right. A few seconds later, a look of surprise appeared on Zhou Wen's face. He swung his hands, his 10 fingers moving with incredible agility, making it easy for him to perform actions he couldn't do before. He used his left hand to bend his right index finger, and the index finger was easily bent and bent, touching the back of his hand. Then the middle finger, ring finger, little finger, and then the thumb. Holy shit! Zhou Wen couldn't help but curse as he watched his thumb bend to 90 degrees. This isn't about upgrading academic experience. It's about remodeling his hands. But then again, it makes sense. Anatomy is different from other disciplines. Without a pair of extremely soft and dexterous hands, how can one use a scalpel well? He immediately got up and went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife. Then, the knife flew up and down in his hand like a circus act. The familiar feeling was as if the fruit knife had become a part of his body. Picking up a mango from the plate, swish, 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 the mango peel falls off one by one. In the blink of an eye, the skin was peeled off. Zhou Wen took a big bite, and juice flowed out. Cool. Done.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.